Howdy, folks. You found your way to Proxima What If. Today's adventure is called What If Harry Potter Reborn is Son of Vampire King in World of Twight. Love our content. Smash that like button and subscribe. Don't forget to leave a comment telling us what you think. Alright, story time. Chapter 1, The Blood remembers the forest was quiet in the way that forests are quiet when everything alive in them knows something terrible is about to happen. Harry walked. 1 foot in front of the other, the resurrection stone turning between his fingers like a worry coin. The trees pressed in around him, ancient and indifferent, and the only sound was the crunch of dead leaves under his trainers and the ragged sawing of his own breath. He'd dropped his wand. Left it back at the castle. He wouldn't need it where he was going. They appeared beside him as the stone turned its final rotation, his parents, Sirius, Remus. Shimmering and translucent, more real than memory but less solid than hope. His mother smiled at him, and it cracked something in his chest that he'd spent 7 years building walls around. "Does it hurt?" he asked. Sirius shook his head. Quicker than falling asleep. Harry wanted to believe him. He wanted to believe all of it, that this was noble, that his death meant something, that the people he loved would survive because he didn't. He wanted to believe he wasn't 17 years old and terrified right down to the marrow of his bones. He walked into the clearing. Voldemort stood at its center, surrounded by Death Eaters who had the good sense to look afraid even while standing on the winning side. The pale face turned toward him. Red eyes. The lipless mouth curled into something that wanted to be a smile. "Harry Potter," Voldemort said. "The boy who lived. Come to die." Harry didn't speak. He didn't raise his hands. He thought of red hair and freckles and a girl who smelled like flowers, of a bushy-haired know-it-all who'd been the best friend he'd ever had, of an old man with half-moon spectacles who'd loved him imperfectly but truly, and he stood still and let it come. The green light swallowed the world. And then, nothing. Not the white emptiness of King's Cross Station, not the gentle twilight of whatever afterlife waited beyond. Nothing. A void so complete it had texture, a darkness so total it had weight. Harry floated in it, or fell through it, unable to tell if he still had a body or if he'd become something formless and screaming. No, he thought. This isn't right. This isn't what happens. Something grabbed him. Not hands. Not magic. Something older than both. It seized the core of whatever he was, soul, spirit, the essential hairiness of him, and pulled. Not gently. Not kindly. With the desperate, wrenching strength of a drowning person hauling themselves toward air. The void tore. Light bled through the cracks, not white light, not green light, but red. Deep, arterial red, the color of the first thing every human ever saw. The color of life at its most fundamental. Pain came next. Not the clean, sharp pain of the killing curse but something primal and enormous, the pain of being compressed, of being reshaped, of being made. His consciousness shattered and reformed 1,000 times in the space between one heartbeat and the next, and there were voices in the red light, chanting in a language that predated words. He tried to scream. What came out was a wail, high, thin, new. Harry Potter died in the Forbidden Forest at 17. Something else was born. The mountains of the southern Carpathians had teeth. That was the first thing anyone noticed about them, the way the peaks jutted from the earth like the jawbone of some buried leviathan, sharp and dark against skies that never seemed to fully clear. Forests clung to their flanks, dense and primeval, the kind of forests where civilization was a rumor that hadn't arrived yet. Deep in those mountains, in a valley that appeared on no map, a young man was trying very hard not to get killed. Harry, Hadrian, Hadrian Sanguis, though the old name still fit more comfortably in his mind, ducked under a strike that would have taken his head off and rolled sideways across the frozen ground. Snow sprayed. His father's fist punched through the space where his skull had been and cratered the granite boulder behind him, splitting it with a sound like cannon fire. "Slow," Alaric said. That was not slow, Harry said from the ground, already moving, because staying still meant losing. That was a perfectly reasonable reaction time to someone trying to murder me. I'm not trying to murder you. If I were trying to murder you, we would not be having this conversation. Alaric straightened from the strike. He was tall, taller than Harry by half a head, with the kind of face that Renaissance painters would have wept over and then quietly burned their canvases, knowing they'd never capture it properly. Bone-white skin. Black hair that fell past his shoulders. Eyes the color of aged blood, deep and dark and impossibly old. He looked 30. He was older than writing. Harry scrambled to his feet and shook snow out of his hair. His breath steamed in the mountain air, which was a neat trick for a vampire. Most vampires didn't breathe. Most vampires didn't have heartbeats, either. Harry's thudded steadily in his chest, strong and warm, pushing blood through veins that carried something considerably more potent than hemoglobin. Again, Alaric said. You could at least pretend that round was competitive. I will not lie to my son. It insults us both. But there was warmth in Alaric's voice, buried deep beneath the formality. 7 years Harry had spent learning to hear it. 7 years of growing into this new body, this new life, memories of the old one surfacing like bubbles in deep water, fragmented, sharp-edged, heartbreakingly vivid. 7 years of discovering what he was, not fully vampire, not fully wizard, something that shouldn't exist by the laws of either world. Harry settled into his stance. Feet wide, weight centered, hands open. He'd learned to fight in this life with the seriousness of someone who remembered what happened when you weren't ready. Alaric had trained him in combat styles that predated martial arts, brutal, efficient, stripped of everything decorative. Kill or be killed, refined over 10 millennia. But Harry had something his father didn't. He flicked his wrist, and his wand, holly and phoenix feather, impossibly carried through death and rebirth, found in his infant grip on the night he was born into this world, snapped from the holster at his forearm into his palm. Alaric moved. 10,000 years of predatory experience compressed into a single burst of speed that turned the air to thunder. Foolman. Lightning arced from the wand tip in a whip crack of white gold energy. Not the stunners and disarming charms of his school days, Harry had spent 7 years reinventing his magic from the ground up, fusing wizarding spellwork with the raw power that flowed through his hybrid blood. The result was something that would have given Dumbledore pause and Voldemort nightmares. Alaric dodged the first bolt. The second caught him across the shoulder and actually drove him back a step, a feat roughly equivalent to shoving a mountain. The third he caught. His hand closed around the lightning like it was a physical thing, and it crackled and died in his grip, leaving a scorch mark on his palm that healed in the time it took Harry to blink. Better, Alaric said. Your integration is improving. But you telegraph. The shoulder drops before the wrist moves. Everyone's a critic. Alaric was suddenly in front of him, not fast, not a blur, just there, as if the space between them had briefly ceased to exist. His hand closed around Harry's wrist with gentle, irresistible force. Harry's heartbeat spiked. He couldn't help it. His father's presence was like standing next to the sun, you could get used to it, you could learn to function in it, but your body never forgot how impossibly powerful it was. You have your mother's instinct for combat, Alaric said quietly. She would have been proud. Harry's jaw tightened. His mother. Not Lily Potter, née Evans, was a different life's love. His mother in this world had been a Romanian witch named Valeria, who had died bringing him into existence. A human woman who'd loved a monster and paid for it with everything she had. He carried her dark hair and her sharp cheekbones and, apparently, her talent for violence. Tell me about her, Harry said. He always asked. Alaric always gave him a little more. She laughed like a thunderstorm, Alaric said. And she was afraid of nothing. He released Harry's wrist. She would also have told you to stop dropping your shoulder. Harry rubbed his wrist and sat on the ruined boulder. The Carpathian wind howled around them, carrying ice and the scent of pine and, beneath it, something else, a wrongness that had been growing for months. Something in the earth itself that smelled like rot and tasted like old copper when the wind blew from the west. "You're sending me away," Harry said. "Not a question." Alaric's expression didn't change. But the pause before he spoke was a fraction too long. "I am sending you to a place where you're needed. I'm needed here." Whatever that, Harry gestured at the western horizon, where the wrongness gathered like storm clouds, it's getting worse. I can feel it in the ground. Yes. So let me help you deal with it. The disturbance here is a symptom. The source is elsewhere. Alaric walked to the edge of the cliff. Below them, the valley dropped away into blue-shadowed forest that stretched to the horizon. Beautiful and ancient and, to anyone who wasn't a 10,000-year-old apex predator, absolutely terrifying. "There is a town in the American Northwest," Alaric continued. "Forks, Washington. A small place. Perpetually overcast. Ideal conditions for our kind. Sounds miserable. A coven resides there. The Cullens. They feed on animals, an eccentricity, but one that has allowed them to remain stationary. They've built a life among humans." Harry raised an eyebrow. "Vegetarian vampires. Their leader, Carlisle Cullen, is several centuries old. Compassionate. Idealistic. Dangerously naive in some ways, brilliantly perceptive in others. He has built something unprecedented, a family, not a coven. Bonds of genuine affection rather than power dynamics. Sounds like you admire him." "I observe. Admiration is a luxury." Alaric turned to face him. The ancient eyes held something that Harry had learned to recognize over 7 years, concern, so old and deep it had become geological. The convergence of forces in that region is significant. A shapeshifter pack guards the adjacent territory. Nomads pass through with increasing frequency. There are rumors in the vampire world, the Volturi are watching. The Volturi. Harry had heard stories. An ancient coven in Italy that functioned as judge, jury, and executioner for vampire kind. 3 leaders, Ero, Caius, Marcus. A guard of gifted vampires enforcing laws that essentially boiled down to don't get noticed by humans and don't challenge our authority. "They are children playing at governance," Alaric said, with the casual dismissiveness of someone who'd watched civilizations rise and fall like tides. "But they are dangerous children, and their attention on Forks concerns me." "What does any of this have to do with whatever's rotting in the ground?" Alaric was quiet for a long moment. The wind screamed past them. Below, a wolf howled, a real wolf, not a shapeshifter, but even it sounded uneasy. Everything in these mountains had sounded uneasy for months. "The wrongness you feel," Alaric said carefully, "is older than the Volturi. Older than me. I need to determine its nature before I can address it. And I need someone I trust in Forks, someone with your unique perspective and your particular talents. My unique perspective being that I died once already and came back as your son. Your unique perspective being that you see the world as it truly is. Connections. Bonds. The invisible architecture of loyalty and betrayal. You will see things in that place that no one else can." A pause. "And your particular talent being that you are, to my knowledge, the only creature alive who can wield both vampire power and wizarding magic. If the convergence in Forks becomes dangerous, you will be equipped to respond." Harry stared at his father. The old man was holding something back, he always was, but the concern was real. The love, buried under 10,000 years of emotional sediment, was real. And the fear, which Harry had seen on his father's face exactly twice in 7 years, was terrifyingly real. "Forks, Washington," Harry said. "Forks, Washington. And I'm supposed to, what? Enroll in high school? Pretend to be a normal teenager? You are physically 17. It would be expected." Harry laughed. He couldn't help it. The absurdity of it, a reborn wizard-vampire hybrid, son of the first vampire ever created, survivor of one apocalyptic war, attending American high school and pretending to care about homework. When do I leave? Tomorrow. Of course. Harry stood and stretched, feeling the hybrid muscle and bone shift under skin that was warmer than a vampire's but cooler than a human's. He looked at the western sky, where the wrongness lurked, and underneath his humor he felt it, a tug of recognition that made his scar itch. His scar. He still had it. A thin lightning bolt on his forehead, healed and silvered in this life but present. As if some marks were burned so deep they followed you between worlds. Father. Yes. Whatever is coming, whatever followed me here, I won't run from it. Alaric's expression softened by a degree that most people wouldn't have noticed. I know. That is both your greatest strength and the thing that terrifies me most. He placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. Cold fingers on warm skin. Be careful in Forks, Hadrian. The vegetarian coven, the shapeshifters, the Volturi's interest, these are complications. But there is something else gathering in that place. Something I cannot see clearly. And the things I cannot see are the things that have survived longest. Harry met his father's eyes. Ancient blood stared into reborn emerald green. I'll call you when I know more. You will call me every 3 days. You will maintain your occlumency shields. You will not reveal your full capabilities to anyone. I survived Voldemort, Dad. I think I can handle high school. Alaric's mouth twitched. Almost a smile. In 7 years, Harry had coaxed exactly 4 genuine smiles from his father. He was keeping count. Take the Vanquish, Alaric said. It's less conspicuous than running. You want me to drive a $300,000 Aston Martin to a public high school in a logging town and you're calling that less conspicuous? Take the truck, then. I'll take the Vanquish. Forks, Washington greeted Harry with rain. Not a polite drizzle or an atmospheric mist, a committed, determined, deeply personal rain that seemed to have been waiting specifically for his arrival to really hit its stride. He drove through it with the windows down because the cold didn't bother him and the wet didn't bother him and, frankly, after 7 years in the Carpathian Mountains, the lush green dampness of the Pacific Northwest felt like being wrapped in a cool blanket. The forest here was different from the forests he knew, younger, wilder, draped in moss and ferns that made every surface look upholstered. Beautiful, in a primordial way. The house Alaric had arranged was on the outskirts of town, set back from the road behind a screen of Douglas firs. Not large, 3 bedrooms, a workshop space, a wraparound porch, but solid and private and close enough to the forest for quick access when he needed to run. Harry parked the Vanquish in the attached garage and stood in the rain for a moment, letting his senses extend. He could feel them immediately. To the north, a concentration of cold, sweet, distinctly vampire signatures. The Cullens. 7 of them, from what his father had told him. Their scent carried the unique flatness of animal blood, not unpleasant, but different from the richness of human-fed vampires. A moral choice written in their biochemistry. To the west, across an invisible line that his instincts recognized as a territorial boundary, something else. Warmer. Wilder. A deep, earthy thrumming that reminded him of the forbidden forest, not the trees but what lived in them. The shapeshifters. Their energy was almost magnetic, pulling at something in his blood that he didn't fully understand. And underneath everything, faint but unmistakable, a thread of the same wrongness he'd felt in the Carpathians. Fainter here, but present, like a bass note too low to hear but strong enough to vibrate in your chest. Harry closed his eyes and activated his bond sight. The world transformed. The physical landscape remained, but layered over it was a web of connections, threads of light and shadow linking every living thing. The trees were bound to the earth to the water to the sky, in a vast recursive tapestry of mutual dependence. The vampire signatures glowed like cold stars to the north, their bonds to each other bright and golden, love, genuine love, not the political alliance bonds he'd seen in his father's descriptions of other covens. Family bonds. The shapeshifter territory was a bonfire of connection, pack bonds, fierce and hot, woven so tightly that where one ended and another began was impossible to determine. Powerful. Beautiful in their intensity. He looked deeper. Underneath the surface bonds, the wrongness showed itself, a dark thread, so fine it was almost invisible, running through the earth like a vein of corruption. It pulsed slowly, like a heartbeat. Like something sleeping. Harry opened his eyes. Green irises reflected the grey sky. He picked up his bag and walked into his new house, and if his hand trembled slightly on the doorframe, there was no one around to see it. Forks High School looked exactly like Harry had expected, which was to say, it looked like a collection of buildings that had given up trying to be impressive and settled for being present. Low structures, covered walkways between them, a parking lot filled with trucks and sedans that had lived hard lives. The rain had downgraded to a sullen mist, and students moved between classes with the hunched, hurried shuffle of people who had long since stopped bothering with umbrellas. Harry parked the Vanquish and was aware of every head turning before he'd opened the door. The car was a mistake, he'd known it would be, but the part of him that had grown up sleeping under a staircase had a petty, enduring satisfaction in showing up somewhere in style. Call it a character flaw. He stepped out into the mist and slung his bag over one shoulder. He'd dressed carefully, dark jeans, a charcoal Henley pushed up to the elbows, boots that had survived Romanian mountain terrain and would survive Washington mud. No jewelry except a silver ring on his right hand that contained a fragment of his father's blood, a fail-safe communication device. His dark hair fell across his forehead, not quite concealing the thin silver scar. He looked like a 17-year-old. He moved like something else entirely. The front office was warm and smelled like burned coffee and bureaucracy. A red-haired woman behind the desk, Mrs. Cope, according to the nameplate, looked up as he entered and did the thing that people always did, a quick, reflexive double-take, her heart rate elevating by 12 beats per minute. Harry's hybrid nature didn't have the full devastating beauty of a pure vampire, but it had something arguably more dangerous, a warmth, a magnetism, a sense that this was someone you wanted to be near. Vampires attracted prey through predatory beauty. Harry attracted people through something that felt, deceptively, like safety. "Hi," he said, letting a smile reach his eyes. "I'm Hadrian Sanguis. I should be in the system, new transfer." "Oh. Yes, of course." Mrs. Cope fumbled with papers, her cheeks coloring. "We've been expecting you. Transferring from, goodness, Romania. My father travels for work. I've been homeschooled, but he wanted me to have a more traditional experience for my senior year. Well, welcome to Forks. Here's your schedule, and if you need anything at all, thank you, Mrs. Cope. You've been very kind." He left the office with a schedule that put him in advanced biology first period, American literature second, art third, and a handful of other classes that he'd attend because he had to and forget because they were irrelevant. What mattered was the social landscape, who was here, who was watching, who was dangerous. He felt the Cullens before he saw them. First period brought him past a bank of windows overlooking the parking lot, and he clocked the cars, a silver Volvo, a red BMW convertible, a massive Jeep Wrangler. Expensive, well-maintained, and clustered together with the territorial precision of a coven marking its presence. The Cullens weren't hiding. They were hiding in plain sight, which was cleverer and considerably harder. Advanced biology was taught by a man named Banner who had the resigned expression of someone who'd been teaching the same material for 20 years and had made peace with his life choices. Harry took a seat near the back and let the room's population register. A girl with brown hair and wide brown eyes sat 2 rows ahead, hunched over a notebook with the focused intensity of someone who was thinking about something other than biology. Her scent was purely human, warm, clean, a little floral, but there was something else about her, something that Harry's Bond sight picked up as a faint, shimmering quality around her mind. A natural shield. Latent, unformed, but present. Interesting. She glanced back at him, caught him looking, and flushed pink. "You're new," she said. It wasn't a question, but it wasn't quite a statement either. It had the tentative quality of someone who was still learning how to talk to people without second-guessing every word. "Hadrian," he said. "But my friends call me Harry." "Bella Swan. I mean, Bella Swan." She smiled, embarrassed. "Sorry, I'm not great I'm relatively new here too." "Well, it's been a few months, but I still feel new." "Then we can be new together." He said it simply, without flirtation, and meant it. Something about her reminded him of Neville, someone whose extraordinary qualities hadn't found their shape yet. He liked that. Banner started talking about cell mitosis, and Harry let his attention drift. His hearing extended outward, through walls and corridors, sampling conversations and heartbeats and the ambient noise of a small-town high school going about the business of surviving adolescence. Normal. Wonderfully, painfully normal. He made it through 2 more classes without incident. He was friendly without being eager, answered questions in class with enough competence to avoid being boring and enough restraint to avoid being suspicious, and gently deflected the 3 separate girls and 1 boy who found reasons to appear at his desk and introduce themselves. By the time the lunch bell rang, half the school knew his name and the other half was about to learn it. The cafeteria was where it happened. Harry got his tray. He could eat human food, another hybrid advantage, though it tasted like cardboard compared to blood, and scanned the room. Standard high school taxonomy, jocks by the windows, drama kids in the corner, the general population filling the middle ground in loose, gravitational clusters. And at the table furthest from the door, arranged with the unconscious precision of predators who didn't want to be surrounded, the Cullens. 5 of them. Harry identified them from his father's briefing without difficulty. The big one, Emmett, built like a siege engine, with dark curly hair and a grin that suggested he found existence itself entertaining. The blonde male beside him, Jasper, lean and watchful, with the contained stillness of someone who'd spent a long time around violence and learned to carry it quietly. The small dark-haired girl, Alice, pixie-cut and bright-eyed, vibrating with an energy that seemed to spill over into the air around her. The bronze-haired one, Edward, angular and intense, staring at Harry with an expression caught between confusion and alarm. And her. Rosalie Hale sat at the end of the table like a queen holding court at the edge of the world. Golden hair, perfect features, a beauty so aggressive it was almost hostile. She wore it like armor. Every line of her body said look at me and stay away in the same breath. Her eyes, golden with animal blood, found Harry across the cafeteria, and the temperature of her gaze could have frozen the rain outside. Harry smiled at her. Not a charming smile. Not a calculated smile. A real one, the smile of someone who recognized a fellow survivor. Because that's what Bond's sight showed him when he looked at Rosalie Hale. Not beauty. Not the cold perfection that everyone else saw. He saw broken connections, severed bonds, places where trust had been ripped away so violently that the scars had scars. He saw rage so old and so deep it had become structural, load-bearing, the only thing keeping the edifice of her composure standing. And underneath all of it, buried so far down she might not know it was there, a thread of desperate, furious hope. He'd seen that architecture before. In a mirror, in another life. Her eyes widened a fraction. Then her jaw set, and the glare intensified, and she looked away with the deliberate violence of someone slamming a door. Harry sat down across the cafeteria and ate his cardboard food and waited for the inevitable. It came from Edward, who appeared beside his table with the silent, sudden materialization that vampires did when they forgot to pretend to be human. His expression was tight. Up close, Harry could see the frustration in his golden eyes, the look of someone used to having answers who was suddenly staring at a locked door. "Your mind," Edward said quietly, sitting down without being invited. "I can't, I'm getting fragments. Pieces. A castle with moving stairs. A snake. Green light and a woman screaming." He paused. What are you? Harry took a bite of his sandwich and chewed thoughtfully. Direct. I respect that. You're not human. Your heart beats, which means you're not one of us. You smell like, Edward's nostrils flared, and confusion deepened. You smell like a vampire and a forest fire and something I've never encountered. Old magic, Harry said. That's the third thing you're smelling. Magic. Magic. Harry set down the sandwich. He met Edward's eyes steadily, and let the occlumency shields thin, not dropping them, but allowing deliberate fragments through. A moving staircase in a castle. An owl carrying a letter. A wand choosing a wizard in a dusty shop. Enough to be honest. Not enough to be vulnerable. Edward's eyes went wide. That's not possible. You're 100-and-something-year-old vampire who reads minds, sitting in a high school cafeteria eating food you can't digest, and you're telling me what's not possible. Something that might have been a smile flickered across Edward's face. Fair point. I'm not a threat to your family, Edward. I know what you are, and I know what your family is, and I'm not here to cause problems. But I'm not going to pretend to be something I'm not, either. Then what are you? Harry leaned back. Across the cafeteria, he was aware of 4 pairs of golden eyes fixed on this conversation. Jasper's emotional sense would be reading him, and finding, Harry hoped, calm confidence and genuine warmth, because that's what he actually felt. Alice would be trying to see his future and finding, what? He wasn't sure. His hybrid nature made him an unknown variable in more ways than one. Something new, Harry said. I'd like to explain properly, but not here. Not surrounded by 150 humans who are already staring at us. Carlisle will want to meet you. Good. I want to meet him. Tonight? Edward studied him for a long moment. The mind-reader's gaze was penetrating, but Harry had been interrogated by Snape and Dumbledore and Voldemort himself. A century-old vampire with good intentions barely registered on the intimidation scale. Tonight, Edward agreed. He stood, hesitated, then said, the woman screaming, in the green light. Who was she? Harry's throat tightened. My mother. Edward didn't ask which one. Maybe he sensed that it was both. He nodded once and walked back to his family's table, where a rapid, whispered conversation erupted at frequencies no human ear could follow. Harry heard every word. His hearing was better than theirs, though he had no intention of revealing that yet. He's not human, Edward murmured. Not vampire either. Some kind of hybrid. He has abilities I've never seen, his thoughts are partially shielded, but what comes through is, impossible. Castles, magic, another life. I told you, Alice said, and there was something almost giddy in her voice. I told you all week, my visions have been fractured. He's the variable. He's the thing I couldn't see. Can we trust him? Jasper's voice was low, measured, a soldier's assessment. He feels, genuine, Edward said slowly. No deception. No malice. But he's holding back. A lot. Everyone holds back. Rosalie's voice was flat and hard. The question is what he's hiding and why. He smiled at you, Emmett said. So you looked like someone stuck a live wire in your, finish that sentence and I'll disassemble your Jeep. Harry bit the inside of his cheek to keep from grinning. He liked Emmett already. The rest of the school day passed in a blur of mundane instruction and extraordinary undercurrents. In art, his third period, Harry discovered he shared the class with Rosalie, who sat 3 easels away and acknowledged his existence with the enthusiasm of someone acknowledging a parking ticket. They were supposed to be sketching still-life compositions. Harry stared at his arrangement of fruit and pottery and produced something that looked like it had been drawn by a talented but deeply confused 5-year-old. In his defense, neither of his lives had included art instruction. He'd been busy surviving. That's terrible, said Rosalie, who had apparently materialized beside him without his hearing her approach, which was both impressive and annoying. Harry looked at his sketch. Looked at hers, which was, naturally, perfect, because of course it was. I have other talents. Such as? I can identify 47 species of poisonous plants by smell. I once killed a 60-foot snake with a sword. And I make excellent tea. She stared at him. You're insane. Probably. But the snake thing is true. Something shifted behind her eyes. Not warmth, not yet, but a crack in the ice. A hairline fracture of curiosity. She turned back to her easel without another word, but she didn't move away, and for the rest of the class the silence between them was something other than hostile. Watchful, maybe. Evaluative. Harry drew his terrible fruit and thought about broken connections and the way some people built walls so high they forgot there was a world on the other side. Bella caught him in the hallway after art. You talked to Edward Cullen, she said, and the way she said his name contained entire unwritten novels. He talked to me, technically. He doesn't do that. He doesn't just sit down with new people. She bit her lip. What did he want? Harry read the bond between Bella and Edward in a single glance, a nascent thread, bright and tangled, electric with potential and fear. She was drawn to him. He was drawn to her. Neither of them knew what to do about it. It was none of Harry's business. He wanted to know if I'm dangerous, Harry said. I told him I wasn't. Are you? Harry considered the question honestly. Not to you. Not to anyone here who doesn't start something first. He grinned. But yeah, generally speaking. Extremely. Bella laughed. She had a good laugh, surprised and genuine, as if she wasn't used to finding things funny. At least you're honest about it. Saves time. She headed off to her next class, and Harry watched her go, feeling a pang of something that wasn't attraction but recognition. She reminded him of someone. Of himself, maybe, at 11, a normal person on the verge of discovering that the world was much stranger and more dangerous than they'd been told. He hoped her story went better than his first one had. The Cullen house was not what Harry expected. He'd expected something gothic, turrets, gargoyles, maybe a tasteful amount of moss. What he got was glass and wood and clean lines, a modern architectural marvel set against the forest like a jewel in a crown of green. Light poured from every window, warm and inviting, a deliberate choice by people who wanted to prove, to themselves as much as anyone, that they were not creatures of darkness. Harry appreciated the symbolism. He also appreciated the structural engineering. The house was designed with sight lines in all directions, multiple exits, and load-bearing walls positioned to provide cover in a fight. Carlisle Cullen was an idealist, but someone in this family, Jasper, probably, had tactical sense. He knocked on the front door. It opened before his knuckles finished the second rap. Carlisle Cullen looked like a painting that had decided 3 dimensions were worth exploring. Blonde, golden-eyed, with the kind of serene handsomeness that made you think of cathedral ceilings and benevolent saints. But his eyes were what caught Harry. They were old. Not Alaric old, but old enough. 3.5 centuries of trying to be better than his nature, and mostly succeeding. Hadrian, Carlyle said, extending his hand. His grip was cool, careful, calibrated to human-safe pressure. Harry matched it and let a fraction more strength show. A message, I'm not fragile. Call me Harry. Everyone does, eventually. Carlyle smiled. Come in. The family is eager to meet you properly. The interior was as open and bright as the exterior promised. A grand piano dominated one corner. Bookshelves lined the walls, filled with medical texts and history and philosophy. The whole house smelled like fresh wood and, beneath it, the cold sweetness of vampire. They were all there. Arranged in the living room with studied casualness that didn't quite hide the tension. Emmett sprawled across a love seat like a friendly avalanche. Jasper stood by the window, positioned where he could see the room and the approach outside simultaneously. Alice perched on the arm of a chair, practically vibrating. Edward stood beside the piano, arms crossed. Rosalie leaned against the far wall, as far from the center of the room as possible while still technically being present. And a woman Harry hadn't seen before, warm-faced, caramel-haired, radiating a maternal energy so powerful it hit him like a physical force. Esme. Her bond to every person in this room blazed in Harry's bond sight like golden chains, not binding, but supporting. She was the foundation this family was built on. She looked at him and something in his expression must have shown, because her eyes softened. "You look like you could use a cup of tea," she said. Harry's chest constricted. The words, the tone, the instinctive nurturing, it was so much like Molly Weasley that for a moment he couldn't speak. He swallowed. "I would love one. Thank you." "We don't usually keep tea," Esme said, already moving toward the kitchen. "But Alice saw you coming, so I stocked up." "The visions were fragmented," Alice said, leaning forward. "I've been seeing pieces of you all week, flashes, fragments, nothing coherent. You're the first person I've ever encountered whose future I can't see clearly. It's driving me crazy. Sorry about that." "Don't be sorry. It's fascinating." She grinned, and it transformed her face from merely pretty to incandescent. "So. What are you?" The room held its breath. Harry took the tea that Esme offered, perfect temperature, strong, with a splash of milk that he hadn't asked for but appreciated, and sat in the empty chair that was clearly designated for the guest/potential threat. He sipped. It was good. He set the cup down. "Short version or long version?" "Long," Carlyle said, at the same time Emmett said, "Short." "I'm a hybrid," Harry said. "My father is a vampire. My mother was a human witch. I have qualities of both, heartbeat, warm blood, aging that stabilized at 17, vampire strength and speed, and the ability to do magic." He paused. "Actual magic. Not a vampire gift. Wizarding magic." Silence. Then Emmett, like, wand waving, rabbits out of hats magic. Harry drew his wand and, without ceremony, turned Emmett's sofa cushion into a very confused-looking rabbit. The rabbit sat on Emmett's lap. Emmett stared at it. The rabbit stared back. Rosalie, against the far wall, made a sound that might, under laboratory conditions, have been classified as a laugh. "Cool," Emmett breathed. Harry turned the rabbit back into a cushion. "My father sent me here. He's aware of the supernatural convergence in this area, your family, the shapeshifter pack, the increasing nomad traffic, and he wanted eyes on the ground." "Your father," Carlyle said carefully. "You said he's a vampire. May I ask?" "His name is Alaric. He's very old. That's as much as I can share right now." "How old?" Jasper's voice was quiet but sharp. The strategic mind behind the soldier's eyes was doing calculations. "Old enough that the Volturi are a recent development, from his perspective." Another silence. This one had weight. Carlyle's golden eyes widened slightly, the only sign of shock from a man who'd walked with the Volturi, treated plague victims, and crossed oceans. "There are legends," Carlyle said slowly. "Among the oldest accounts I've encountered. References to a first, a progenitor of our kind. I always assumed they were myths. Most myths are just history that got tired of being ignored." Edward stepped forward. "In the cafeteria, I caught fragments of your thoughts. A castle. A woman screaming. You said she was your mother." "My first mother. Not Valeria." Harry's hand tightened on the teacup. He set it down carefully. "I lived another life before this one. Died at 17. Woke up here." "Reincarnation?" Alice asked, eyes wide. "Something close to it. I was born into this world as my father's son. I grew up here, physically. But I carry memories of who I was before. And who were you before? Rosalie's voice cut across the room like a blade. She hadn't moved from the wall, but her golden eyes were fixed on him with an intensity that would have been uncomfortable from anyone less beautiful and more comfortable from anyone less angry. Harry met her gaze. Someone who fought a war and died to end it. Someone who walked into a forest knowing he wouldn't walk out. He didn't flinch. Didn't look away. Someone who got a second chance he didn't ask for and is trying to do better with it. The room was very quiet. Jasper's expression had shifted, the wariness was still there, but under it, recognition. One soldier seeing another. He gave a small, almost imperceptible nod. Rosalie looked away first. That, Harry suspected, didn't happen often. You said your father has concerns about this area, Carlyle said, steering the conversation back to practical ground. Can you elaborate? There's something wrong in the earth, Harry said. Have you felt it? A wrongness, subtle, easy to dismiss, but persistent. Like a low hum you can't quite hear. Carlyle and Edward exchanged a glance. The wildlife has been off, Carlyle admitted. Migration patterns disrupted. Unusual aggression in some species. We attributed it to environmental factors. It's not environmental. It's something else. Something old. Harry hesitated. He could feel the weight of what he knew pressing against the inside of his skull, but his father's instructions had been clear: reveal capabilities gradually, maintain strategic advantage. I'm still determining the scope. But I believe it's connected to increased supernatural activity in the region. The nomads passing through, are they normal traffic, or has the volume changed? Increased, Jasper said. Significantly, in the last 6 months. 3 solo nomads and 1 pair, all moving north through the area. More than we've seen in a decade. Running from something or drawn to something. Jasper's eyes narrowed. He hadn't considered the second option. I'll look into it. I'd appreciate that. Harry stood. The meeting had given him what he needed, a foothold of trust, not complete but sufficient. Push too hard and they'd close ranks. Let it develop naturally and they'd become allies. He'd learned that lesson from Dumbledore, even if the old man had taught it by negative example. Thank you for the tea, Esme. It was perfect. Esme's smile was warm enough to hurt. You're welcome anytime, Harry. He headed for the door. Carlyle walked with him, and on the porch, away from the family's immediate hearing, the elder vampire said quietly, the Volturi have been more active lately. Increased communications with covens worldwide. Arrow is looking for something, or someone. If you are what you appear to be, a hybrid with unprecedented abilities, you will attract his attention. I'm counting on it, Harry said. Better to meet a threat on your terms than wait for it to come to you. Carlyle studied him with the careful assessment of a man who had centuries of practice reading people. You're very young to be so strategic. I'm older than I look. Both times. He stepped off the porch, and a voice from behind him said, You said you killed a 60-foot snake. Harry turned. Rosalie stood in the doorway, arms crossed, expression carefully neutral. Behind the neutrality, Bond's sight showed him a thread of curiosity burning like a fuse. I was 12, Harry said. It was a basilisk, a magical serpent that could kill with a look. It was terrorizing a school full of children, and I was the only one who could hear it because I spoke its language. You were 12. 12 and scrawny. I had a sword and a phoenix and absolutely no idea what I was doing. It worked out. That's insane. You said that already. It bears repeating. She uncrossed her arms, and for a moment the armor dropped, just a moment, a heartbeat's worth of openness, and what he saw underneath wasn't hostility but recognition. She saw someone who'd been through something terrible and come out the other side changed. She knew what that looked like because she saw it in the mirror every day. "Good night, Rosalie." "Good night, snake killer." Harry smiled all the way to his car. He didn't go home. The forest called to him, not metaphorically, not poetically, but literally. A pull in his blood, a tug behind his sternum, drawing him north and west into the deep woods where the old-growth trees blocked out the sky and the undergrowth swallowed sound. Harry left the car at the trailhead and ran. Running as a hybrid was one of the genuine pleasures of his new existence. Not the blurred, mechanical speed of a full vampire, but something more organic, a loping, powerful stride that ate distance without effort, his heartbeat rising and falling with the exertion, his senses expanding into the forest like a net of awareness. He could feel every living thing within a mile radius. The deer, the owls, the small creatures burrowed into the earth. The vast mycorrhizal networks connecting the trees in an underground web of chemical communication that was, if you thought about it, its own kind of magic. He ran for 20 minutes, deeper and deeper, until the pull in his chest sharpened and he slowed, then stopped. The clearing was small. A natural gap in the canopy where a massive old Douglas fir had fallen years ago, leaving a wound in the forest that had scabbed over with ferns and moss and new growth. Moonlight filtered through the clouds, thin, watery, but enough for his eyes. The deer lay in the center of the clearing. It was a buck, mature, probably 200 pounds. It had been dead for hours. That wasn't unusual, animals died in forests all the time. What was unusual was the color. The deer's hide, which should have been brown, had a grayish-black cast, as if ink had been injected under the skin. Its eyes were open, and they were wrong, not the glassy emptiness of death but a solid, matte black, like polished obsidian. No iris. No pupil. Just darkness. And the veins. Harry could see them through the hide, a network of black lines radiating from the deer's chest, spreading outward in a pattern that looked less like biology and more like writing. Like runes. He crouched beside it. The smell hit him, not decay, not death, but something else. Cold copper and burnt ozone and, underneath, a scent he recognized with the visceral, full-body shock of someone hearing a voice they'd thought they'd never hear again. Dark magic. Not the dark magic of this world, not whatever ambient wrongness might exist in a reality populated by vampires and shapeshifters. This was his world's dark magic. The specific, unmistakable signature of magic that had been twisted and perverted and forced into shapes that violated the fundamental laws of nature. He'd spent 7 years around it. He'd died because of it. He would know it in the dark at the bottom of the ocean. Harry reached out. His fingers hovered over the deer's ruined hide, and his bond sight activated involuntarily, the way it did when the stakes were high and his subconscious decided he needed information whether he wanted it or not. The connections were wrong. Not broken, not severed, inverted. The deer's natural bonds to the ecosystem had been reversed, turned inside out, so that instead of being connected to life, it was connected to something else. Something underneath. A dark thread ran from the deer's body straight down into the earth, pulsing with a rhythm that was too slow for a heartbeat and too fast for geology. Harry touched the deer. The vision hit him like a train. Darkness. Underground. Deep, impossibly deep. Something vast and sleeping, curled around itself in the earth's bones. Not dead. Not alive. Waiting. Patient with the patience of something that has never known time. And inside it, feeding on it, woven through it like a parasite through a host, a fragment. A shard. Small but poisonous. A piece of a soul that should have been destroyed when the boy with the scar died in a forest on the other side of reality. A whisper. A voice he knew better than his own. Did you think death was the end, Harry? I am everywhere you go. I am the darkness you cannot outrun. I followed you. I will always follow you. Harry wrenched his hand away. He was shaking. His heart hammered against his ribs, fast, too fast, human fast, the hybrid system flooding him with adrenaline that a full vampire would never produce. The scar on his forehead burned. Not painfully, not like it had in his first life, not the soul-deep agony of Voldemort's proximity, but the ghost of pain, the memory of it, enough to know that what he'd felt was real. He stood. The clearing was quiet. The deer lay still, its black eyes staring at nothing. Harry pulled out his phone, a concession to modernity that his father tolerated with the enthusiasm of someone who had lived through the invention of fire and found everything since to be derivative, and dialed. Alaric answered on the first ring. He never slept. 10,000 years of existence and sleep was a luxury he'd never developed a taste for. "Tell me," Alaric said. No greeting. No preamble. His father's emotional efficiency was, in moments like this, a comfort. "I found a corrupted deer in the forest. Black veins, black eyes, dark energy threading down into the earth. Father, it's connected to something underground. Something massive. And the corruption signature." Harry closed his eyes. "It's from my world. My old world. The magical signature of the darkest magic I've ever encountered." Silence on the line. Not the silence of confusion but the silence of confirmation. The silence of someone whose worst suspicions had been validated. "You knew," Harry said. "You knew something was wrong here. You didn't send me to observe. You sent me because you knew this was connected to me. I suspected. You suspected. I did not have confirmation. Now I do." A pause. "Hadrian, listen to me carefully. What you are sensing beneath the earth, it is the reason I exist. It is the source from which all vampirism flows. I was created by a ritual that attempted to harness its power, and I broke free, but the entity itself has remained, sleeping, for 10,000 years. Harry's blood ran cold. Colder than it already was. An entity. I have called it the progenitor, for lack of a more precise term. It is the wellspring. Every vampire alive carries an echo of its essence. Venom itself is merely diluted fragments of its will. And you're telling me this now? I am telling you when the information becomes relevant. It was not actionable before tonight." Alaric's voice softened, by a degree, by a fraction, but Harry heard it. "The dark magic you feel, the signature from your old world. When you died, when you were pulled through the void and reborn, something came with you. A fragment. Small. I felt it then but could not locate it. A fragment of what? You would know better than I." Harry stared at the dead deer with its black eyes and its inverted connections and its thread running down into something ancient and terrible. A fragment of dark magic from his world. Something that had followed him through death and rebirth and found, in this world, something old and powerful to latch onto. A Horcrux. Not literally, Voldemort's Horcruxes had been destroyed. Harry himself had been the last one, and his death in the Forbidden Forest had ended that piece of Tom Riddle's soul. But Horcrux magic left marks. It left scars and echoes and residue. And if a fragment of that residue had been pulled through the void along with Harry's soul, carried like a hitchhiker on the vehicle of his rebirth, "Oh no," Harry said. "Yes," Alaric said, and his ancient voice carried the weight of someone who had been dreading this confirmation for 7 years. "The fragment found the progenitor. It has been feeding on it. Growing. Merging with it. What sleeps beneath the earth is no longer simply the source of vampirism. It is something hybrid, your old world's darkest magic fused with this world's most primal force." "How long? At its current rate of growth?" "Months. Perhaps weeks. It is difficult to measure the metabolism of something that exists outside normal biology." Harry's jaw clenched. The moonlight caught his scar, silver against skin that was too warm for a vampire and too cool for a human. His mother's son. Both his mother's son. "I'm not running from this," Harry said. "I would never ask you to. And I'm not fighting it alone. The Cullens, The wolves, there are allies here. Real ones. Be cautious with your trust, Hadrian. I've been cautious. Caution keeps you alive. Trust is what makes being alive worth it. Alaric was quiet for a very long time. When he spoke, his voice held something that Harry had heard only twice before, a fragility, a hairline crack in the ancient facade. Your mother said something similar. The night you were born. Harry's throat tightened. He looked at the corrupted deer, at the forest around him, at the sky above that was neither light nor dark but something endlessly, perpetually in between. Twilight, the locals called it. The space between day and night where everything was possible and nothing was certain. I'll call you in 3 days, Harry said. Sooner if anything changes. Hadrian. Yes. Be more than careful. Be extraordinary. I'm your son, Harry said. I don't know how to be anything else. He hung up. The forest breathed around him, vast and green and ancient, and somewhere beneath his feet, something old was stirring, wearing a dead man's malice like a crown. Something that knew his name. Something that had followed him across the boundary between worlds because the darkness never really lets go, no matter how far you run. Harry stood in the moonlight, the weight of a second destiny settling on his shoulders like a familiar coat. He'd refused to be the chosen one once. He'd died for it. And death, it turned out, was just a door, and doors opened both ways. He wasn't the boy who'd walked into a forest to die. He was something else now. Something new. And whatever was coming, whatever nightmare was growing in the dark below, it had made a fundamental miscalculation. It had assumed he was still afraid. Harry turned from the clearing and ran back through the forest, faster now, his heartbeat strong and steady, his eyes bright in the dark. Behind him, the dead deer lay still, and the black thread pulsed in the deep earth, and the thing that wore Tom Riddle's echo smiled in its sleep and dreamed of crowns and teeth and blood. The game had begun. But for the first time in either of his lives, Harry wasn't playing someone else's game. He was playing his own. And he played to win. Chapter 2, Crowns and Teeth. The nomad came out of the tree line like something spat from a nightmare. Harry felt her before he saw her, a spike of raw, animal terror cutting through the ambient noise of the forest, so sharp and bright in his bond sight that it was almost blinding. He'd been running his pre-dawn patrol, a habit from his first life that had carried over with the stubbornness of muscle memory, when the panic thread blazed across his awareness like a comet trail. He changed direction without thinking and covered 3 miles in under a minute. She was young, as vampires measured these things. Maybe a decade turned. Dark skin gone ashen with fear, wild eyes the deep crimson of a human blood diet, clothes torn and filthy. She'd been running for days, he could smell it on her, the accumulated miles and river crossings and the distinct chemical signature of sustained adrenaline in vampiric venom. She crashed through a stand of hemlocks and skidded to a halt when she saw him, crouching, hissing, teeth bared. Standard threat response. Her eyes darted across him, cataloging, heartbeat, warmth, but the unmistakable scent of vampire underneath. Confusion warred with terror. Easy, Harry said, keeping his voice low and his hands visible. I'm not going to hurt you. Stay back. Her voice was shredded. Whatever had chased her had stripped everything from it except the animal imperative to survive. Stay away from me. My name is Harry. You're near Forks, Washington. There's a coven here, the Cullens. They won't harm you either. I don't care about covens. She was shaking. Vampires didn't shake. Their bodies were marble, granite, unyielding, but this woman trembled like a leaf in a gale. They're coming. They're behind me. The black-eyed ones. Harry's blood chilled. Tell me. My group, 4 of us. We were moving north through Nevada. Avoiding cities, staying in the desert. 3 nights ago, they found us. She swallowed, a human gesture, vestigial and unconscious, the kind of thing vampires did when their minds were too fractured to maintain their inhuman composure. They moved not like us. Not like individuals. Like one thing with many bodies. Their eyes were black. All black. No iris. And they spoke, her voice cracked. They spoke with one voice. One voice from 4 mouths. What did they say? They said to run. To run north. To find the boy with the lightning scar and give him a message. She looked at him, and the terror in her eyes shifted, sharpening into something more focused. More afraid. You. They meant you. Harry's hand went to his forehead involuntarily. The scar tingled under his fingertips. What was the message? The nomad's mouth opened. And the voice that came out was not hers. It was layered, for voices speaking in unison, recorded in her memory and played back through her throat with a fidelity that should have been impossible. The words were Tom Riddle's, but twisted, distorted, as if they'd been filtered through something vast and ancient that didn't quite understand human speech patterns. Tell the boy with the scar. I'm coming home. The nomad's eyes rolled back. She collapsed. Not unconscious, vampires didn't faint, but shut down, her mind retreating from the thing that had used her vocal cords as a telephone line. Harry caught her before she hit the ground and lowered her gently to the moss. He knelt beside her for a moment, his jaw tight, his mind racing. Then he pulled out his phone. Edward answered on the second ring. Harry. I need Carlisle. Now. And clear the house, I'm bringing someone in. 20 minutes later, the nomad, her name was Kezia, she managed to whisper when she came back to herself, was seated in the Cullens' living room, wrapped in a blanket she didn't need for warmth but seemed to need for everything else. Esme had given it to her without being asked, because Esme had the preternatural ability to identify exactly what a person needed and provide it before they knew they needed it themselves. The family was assembled. Harry stood near the window, close enough to the proceedings to be present but far enough to give Kezia space. Carlisle crouched in front of her, speaking in the measured, gentle voice of a doctor who'd had 300 years to perfect his bedside manner. You're safe here, Kezia. No one will hurt you. Can you tell us more about what happened? Kezia's crimson eyes moved across the room, registering threats and exits with the automatic calculation of a predator displaced. She lingered on Jasper, recognizing the combat readiness in his posture, and on Harry, whose hybrid nature confused her instincts visibly. There were 4 of them, she said. They came out of the desert at dusk. We smelled them before we saw them, they smelled wrong. Like vampires, but rotten. Like something dead wearing a vampire's skin. She pulled the blanket tighter. Marcus, one of our group, tried to talk to them. The closest one grabbed his head and, I don't know what it did. Marcus's eyes went black. Just, drained of color, like ink filling a glass. And then he turned on us. He was converted, Harry said from the window. Every head turned to him. The corruption is transmissible. Physical contact, energy transfer, somehow they're spreading it. You've seen this before, Jasper said. Not a question. I've seen the theory. Harry moved closer, carefully, keeping his movements slow enough to be non-threatening to Kezia. May I? I need to check something. I won't touch you. Kezia hesitated, then nodded. Harry activated his bond sight and looked at her, really looked. The web of connections surrounding her was ragged, shredded by trauma and displacement. Normal bonds, to territory, to her destroyed group, to her sense of self, were frayed and raw. But underneath, threaded through her like a hair-thin wire, was a dark filament. The same signature he'd found in the corrupted deer. It was faint in her, a trace amount, left by proximity rather than direct infection, but it was there. You're carrying a residue, Harry said quietly. Not an infection, you're not compromised. But whatever those things are, being near them left a mark on you. Kezia's eyes widened. Can you remove it? Harry considered. His magic could purge it, he was fairly certain. But doing so in front of the entire Cullen family would mean demonstrating capabilities he'd planned to reveal more gradually. He looked at Carlyle, who met his gaze with steady golden eyes. Sometimes trust had to be shown, not explained. Hold still, Harry said. He drew his wand. Alice leaned forward on the couch, fascinated. Emmett's eyebrows climbed toward his hairline. Rosalie, leaning against the dining room doorframe with her arms crossed, went very still. Expecto Patronum. The spell tore through him with a force that still, after 7 years, took his breath away. In his first life, the Patronus had been a silver stag, his father's form, a connection to a man he'd never known. Here, reborn, reshaped by vampire blood and death's passage and 7 years of becoming something new, the Patronus had changed. It erupted from the wand tip in a blaze of golden fire, not silver, not anymore. It coalesced into a shape that filled the room with warmth and light, a phoenix. Not fox, not quite, but something drawn from the same archetype, a bird of impossible beauty, wreathed in golden flames that radiated a heat the vampires could feel but that didn't burn. The phoenix circled Kezia once, trailing sparks, and the dark filament in her connections shriveled and died. She gasped, a small, involuntary sound, and her shoulders dropped as tension she hadn't known she was carrying released. The Patronus dissipated. Golden motes drifted through the air and faded. Silence. What, Emmett said with deep feeling, was that? A guardian spell, Harry said, holstering his wand. It's powered by positive emotion, the strongest memory of happiness you have. It destroys things that feed on despair, fear, and darkness. Your strongest happy memory produces that. Alice whispered. Harry didn't answer. His strongest happy memory in this life was the morning Alaric had taught him to run in the mountains, the first time he'd felt truly free, truly alive, truly home. His strongest happy memory from his first life was sitting in the Gryffindor common room with Ron and Hermione, doing nothing in particular, being exactly where he belonged. Some things were too precious to explain. Carlyle stood slowly. His expression had undergone a transformation, the professional composure replaced by something raw and reverent. In 300 years, he said, I have never seen anything like that. There's more where that came from. Harry met Carlyle's eyes. But right now, I need to know about those corrupted vampires. Kezia, how many were there, and which direction were they heading? Kezia, looking steadier than she had since arriving, frowned in concentration. For that I saw. But the way they moved, coordinated, like a pack, like they shared one mind, it felt like more were out there. They were heading north. Following the mountain ranges. Coming here, Jasper said. Coming toward whatever's drawing them here, Harry corrected. He looked at Jasper. Can you map it? The nomad traffic you mentioned, the increased activity over 6 months. If we overlay the corrupted sightings with the nomad movement patterns, we might see a convergence pattern. Jasper nodded, his eyes sharp with strategic interest. I'll start on it today. I'll help. Harry moved toward the door, then stopped. Turned back to Kezia. You're welcome to stay in the area. The Cullens hunt animals, it's unusual, but it works. Or if you'd rather move on, head northeast. Avoid anything south. Why are you helping me? Kezia asked. You don't know me. Harry shrugged. Someone helped me once, when I was lost and afraid and didn't know who to trust. He was a giant, literally, 8 feet tall, and he showed up on a rock in the middle of the ocean and told me I was a wizard. Changed my life. He smiled. Figured I'd pay it forward. He left the Cullen house with the dawn light filtering through clouds, carrying the sound of Hagrid's laugh in a place behind his ribs where he kept the things that mattered most. School was an exercise in compartmentalization. Harry sat through American literature while his mind ran probability calculations on corrupted vampire vectors and convergence patterns. He answered questions about Fitzgerald's green light while thinking about black-eyed monsters heading north with a dead man's message in their throats. He smiled at classmates and made small talk and played the role of the charming new student while, underneath, the soldier who'd survived the Battle of Hogwarts quietly prepared for war. Art class was third period. Harry walked in, took his easel, and discovered that the still life arrangement had been replaced by a partner project. Collaborative portraiture, announced Mr. Sullivan, the art teacher, who had the shaggy, paint-splattered look of someone who'd started teaching high school art as a temporary measure 30 years ago and just kept going. You'll be drawing your partner. Working in pairs. I've already made the assignments, no switching, no complaining, this is about learning to see someone else as they are, not as you want them to be. He read the pairs. Harry listened with half attention until, Hale and Sanguis. Rosalie, 3 easels away, went rigid. Harry heard her jaw clench from across the room, actually heard the faint grinding of teeth, which in a vampire was less a sign of stress and more an engineering marvel. He picked up his supplies and carried them to the easel beside hers. Partner, he said. I heard. Her voice could have frosted glass. I should warn you, my artistic abilities haven't improved since last class. Your portrait may end up looking more like a police sketch. An unflattering one. Just sit still and try not to be distracting. Is that likely to be a problem? She shot him a look that was equal parts annoyance and involuntary amusement, the latter of which she clearly resented. Sit. Harry sat on the stool across from her and tried to hold still while Rosalie began to sketch. She worked with the confident, precise strokes of someone who had decades of practice and the steady hands of someone whose muscles never trembled and whose eyes never lost focus. Her concentration was total, brow slightly furrowed, lips slightly parted, golden eyes moving between him and the paper with mechanical precision. He used the time to look at her. Not with Bond's sight, that felt invasive in this context, too much like reading someone's diary, but with his actual eyes. The way a person looks at another person when they have nowhere else to be and no reason to pretend. She was beautiful. Obviously. Objectively. In the way that sunsets and avalanches were beautiful, overwhelming, impersonal, almost aggressive in their aesthetic dominance. But that wasn't what interested him. What interested him was the way she held the charcoal, not delicately, like someone afraid of breaking something, but firmly, with purpose. The way her other hand rested on the easel's edge, fingers slightly splayed, grounding herself. The grease under her thumbnail that she hadn't quite gotten out, a remnant of mechanical work that her vampire perfection couldn't entirely conceal. You work on cars, he said. She didn't look up. Stop moving your mouth. I'm serious. You've got engine grease under your nail. Left thumb. Her hand twitched. She glanced down, saw the grease, and her expression flickered, embarrassment, then defiance, then something guarded and surprised that he'd noticed. I restore them, she said. Cars. Engines. Mechanical systems. That's impressive. Don't. Don't what? Don't compliment me in that tone. The "oh, how unexpected for someone who looks like you" tone. I've heard it 1,000 times. Harry tilted his head. I wasn't thinking about what you look like. I was thinking about what it takes to understand a complex mechanical system well enough to restore it. That requires spatial reasoning, material science, problem solving under constraints. It's not a dilettante's hobby. She stopped drawing. Looked at him directly for the first time since they'd sat down. Her golden eyes searched his face with an intensity that a human would have found unbearable. Most people, she said slowly, when they look at me, don't think past my face. I'm not most people. No. You're not. She went back to drawing, but something had changed in the quality of the silence between them. The hostility hadn't vanished, it was too deeply embedded for that, too much a part of her defense architecture, but it had thinned. A window, cracked open a centimeter. Harry tried to draw her. The result was, as predicted, terrible. He got the proportions wrong, the eyes uneven, the hair a disaster. But he spent a long time on the hands, the strong, capable hands with the grease under the thumbnail, and those came out better. Almost right. When Mr. Sullivan called time, Rosalie turned her easel to show him her sketch. Harry stared. She'd drawn him exactly as he was, not idealized, not softened. The dark hair falling across the forehead, the scar visible, the jaw that was a little too sharp for classical beauty. But his eyes, she'd spent most of her time on the eyes. They were the exact shade of green, and they held something that Harry recognized but couldn't name. A quality of attention. Of presence. As if the person in the drawing was really looking at you, and when they looked, they saw everything. That's remarkable, he said, and meant it. I draw what I see. She glanced at his easel, where her portrait looked like it had been rendered during a minor earthquake. Her lip curled. You weren't kidding about the police sketch. I tried. You got the hands wrong. I got the hands least wrong. She looked at his drawing again, at the hands he'd labored over, the hands that built and fixed and created. Something shifted in her expression. A micro-movement, the barest softening around the eyes, there and gone so fast that anyone without vampire perception would have missed it. The hands are okay, she conceded. From Rosalie Hale, Harry understood, that was practically a declaration of undying affection. Jasper was waiting for him after school, leaning against the silver Volvo with his arms crossed and his honey-blonde hair catching the watery sunlight that had made a brief, startled appearance through the clouds. Walk with me, Jasper said. They walked. Not toward the school, not toward the parking lot, but along the tree line at the campus edge, where the forest pressed against the manicured grass like a wild thing testing a fence. Jasper moved with the loose, watchful gait of a man who'd spent a century reading rooms and battlefields and the spaces between them. I mapped the nomad movements, Jasper said without preamble. Overlaid them with known corrupted sightings from Kezia's account and the chatter we've been picking up from allies. He paused. You were right. It's a spiral. The movements are converging on this area in a tightening pattern, like water circling a drain. How tight? At current trajectory, the outer edge of the spiral reaches forks within 3 weeks. Whatever these things are, they're not just heading north. They're heading here. Specifically here. Harry absorbed this. 3 weeks. Less time than he'd hoped. More than he'd feared. What's your military assessment? He asked. Jasper's eyes sharpened with something like respect. Most people didn't ask him that, didn't look at the quiet, reserved Cullen and see the strategist underneath. Conventional vampire combat, we're well positioned. 7 experienced fighters, plus you as an unknown variable, plus the wolf pack if we can coordinate. But these aren't conventional opponents. If they transmit corruption through contact, traditional engagement rules don't apply. We can't afford prolonged physical exchanges. Then we don't do prolonged physical exchanges. We purge and disable at range. With your magic. With my magic. And with preparation. Harry stopped walking. Jasper, I need to ask you something directly, and I need a direct answer. Jasper turned to face him. Ask. You were a soldier. A real one, not a peacetime soldier, not a training exercise veteran. You fought and you led and you lost people. I can see it in the way you move. Jasper's expression didn't change, but something behind his eyes flickered, an old pain, carefully contained. The Southern Vampire Wars. I was turned to fight in them. I led armies of newborns for a vampire named Maria. 4 decades. Then you understand what I'm about to say. This isn't a skirmish. What's coming, the corrupted vampires, the force behind them, it's a war. Not the kind you win with bravery and good intentions. The kind you win with intelligence, coordination, and the willingness to do hard things before they become impossible things. Jasper studied him. The empatha's gift reached out, tasting Harry's emotional landscape, and found, Harry knew, steady resolve layered over deep worry layered over the unshakable core of someone who'd already fought the worst war imaginable and survived it. "You've done this before," Jasper said quietly. "I was 17 the first time. I was leading children against a dark wizard who'd terrorized the world for decades. We won, but the cost," Harry's jaw tightened. "The cost was too high. This time, I want to be smarter. Faster. I want to see it coming and meet it before it arrives." Jasper nodded slowly. "Then we need to talk about the wolves." "I know. I'm going to see them. The treaty line is inviolable. Carlyle's word. Then I'll go to the line and wait. If they're worth working with, they'll come to me." Jasper almost smiled. "You're either very brave or very stupid. In my experience, the two are closely related." They walked back to the parking lot. At the Volvo, Jasper paused. "For what it's worth, I believe you. The war, the soldier's instincts, the weight of command. I recognize it. I don't trust easily, but I trust pattern recognition, and everything about you reads as genuine." "Thank you." "Don't thank me yet. If you're wrong about what's coming, we've panicked a coven and antagonized a pack for nothing. If you're right, if I'm right, we'll need each other." Jasper extended his hand. Harry shook it. Cool fingers met warm ones, and an alliance was forged that had nothing to do with politics and everything to do with two soldiers recognizing the same shadow on the horizon. The treaty line was invisible to human senses but impossible to miss for anything supernatural. It ran along the Quileute boundary like a wall of intention, not physical, not magical, but a negotiated reality so deeply embedded in the territory's fabric that the land itself seemed to acknowledge it. This side, vampire territory. That side, wolf land. Cross at your peril. Harry walked to the line and sat down. The forest floor was damp, covered in a thick carpet of fallen needles and decomposing leaves that smelled like the earth's own cologne. He sat cross-legged, rested his hands on his knees, and waited. He didn't have to wait long. They came through the trees like ghosts, massive, silent for their size, forms blurring between the trunks. The first to emerge was a wolf the size of a small horse, jet black, with intelligent dark eyes that assessed Harry with a directness that had nothing to do with animal instinct and everything to do with the man inside. Two more flanked him. A dark silver wolf and a russet brown one, younger, rangy, moving with the coiled energy of someone who hadn't yet learned to conserve it. The brown one's eyes were sharper than the others, curious where they were cautious, bold where they were guarded. Harry didn't stand. Didn't tense. He'd learned something in his first life about dealing with people who expected you to be afraid. The most disarming thing you could do was simply, not be. "Sam Yulee," he said to the black wolf. "I'd shake your hand, but I think you'd need to phase for that, and I'm guessing you'd rather keep the tactical advantage." The black wolf's eyes narrowed. Then, with a shift so smooth it looked like a special effect, Sam Yulee stood where the wolf had been, tall, dark-skinned, heavily muscled, wearing nothing but a pair of shorts and an expression that could have been carved from the same basalt as the La Push cliffs. "You know my name," Sam said. "I know a few things. I know you lead this pack. I know your people have protected this territory for generations. And I know that something is coming that threatens every living thing in this region, your people included. The Cullens sent you. Nobody sends me anywhere. I came because I have information you need, and because I'd rather have allies than enemies." The silver wolf growled low in its throat. Sam held up a hand, a gesture so natural and authoritative that the growl cut off immediately. "Alpha command, expressed in human form. Impressive. You smell like a leech," Sam said bluntly. "Your heart beats like a human. You walked to the treaty line and sat down like you were waiting for a bus. I've never encountered anything like you." "That's fair. I've never encountered shapeshifters who turn into wolves the size of SUVs. We're even." The russet brown wolf huffed. It sounded, improbably, like a laugh. Sam's expression didn't waver. What information? Harry told him. Not everything, not the personal history, not the hybrid details, not his father, but the practical intelligence. Corrupted vampires moving in coordinated packs, heading toward Forks. A nomad who'd barely escaped them. The spiral pattern converging on this location. The wrongness in the earth that Sam, as someone supernaturally connected to the land, had almost certainly felt. He watched Sam's face as he spoke and saw recognition bloom there, reluctant, uncomfortable, but undeniable. "We felt it," Sam admitted. "The elders say the land is sick. Dreams have been wrong, the pack shares dreams sometimes, a side effect of the mind link. For weeks, the shared dreams have been dark. Underground. Something moving in the deep places. It's real. And it's getting worse. What is it? I'm still determining the specifics. But it's old, it's powerful, and it's connected to the foundation of what vampires are. If it wakes fully, every vampire on Earth could be compromised. Including the ones your pack is sworn to defend against." Sam processed this with the methodical thoroughness of a leader who'd been carrying an impossible burden since he was a teenager. Harry recognized it, the weight. The two young shoulders. Sam was what, 20? 21. Leading a pack of shapeshifters against supernatural threats, trying to protect a reservation of people who didn't know what lurked in their forests. He'd been doing this since he was 15 or 16. Harry had been fighting a war since he was 11. He knew what it cost. "Why should I trust you?" Sam asked. "You're half vampire. Everything I am exists to destroy what you are. Everything you are exists to protect your people. Right now, the biggest threat to your people isn't me. It's the thing in the ground. I'm offering intelligence, coordination, and capabilities your pack doesn't have." "Such as?" Harry held up his hand. A sphere of golden light materialized above his palm, warm, pulsing, alive with the particular energy of magic that had nothing to do with vampirism or shape-shifting. Sam's eyes widened. The wolves behind him shifted uneasily, but not with hostility, with awe. The magic resonated with something in them, something earthy and ancestral. Their traditions spoke of spirit warriors and magical transformation. This was a language they recognized. "Magic," Harry said. "The kind that purifies corruption. The kind that heals what these things break." Sam stared at the light. Then at Harry. The decision formed behind his eyes, not trust, not yet, but the pragmatic recognition that you don't turn away a weapon when the enemy is at the gate. "We won't cross the treaty line," Sam said. "But we'll share intelligence. And if these things you're describing reach our territory, you fight them on your side, I fight them on mine, and we coordinate." "How?" Harry pulled out a small stone from his pocket, one of a dozen he'd enchanted that morning, carved with communication runes adapted from his first life's knowledge. "Hold this and speak. I'll hear it. Works both ways." Sam took the stone, turned it over in his fingers. "Spirit magic." "Close enough." The russet brown wolf phased. The kid, and he was a kid, 16 or 17, all long limbs and barely restrained energy, grinned at Harry with an openness that was almost jarring after Sam's careful reserve. "I'm Jacob," he said. "That was the coolest thing I've ever seen. Can you do other stuff? Can you make things fly? Can you, Jacob?" Sam's voice carried the quiet weight of absolute authority. "Right. Sorry. Serious time." Jacob was still grinning. "But seriously. Can you make things fly?" Harry laughed. He couldn't help it. The kid's enthusiasm was a balm after the tension, a reminder that not everything in the supernatural world was ancient and terrible. "Yes. I can make things fly. Among other things." "Cool." Sam gave Jacob a look that promised a conversation later, then turned back to Harry. 3 days. Bring me something concrete, numbers, timeline, a plan, and I'll bring it to the council. 3 days. You'll have it. Sam phased and disappeared into the trees. Jacob lingered, still in human form, bouncing slightly on the balls of his feet. So, you're like, a vampire wizard? Something like that. And you're going to the high school? Like, sitting in class and stuff? Apparently that's what teenagers do. Jacob shook his head, marveling. Man, your life is weird. You turn into a giant wolf. Fair point. Jacob's grin faded slightly, and something more serious surfaced. The dreams Sam mentioned, I've been having them too. Underground, in the dark. Something big. And in the dream, it has a voice. Calm. Patient. Like it's been waiting forever and it doesn't mind waiting a little longer. Harry's skin prickled. What does it say? It says, soon. Jacob shrugged, trying for casual and not quite making it. Anyway. Nice to meet you, Vampire Wizard Harry. Try not to be evil. I'll do my best. Jacob phased and was gone, a flash of russet fur vanishing between the trees. Harry stood alone at the treaty line, the communication stone's twin warm in his pocket, and felt the ground beneath his feet pulse with that slow, terrible heartbeat. Soon. Not if he had anything to say about it. In Volterra, Italy, the throne room of the Volturi was as beautiful and cold as a cathedral designed by someone who'd read about mercy but never experienced it personally. Arrow sat on his throne, the center one, slightly elevated, because Arrow understood symbolism the way a surgeon understood anatomy. He held a porcelain cup of something that was not tea in hands that were as pale and papery as the skin of an onion, and he listened to the report with an expression of delighted concentration that would have been more appropriate at a concert than a military briefing. A hybrid, he said, tasting the word. Vampire human. A beating heart. And, he leaned forward, eyes widening. Magic? You're certain? The scout, a minor member of the guard, talented at observation, forgettable enough to be useful, nodded nervously. I observed from a distance, master. The subject produced a luminous construct from a wooden implement. It appeared to be, alive. The construct purified a corrupted vampire's trace contamination in seconds. A wooden implement. Arrow's lips twitched. A wand. How wonderfully medieval. He set down his cup and steepled his fingers. The delight in his eyes was genuine. Arrow's enthusiasm for the exceptional was perhaps his most human quality, and his most dangerous one. What else? He resides near Forks, Washington. He has made contact with the Cullen Coven and appears to be establishing an alliance. He is also, the scout hesitated. He approached the Quileute shapeshifters. Voluntarily. Without hostility. Fascinating. A bridge builder. Arrow turned to his left, where Marcus sat with the boneless languor of someone who had stopped caring about anything several centuries ago. Marcus, old friend. Your thoughts. Marcus's burgundy eyes were fixed on something no one else could see. His gift, the ability to perceive the bonds between individuals, operated constantly, a running feed of relationship data that he could no more turn off than a human could stop breathing. The bonds surrounding this individual are unusual. Unusual how? They reach. Marcus frowned, and the expression looked foreign on a face that had been carefully blank for 2,000 years. His connections extend further than they should. Beyond the immediate. Beyond the local. They reach toward something I cannot see, as if part of him is bonded to a place that doesn't exist in our world. Arrow's stillness was the stillness of a predator that has spotted something extraordinary. Another world. I cannot confirm that. I can only describe what I see. On Arrow's right, Caius had listened to the entire report with the rigid, escalating fury of a fundamentalist confronted with heresy. His white blonde hair framed a face that had been handsome once and was now primarily a vehicle for contempt. A hybrid, Caius said, and the word dripped from his mouth like venom. An abomination. A violation of every law we have established. We have no law against hybrids, brother. Then we should create one. Immediately. And enforce it retroactively. Arrow sighed, a theatrical sigh, performative and precise. Caius, your enthusiasm for legislation is admirable, but let us not be hasty. A being that combines vampire abilities with true magic, actual, demonstrable magic, is unprecedented. If he can purify corruption, if he can do what this report suggests, then he is a threat. Or an asset. He is a threat because he could be an asset. Anything that powerful, outside our control, is a weapon pointed at our heads. Arrow considered this with the appearance of deep thought, though his decision had been made the moment the word magic left the scout's mouth. We will investigate. Personally. Caius's eyes narrowed. You would go to Forks. I would send Jane and Dimitri. Our finest. A diplomatic overture, not hostile, not aggressive. Merely, curious. Arrow smiled, and it was the smile of someone who collected beautiful things and had just heard about the most beautiful thing in the world. After all, we are the guardians of our species. It is our responsibility to understand new developments. For everyone's safety. And if the hybrid resists your curiosity, then we will have learned something valuable about his character. Arrow's smile widened. Aren't you curious, brother? In 3,000 years, have you ever heard of anything like this? Caius was not curious. Caius was afraid, and afraid men with power were the most dangerous creatures in any world. But he held his tongue, because Arrow's decisions were final in everything except name, and challenging them openly required more political capital than Caius was willing to spend. Jane, Arrow called. Dimitri. They materialized from the shadows with the silent, instantaneous obedience of weapons responding to their wielder's hand. Jane, small, angelic, with the face of a Renaissance cherub and the soul of something considerably less charitable. Dimitri, tall, olive-skinned, handsome in the way that a well-designed blade was handsome. You will travel to Forks, Washington, Arrow said pleasantly. You will find this hybrid. You will observe. You will introduce yourselves and extend our warmest regards. A pause. And Jane. Do try to make a good impression. Jane's smile was a masterwork of controlled malice. Of course, master. 3 days passed. 3 days of school and patrols and mapping and the slow, steady work of building alliances that Harry recognized from his first life as the unsexy but essential foundation of any successful resistance. He and Jasper spent hours in the Cullen's study, bent over maps and data. Jasper was brilliant, not just tactically smart but systemically intelligent, the kind of mind that saw patterns in noise and connections in chaos. They established communication protocols, patrol rotations, contingency plans. Jasper deferred to Harry's magical expertise without ego, and Harry deferred to Jasper's century of combat experience without pretension. It was the most productive working relationship Harry had experienced since Hermione. He visited the treaty line twice more. Sam brought 2 members of the council, older men who looked at Harry with the careful, heavy gaze of people who carried their people's history in their bones. They asked questions. Harry answered honestly. By the second visit, the council had agreed to shared patrols along the boundary, wolves on their side, Harry on his, communication stones linking them in real time. Jacob found excuses to show up at every meeting, full of questions and enthusiasm and the particular energy of a 16-year-old who had recently discovered that the universe was far more interesting than he'd been told. Harry liked him. There was something about Jacob's directness, his lack of guile, that reminded him of Ron, not in personality but in the quality of his friendship. Open. Uncomplicated. Real. You ever miss it? Jacob asked during their second meeting, sitting on a fallen log on the wolf side of the line while Harry sat on a rock on the vampire side, two teenagers having a conversation across an invisible border. Your old life? Harry considered the question with the seriousness it deserved. I missed the people. My best friends, they were everything. The kind of friends who walk into danger with you without being asked, who stay when anyone rational would leave. I miss them every day. But not the life itself. The life itself was mostly terror, starvation, and a genocidal dark wizard trying to kill me. So, no. Jacob laughed. Yeah, okay. That tracks. What about you? Do you miss being normal? Jacob's smile faded into something more complex. I was never going to be normal. My dad's in a wheelchair. My mom's dead. I grew up on a reservation where the average income is, whatever. But yeah. Sometimes I miss not knowing about vampires and monsters and ancient evil things under the ground. Sometimes I miss being bored. Boredom is underrated. Massively. They sat in comfortable silence. The forest breathed around them. In the distance, a wolf howled, Leah, on patrol. Jacob cocked his head, listening to something Harry couldn't hear through the pack link. She's curious about you, Jacob said. Leah. She won't admit it, but she's been asking questions. She doesn't fit standard categories either, only female wolf in recorded history. I think she likes that you don't fit either. Tell her she's welcome to come talk to me. I don't bite. Harry paused. Often. Jacob threw a pinecone at him. Harry caught it without looking. Art class became, against all probability, the high point of Harry's school days. The partner portrait project extended across the week. Mr. Sullivan, displaying either pedagogical wisdom or simple laziness, gave them free rein to develop their pieces, and Harry and Rosalie settled into a rhythm that was unlike anything either of them had experienced. She drew him with clinical precision and hidden intensity. He drew her with enthusiastic incompetence and genuine attention. They talked while they worked, not about vampires or corruption or existential threats, but about engines and engineering and the particular satisfaction of making something broken work again. The 1967 Shelby GT 500, Rosalie said on Wednesday, her charcoal moving in confident strokes. That's my current project. I found the body in a salvage yard outside Portland. Rusted through, engine block cracked, interior completely gone. Everyone said it was scrap. But you didn't. I saw what it could be. Under the rust, the lines were still there. The engineering, Carroll Shelby designed that car to be driven, not just admired. Every component serves a purpose. It's beautiful because it's functional. How long have you been working on it? 8 months. The engine's rebuilt. Transmissions custom, I machined 3 parts myself because the originals were discontinued. Interiors next. She paused, and something vulnerable flickered across her face. Emmett says I should just buy a new one. He doesn't understand. He doesn't understand that building it is the point. She looked at him. No. He doesn't. I do. Harry leaned back on his stool. In a school I attended, there was a class called potions. Terrible teacher, but the discipline itself was extraordinary. You had to follow precise steps, understand material interactions, respect the process. You couldn't rush it. You couldn't force it. You had to let the thing become what it wanted to be. That's exactly it. The surprise in her voice was genuine, the surprise of someone who'd stopped expecting to be understood. Everyone thinks I do it for the result. The finished car, the perfect engine. But I do it for the process. The hours. The problem solving. The moment when something that was broken starts to work again. Harry thought about broken connections and the patience required to rebuild them. He thought about Rosalie's architecture of rage and pain and the furious hope buried underneath, and he said, some of the most beautiful things in the world are things that were broken and rebuilt. They're stronger the second time. Rosalie's charcoal stopped moving. She stared at her paper, not at him, and for a moment her perfection cracked and something raw and unprotected showed through, a woman who had been destroyed and had rebuilt herself, piece by piece, year by year, with the same determination she brought to her cars. A woman who had never, in 90 years, heard someone describe her process without trivializing it. "Don't," she started, and her voice was rough. "Don't say things like that if you don't mean them." "I don't say things I don't mean. Ask anyone. It's a character flaw." She looked at him then. Really looked, with vampire eyes that could count the threads in fabric across a room, that could read a license plate from a mile away, that could see in spectrums humans couldn't name. She looked at him, and what she saw, whatever she saw, made her breath catch. "You're a terrible artist," she said. "Absolutely. Your proportions are wrong. My nose isn't that big. I'm working on it. You should work harder. Maybe you could teach me." She blinked. Opened her mouth. Closed it. For possibly the first time in her undead existence, Rosalie Hale was at a loss for words. "Maybe," she said finally. Harry smiled. She did not smile back. But she didn't glare either, and from Rosalie, that was practically a marriage proposal. They came on a Friday. Harry felt them approaching from the south, two cold signatures, fast, purposeful, carrying the particular electromagnetic shimmer of gifted vampires. He was in the Cullens' living room when his awareness pinged, helping Jasper refine the convergence map, and he went still mid-sentence. "Company," he said. Every Cullen in the house reacted. Jasper straightened, his body shifting into combat readiness with the mechanical precision of a weapon being cocked. Alice's eyes went distant, then alarmed. "Volturi," she said. "Jane. Dimitri. They're here for you, Harry." Edward appeared from upstairs, Emmett from the garage, Rosalie from wherever Rosalie went when she needed to be alone with her thoughts. Carlyle emerged from his study with Esme at his side. The family assembled with the practiced fluidity of people who'd faced threats before and survived by standing together. "They're 2 miles south and closing," Harry said. "Moving at standard approach speed, not an attack run. They want us to know they're coming." "Jane," Jasper said, and there was a world of information in the way he said her name. "Pain projection. I've been briefed." Harry rolled his shoulders. "Let them come. Better to have this conversation now than later." "Harry," Carlyle began. "If I run, they'll report a coward. If I fight, they'll report a threat. If I stand here, calm and reasonable and stronger than they expect, they'll report an unknown quantity. And unknown quantities make Arrow curious. Curious is better than hostile." Carlyle looked at him with an expression that was becoming familiar, the look of someone recognizing a kind of strategic maturity that shouldn't exist in a face that young. "You've dealt with political power before. I grew up in the shadow of a corrupt government and a genocidal dictator. Political power and I are old friends. They came through the front door without knocking, because the Volturi didn't knock. Knocking implied that permission was needed, and the Volturi hadn't needed permission for anything in 3,000 years. Jane was small. That was the first thing, disarmingly, deliberately small, with a face that belonged on a Renaissance painting of an angel and eyes that belonged on nothing good. She wore the gray cloak of the guard with the casual authority of someone who'd been wearing it since before America was a concept. Her crimson eyes swept the room with the bored competence of an apex predator surveying a zoo. Dimitri was behind her. Tall, handsome in a Mediterranean way, with the smooth, diplomatic bearing of someone whose job required equal facility with conversation and violence. His gift was tracking, the ability to lock onto a mind's unique signature and follow it anywhere on Earth. Harry could feel it reaching toward him the moment they entered the room, a subtle mental tendril seeking purchase. It slid off him like water off glass. His hybrid mind, part Occlumens, part vampire, part something else entirely, didn't have a single signature for Dimitri's gift to lock onto. It had layers. Trying to track Harry was like trying to grab smoke. Dimitri's eyes widened fractionally. He covered it well, but Harry saw it. "Carlyle," Jane said, and her tone made the name sound like a concession. "My master sends his warmest regards. Jane. Dimitri. Welcome." Carlyle's voice was calm, polished, the product of centuries of navigating exactly this kind of encounter. "To what do we owe the pleasure? Arrow has heard rumors of a curiosity in your territory." Jane's gaze locked onto Harry. "A hybrid. He is eager to learn more." "Then he should have come himself," Harry said. The room temperature seemed to drop. Jane's angelic face went very still. "I mean no disrespect to Arrow," Harry continued, keeping his voice pleasant and his posture relaxed. "But I'm not a subject to be investigated by emissaries. If the leader of the Volturi wants to discuss my nature and my presence here, I'm happy to have that conversation. With him. Directly." Jane's smile was a knife wrapped in silk. Perhaps a demonstration of why cooperation is advisable. Harry felt the gift hit him like a wave. Jane's pain, the psychic projection of agony into a target's mind, reportedly the most excruciating sensation a vampire could experience, a weapon that had brought ancients to their knees and reduced warriors to begging. It struck his occlumency shields and broke. Not deflected. Not redirected. Broken. His shields didn't just block the pain, they absorbed it, analyzed it, and dissipated it into nothing. The technique was something he'd developed over 7 years, fusing Snape's harsh occlumency instruction with the natural mental fortification of his vampire heritage. Jane's gift was powerful, but it was essentially a mental attack, and Harry Potter had been fighting mental attacks since Voldemort started sending him visions at 14. He didn't flinch. Didn't blink. Didn't react at all. Jane's eyes widened. The angelic composure cracked, and for a bare instant, Harry saw what was underneath, not malice but fear. Her gift was her identity. It was the only thing that made her valuable, the only thing that kept her safe, the only thing that stood between her and the terrifying vulnerability of being a small, unimposing vampire in a world of monsters. And it had just failed. She tried again. Harder. Harry felt it like a distant itch, annoying, nothing more. "I felt worse," Harry said quietly. And then, because he understood fear and the desperate things it drove people to, he added, more gently, "Your gift is impressive, Jane. Truly. But it won't work on me. It's not a reflection of your power, it's a reflection of my nature. I'm built differently." Jane stared at him. The fear cycled through confusion and into something that might, with time and patience, become a grudging and hostile respect. Dimitri stepped forward, diplomatic instincts engaging. "Our master meant no offense. We are here to observe and report. Your immunity to Jane's gift will be of great interest to Arrow." "I'm sure it will." Harry moved to the center of the room, placing himself between the Volturi guards and the Cullens with a casualness that was entirely deliberate. "Here's what you can report: I am a hybrid. Vampire father, human mother. I have abilities that are unique to my nature. I am not a member of the Cullen Coven, but I consider them allies. I am not a threat to the Volturi, unless the Volturi choose to make me one." He held Dimitri's gaze. "And I have information about a threat to every vampire on Earth, including your masters, that makes political posturing a dangerous waste of time. If Arrow is as intelligent as I've been told, he'll want to hear it from me directly." Dimitri studied him for a long moment. Then he turned to Jane, who was still staring at Harry with the fixed, predatory intensity of someone recalculating every assumption they'd ever made about the power hierarchy of the world. "We will convey your message," Dimitri said smoothly. "And your invitation." "Good." They left. No ceremony, no parting threats. Just gone, two shadows melting back into the forest, heading south toward an ancient city where a 3,000-year-old collector had just received the most interesting report of his very long life. The Cullens exhaled collectively. That was, Emmett started. Insane, Rosalie finished from the doorway. She was looking at Harry with an expression he couldn't quite parse, somewhere between admiration and exasperation, colored with the particular anxiety of someone who cared more than she wanted to about whether the reckless idiot in front of her was going to get himself killed. It was necessary, Harry said. You just told the most powerful vampire organization on the planet to either come in person or don't bother. Edward's voice was flat with disbelief. Do you have any idea what, they were going to come regardless? Whether it was in 2 weeks or 2 months, Arrow was always going to appear on your doorstep. I just gave him a reason to come openly instead of plotting in the dark. Harry looked at Carlyle. Snakes hiding in grass, that's what worries me. Bears I can see coming. Carlyle was quiet for a moment. Then, softly, you are either the most calculated person I have ever met, or the most recklessly brave. Can't it be both? In my experience, Carlyle said with the ghost of a smile, it usually is. Night fell on Forks the way it always did, not dramatically, not decisively, but as a slow, reluctant surrender of gray light to slightly grayer darkness. The difference between day and night here was largely academic. The clouds never fully cleared, the sun never fully committed, and the forest existed in a permanent state of atmospheric ambiguity that suited its supernatural residents just fine. Harry ran. After the Volturi visit, after the strategy sessions and the political chess, he needed the forest's silence and the rhythm of his own heartbeat. He ran north along the river, following the water's silver thread through the trees, letting his mind process and sort and file. The corruption was spreading. The Volturi were coming. An ancient entity was stirring in the deep earth, wearing fragments of a dead dark wizard like a crown. 3 fronts, 3 timelines, all converging on a small town in Washington where a reborn wizard and a family of vegetarian vampires were trying to prevent the apocalypse. Harry laughed. The sound startled an owl out of a nearby tree. Same story, different century. At least this time he had better allies and worse weather. He slowed as he approached the river bend near the Cullen property. He hadn't planned to come here, his legs had just carried him this way, following some instinct or attraction that he wasn't ready to examine too closely. The sound of metal on metal drifted through the trees. Rhythmic, purposeful. Someone working. He found Rosalie in the detached garage that the Cullens maintained at the edge of their property, a structure that was, from the outside, a modest outbuilding and, from the inside, a professional-grade automotive workshop that would have made any mechanic weep with envy. She was under the Shelby. The 1967 GT500 she'd been telling him about, he recognized it instantly from her description, even though it was currently in approximately 10,000 pieces arranged around the garage with the organized precision of a surgical theater. The body had been stripped and reprimed, its curves emerging from the rust like something being unearthed. The engine block sat on a stand nearby, gleaming with the deep, mechanical beauty of precision engineering. Rosalie slid out from under the car on a creeper, a wrench in one hand and oil on her cheek. She saw him and went still. "Hi," Harry said from the doorway. "You're supposed to knock." The door was open. "It's a garage. Garage doors are always open." "Then how would I know to knock?" She glared at him. It was a magnificent glare, decades of practice refined into a single, withering expression that could have stopped a charging bull. Harry weathered it the way he weathered most of her aggression, with patience, warmth, and the quiet understanding that the glare was not about him. "I heard you working," he said. "I wasn't planning to come here. I was running, and I just ended up here." "That's not reassuring." It wasn't meant to be reassuring. It was meant to be honest. She sat up on the creeper, the wrench resting across her thigh. In the garage's work light, with oil on her face and her golden hair pulled back in a practical ponytail, she looked more real than he'd ever seen her. More like herself. The armor of perfect beauty was still there, but it was thinner here, in her space, surrounded by the things she'd built and fixed with her own hands. "You could have died today," she said. "Jane's gift didn't work on me. You didn't know that would happen. You stood there and let her try, and you didn't know." Harry leaned against the doorframe. "I was reasonably confident." "Reasonably confident?" Her voice rose. "That's your strategy? Reasonable confidence against the Volturi's most feared weapon? It's worked so far. So far is a terrible foundation for continued existence. I'll take that under advisement. Don't patronize me, Harry." He held up his hands. "I'm not." "You're right, it was a risk. A calculated one, but a risk. I don't like risks. I've just had more practice with them than most people." She studied him, and he let her. Let her vampire eyes catalogue every detail, the set of his jaw, the steadiness of his hands, the heartbeat that she could hear as clearly as if her ear were pressed to his chest. She was looking for fear and finding none, and that confused her, because in Rosalie's experience, fearless people were either stupid or lying. Harry was neither, and she was starting to realize it. "Tell me about the war," she said. "Which part?" "The part where you were 17 and walked into a forest to die." Harry was quiet for a long time. The garage hummed with the background noise of power tools on standby and the distant rush of the river. He walked to the engine stand and looked at the rebuilt block, precision machined, every surface clean, every component precisely where it belonged. A thing that had been broken and made whole again. "There was a prophecy," he said. "Neither can live while the other survives. Me or him. One of us had to die for the other to be killable." He traced a finger along the engine's valve cover. But there was a complication. He'd hidden pieces of his soul in objects, horcruxes. Destroying them was the only way to make him mortal again. And one of the pieces was inside me. Rosalie's breath caught. She didn't breathe out of necessity, but the reaction was genuine, the body remembering what it meant to be shocked. "He put a piece of his soul in you." "Not deliberately. It happened when he tried to kill me as an infant. His soul was so damaged from all the splitting that a fragment broke off and latched onto the only living thing in the room." Harry's voice was steady. He'd had 7 years to process this. The wound was scarred over, tough and permanent. "So I walked into the forest and let him kill me. Because it was the only way to destroy the last piece. The only way to save everyone. You were 17. I was 17. And you just accepted it. You didn't fight, didn't try to find another way. I spent 7 years trying to find another way. There wasn't one." He met her eyes. "I don't regret it. The people I loved survived. The war ended. That's enough." Rosalie stood. She moved across the garage slowly, not with vampire speed but with deliberate, human pacing, and stopped in front of him. Close. Close enough that he could feel the cool emanation of her skin and she could feel the warmth of his. "You were 17, she said again, and this time the words were shaped differently, not a question, not a statement, but an echo of recognition. Because Rosalie Hale had been 18 when she died. 18, walking home from a friend's house, murdered by the man she was supposed to marry. She hadn't chosen her death. Hadn't walked toward it willingly. It had found her in the dark and taken everything without asking. And here was someone who had chosen. Who had walked into his death with his eyes open and his heart breaking because it was the only way to save the people he loved. The bravery of it, the terrible, beautiful, infuriating bravery, hit her in a place she'd thought was permanently numb. "You're ridiculous," she whispered. "Probably. You're reckless and overconfident and you smile too much and you can't draw to save your life. All accurate. And you sat in front of Jane and didn't even flinch." I flinched internally. She was close enough now that he could see the gold flecks in her irises, the impossibly fine grain of her skin, the barely visible line where her jaw met her neck. Close enough to see the wall she lived behind, and the woman who lived behind the wall. Stop being brave, she said. For 5 minutes. Stop being the person who saves everyone. Just be a person. Can you do that? Harry looked at her. Rosalie Hale, who had been broken and had rebuilt herself with the same precision and determination that she'd brought to her cars. Who wore beauty like armor and rage like a crown. Who had not, in 90 years, let anyone close enough to see the parts of her that were still bleeding. What would a person do right now, he asked. A person would be afraid. Of the Volturi. Of the thing underground. Of standing in a garage with a woman who could crush a bowling ball with one hand. I am afraid, Harry said. Just not of those things. What are you afraid of? Losing this. He gestured between them, not a grand gesture, not dramatic, just a small movement of his hand that encompassed the garage and the Shelby and the oil on her cheek and the two of them standing too close in the light. Whatever this is. I'm afraid of losing it before it becomes whatever it's going to be. Rosalie stared at him. Behind her eyes, Bond's sight showed Harry something extraordinary, a new thread forming. Not fully built, not yet strong, but real. A connection that hadn't existed a week ago, stretching between them like the first filament of a bridge. Golden. Warm. Terrified. You don't know me, she said. I know you rebuilt a 1967 Shelby GT 500 from scrap because you saw what it could be. I know you have engine grease under your thumbnail because you use your hands for real things. I know you're the strongest person in a family of strong people, and I know that your strength isn't your body or your beauty, it's the fact that someone destroyed you and you put yourself back together, piece by piece, without anyone's help. Stop. And I know that you're terrified of letting anyone close because the last time you trusted someone, stop. Her voice cracked on the word. Not loudly, Rosalie Hale did not crack loudly, but along a fault line so deep and so private that exposing it to open air made the world shift. Harry stopped. He waited. The garage was very quiet. You see too much, she whispered. I know. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. Just, she exhaled. A long, unnecessary, deeply human breath. Just don't run. When you see the rest of it, when you see all of it, don't run. I walked into a forest to die for people I loved. Running isn't in my vocabulary. She shook her head. You're insane. You keep saying that. Because it keeps being true. And she didn't smile. Rosalie's smiles were rare and earned and not given to boys she'd known for a week, no matter how extraordinary they were, but the wall lowered by an inch. Just an inch. And through the gap, the warmth that leaked out was enough to tell Harry everything he needed to know about the woman on the other side. Teach me about the engine, he said. Show me what you've done. She blinked. You want me to teach you about engines? You said maybe. In art class. When I asked if you'd teach me. Consider this the follow-up. She looked at him for another long moment. Then she turned, walked to the engine stand, and picked up a wrench. This is a 428 Police Interceptor V8. Ford's answer to the Corvette's small block. It produces, wait. Harry held up a hand. What's a V8? Rosalie stared at him. You're serious. I grew up in a castle that didn't have electricity. My primary mode of transportation was a broomstick. A broomstick. A flying broomstick. I can't believe I'm fine. Fine. A V8 refers to the cylinder configuration. 8 cylinders arranged in a V pattern. She grabbed a piece of paper and started drawing. The combustion cycle works like this. They talked for 3 hours. Rosalie explained engines the way a poet explains language, with precision and passion and the underlying belief that understanding this thing was worth the effort. Harry listened with the genuine fascination of someone who'd grown up in a world of magic and had never needed to understand the mechanical principles that Muggles had developed to achieve their own miracles. She showed him the rebuilt transmission. He asked intelligent questions that proved he was paying attention. She showed him the hand-machined parts and he asked how she'd calculated the tolerances. She explained, and somewhere in the explanation, the tension drained from her shoulders and the armor thinned further, and she started talking with her hands, gesturing with the wrench, oil-smeared fingers tracing shapes in the air as she described compression ratios and torque curves with the evangelical fervor of a true believer. Harry watched her hands. The strong, capable, grease-stained hands that built and fixed and created. And he thought, this is what I'm afraid of losing. When he finally left, the sky was paling toward dawn. Rosalie walked him to the garage door, a concession of politeness that she would have denied making if asked. "Tomorrow," she said. "Art class. I'm going to fix your proportions if it kills you. I'll try to be proportional. You'll try harder than that." He grinned. She almost, smiled. Almost, but not quite. She was saving that for later, guarding it like a treasure, and Harry respected that. Some things had to be earned. He ran home through the forest as the first gray light of Fork's perpetual almost dawn filtered through the canopy. His heartbeat was steady. His mind was sharp. And threaded through his awareness, beneath the strategy and the politics and the approaching storm, was a filament of gold that hadn't been there a week ago. Something new. Something that scared him more than the Volturi and the progenitor combined. Something worth fighting for. Edward found him the next morning. Harry was sitting on the Treaty Line rock, his rock, now, the place where he sat between worlds, reading a book on automotive engineering that he'd ordered overnight because if Rosalie was going to teach him about engines, he was going to meet her halfway. Edward emerged from the trees with the quiet grace that came naturally to vampires, but that Edward specifically used with the self-conscious precision of someone who was always aware of how he appeared to others. The mind reader's burden, knowing what everyone thought of you, made it impossible to stop performing. "You're reading about cars," Edward said. "I'm educating myself. For Rosalie's benefit. For my own benefit. Which happens to overlap with Rosalie's interests." Edward sat on a log across from him. His golden eyes were troubled, and his posture held the specific tension of someone who'd been wanting to say something for days and hadn't found the right moment. "The fragments I read from you," Edward said. "In the cafeteria, that first day. They've been staying with me. The castle. The snake. The green light." He paused. "You said, before this life. In conversation. You said it casually, like it was a normal thing to say. I was careless. Or honest." Edward leaned forward. "Harry, what you are, what you can do, where you come from, none of it fits any framework I have for understanding the world. And I have a lot of frameworks. 100 years of reading minds gives you a comprehensive catalog of human and vampire experience. But I break the catalog. You shatter it." Harry closed the book. Looked at Edward, really looked, with the same directness he used with everyone, the quality that people found either refreshing or unnerving depending on how comfortable they were with being seen. "You want to know if I'm trustworthy," Harry said. "I want to know if you're real. If what I'm reading in your mind, the fragments, the emotions, the depth of experience, if any of it is fabricated." Edward's jaw tightened. "Because if it's real, then you're the most extraordinary person I've ever encountered. And if it's fabricated, you're the most dangerous." "Read me," Harry said. Edward blinked. "What?" "Lower my shields. Right now. Read everything you can. I'll open the doors. You do that? Trust has to start somewhere. And frankly, I'm tired of being cautious with people who should be allies." Harry closed his eyes. His occlumency shields were multi-layered, the outermost was a general buffer, reducing mental noise. Beneath that, a secondary wall that protected core memories. Beneath that, the deep architecture where his identity lived. He kept the deepest layer intact. Some things were his alone, but he opened the first two layers and let Edward in. The mind reader gasped. It wasn't a small thing, what Harry showed him. Not a curated selection of safe memories. He showed Edward Hogwarts, the Great Hall, the moving staircases, the Quidditch pitch with players darting through rain on broomsticks. He showed him Dumbledore's office, full of silver instruments and the gentle weight of a mentor's flawed love. He showed him Ron and Hermione, laughing in the common room, arguing over homework, standing beside him in the Department of Mysteries with wands drawn and terror in their eyes. He showed him the war. Not the glory of it, there had been no glory, but the grinding, exhausting, soul-eroding reality. Months on the run. Friends dying. The radio announcing names of the dead. The Battle of Hogwarts, fire and screaming in the corridor where Fred Weasley's body lay, his last laugh still etched on his face. He showed him the forest. Walking alone. The resurrection stone. His parents. The green light. And then, darkness, and blood, and a new life screaming its first breath. Edward sat motionless through all of it. When Harry closed the shields again, the mind reader's face was wet, not with tears, because vampires didn't cry tears, but with the emotional equivalent, a devastation so complete it showed in every line of his body. "My God," Edward whispered. "Different God, but same general idea. You, everything you showed me. It's real. All of it. All of it. And the thing that's coming. The corruption. The entity underground, is connected to the darkest magic from that world. A piece of something that should have been destroyed when I died. It followed me here. It found something ancient and powerful to feed on. And if we don't stop it, every vampire on Earth, your family, the Volturi, everyone, becomes its puppet." Edward stared at him. In his golden eyes, Harry saw the weight of understanding settle, not just intellectual comprehension but the deep, existential reckoning of someone who had just realized that the universe was considerably larger and more dangerous than he'd ever imagined. "What do you need?" Edward asked. "Allies. Information. Time." Harry picked up his book. "And a better understanding of internal combustion engines, apparently." Edward laughed. It was a short, surprised sound, the laugh of someone who wasn't used to finding things funny and had been ambushed by humor at an inconvenient moment. "You're doing this for Rosalie," he said. "Not a question. I'm doing this because someone once told me that the things worth fighting for are the things you choose, not the things you're given." "Who said that?" Harry thought of Dumbledore's office, and a conversation about love and choice and the power of the will to protect what it valued. A man who was wrong about a lot of things but right about the ones that mattered. They sat for a while in the gray light of a Forks morning, two old souls in young bodies, and the forest breathed around them, and in the deep earth, something stirred in its sleep and dreamed of crowns and teeth and a boy who should have stayed dead. That night, Harry patrolled the northern perimeter. His communication stone warmed in his pocket, Sam's voice, filtered through enchanted basalt. "Movement. Southern edge of the reservation. 3 signatures. They're not wolves and they're not your Cullens." Harry changed direction. "Corrupted? Can't tell from here. They're fast. Heading northeast. I'm on my way." He pushed his speed, blurring through the forest at the upper edge of his hybrid capabilities. The trees were black columns in his peripheral vision, the ground a dark blur beneath his feet. He crossed 6 miles in 90 seconds, approaching the area Sam had indicated from the east. He felt them before he saw them. 3 vampire signatures, moving in formation, 2 coordinated for nomads, 2 precise for random movement. And underneath the standard vampire scent, the copper anrot signature of corruption. Harry stopped on a ridge above a small valley. Below, 3 figures moved through the trees in perfect synchronization. Their eyes were black, Not the black of hunger but the absolute, lightless black he'd seen in the dead deer. They moved with the mechanical unity of puppets, their bodies executing identical stride patterns, their heads turning in unison to scan the forest around them. They weren't hunting. They were scouting. Harry drew his wand and extended his bond sight. The dark threads connecting the three figures pulsed with the same rhythm as the buried entity, slow, patient, inevitable. Each corrupted vampire was linked to the others and, through a deep thread running into the earth, to the thing underground. They were extensions of its will. Fingers on a hand. He considered his options. Engage directly and reveal his position. Let them pass and track their movements. Or, the center figure stopped. The other two stopped simultaneously. Three black-eyed faces turned upward, toward his ridge, with the synchronized precision of a single organism. The center one opened its mouth, and the voice that came out was the same layered, multi-toned distortion that had spoken through Kezia. Harry. A smile that didn't belong to the face wearing it. I can smell your scar. Harry's wand was up, a shield spell materialized before the last syllable faded. Nice party trick. Using dead vampires as walkie-talkies. Not dead. Improved. The three figures spread into a wider formation, flanking geometry, combat approach. But they didn't attack. Not yet. Did you enjoy your father's mountain? Did he tell you what sleeps beneath? Did he tell you what I'm becoming? He told me enough. He told you nothing. He doesn't know what I am. He knows what I was, a fragment, a shard, a leftover from a soul too powerful to fully die. But I've been feeding, Harry. 7 years. Growing. Learning. Merging with something that was old when your father was young. The voice shifted, and for a moment, underneath the distortion, Harry heard it, the precise, controlled, terrifyingly intelligent voice of Tom Marvolo Riddle. Clear and unmistakable and very, very alive. You're not him, Harry said, and his voice was steady even as his heart hammered. You're a residue. An echo. Voldemort is dead. Voldemort is a name. I am what names cannot contain. The center figure took a step forward. The other two mirrored it exactly. I am the will that will not die. The hunger that has found a feast. The darkness that followed you through death, Harry, because you are death. You are the bridge. And when the progenitor wakes, it won't. When the progenitor wakes, every vampire on this earth will bow. Including your precious Cullens. Including your father. A pause. A smile. Including the golden girl you've been watching with those big green eyes. Harry's vision went white at the edges. The mention of Rosalie, the implication that this thing had been watching, had been aware of his developing connection, hit him with a force that magic and fists could not. Run away, Harry said softly. Right now. Turn around and go back into whatever hole you crawled out of. Because if you mention her again, I won't just destroy those puppets. I'll follow the strings to the source and burn it out of the earth. The three figures tilted their heads, the same angle, the same speed, the same empty, evaluating stare. Then the center one laughed, and it was Tom Riddle's laugh, refined and cruel and delighted. There it is. There's the boy I killed. The boy who loves so fiercely that it becomes a weapon. The figures stepped back, melting into the forest shadows. You can't burn what lives beneath, Harry. Not yet. Not with what you are now. But keep growing. Keep building your little alliances. When the time comes, I want you at your best. Why? The voice drifted back through the trees, already distant, already fading. Because breaking the best is the only achievement worth having. They were gone. The forest settled. The corruption signatures faded to the south, retreating along the deep threads toward whatever served as the entity's heart. Harry stood on the ridge, his wand crackling with barely contained energy, his heartbeat slowly coming down from combat readiness. He breathed. Counted to 10. Let the adrenaline ebb and the cold clarity of strategic thought replace it. It knew about the Cullens. It knew about Rosalie. It was watching, learning, growing, and it had the patience of something that had been waiting 7 years already and was content to wait a little longer. Harry pulled out the communication stone. Sam. Here. The scouts, they were corrupted. 3 of them. They've retreated south, but they'll be back. We need to accelerate the timeline. Agreed. I'll call a council meeting tomorrow. One more thing. The entity behind the corruption, it spoke through them. Directly. It knows who I am, and it knows about the alliances I'm building. Silence on the line. Then Sam's voice, heavy with the weight of a young alpha confronting something older than his people's oldest stories. Then it knows about us too. Yes. Good, Sam said, and there was iron in his voice, the iron of a protector who would stand between his people and the dark regardless of the cost. Let it know. Harry pocketed the stone and looked south, toward the darkness and the deep earth and the thing that wore a dead man's cunning like a weapon. 3 weeks. Maybe less. He had work to do. He turned and ran north, toward the lights of the Cullen house, toward the garage where a golden-haired woman rebuilt broken things, toward a family that was slowly, carefully, becoming his own. The game was accelerating. The pieces were on the board. And somewhere in the ancient, patient dark, the Hollow smiled and waited, because the thing about patience was that it always, eventually, paid off. But so did defiance. And Harry Potter, Hadrian Sanguis, had defiance in his blood, in both his bloodlines, in both his lives, running back through generations of people who had looked at impossible odds and said no and not today and you will not take what I love. Not today. Not ever. Chapter 3, What followed me. The hikers were found on a Tuesday. Paul brought the news. He came crashing through the forest to the treaty line at 4 in the morning, phasing mid-stride and skidding to a halt in human form, breathing hard, which was notable, because shapeshifters didn't get winded. Harry was already there. He'd been patrolling the northern perimeter when the communication stone burned against his thigh with Sam's voice, tight and controlled, "Get to the line. Now." Paul was one of the wolves Harry hadn't spent much time with, temperamental, aggressive, quick to fight and slow to trust. The kind of soldier who was valuable in combat and exhausting in peacetime. Right now his hands were shaking, and Paul's hands didn't shake. 3 hikers, Paul said without preamble. Couple from Seattle and their friend. They were camping near the second ridge, our territory, deep woods. Embry's patrol found them an hour ago. He swallowed. They're not dead. But their eyes are black. All black. They're standing in a circle in the middle of their campsite, holding hands, and they're speaking. In unison. In a language that makes my teeth hurt. Harry's blood went cold. Not metaphorically, his hybrid physiology actually dropped 2 degrees, the way it did when genuine danger triggered the vampire survival response. Humans. The corruption has jumped to humans. They're alive. Hearts beating, warm, breathing. But they're not, there. Nobody's home behind those eyes. Harry was already moving. Take me. You can't cross the line. Paul. 3 human beings are being puppeted by a force that wants to eat the world. The treaty line is a piece of paper compared to that. Paul hesitated. In his dark eyes, the conflict was visible, pack law versus the raw, undeniable urgency of the situation. Then he turned and ran, and Harry followed, and the invisible boundary passed beneath his feet without ceremony. The forest on the Quileute side felt different. Wilder, older, saturated with the deep earth magic of the shapeshifter's ancestral connection to the land. The trees were larger here, their root systems intertwined in vast underground networks that Harry's bond sight showed as a web of golden-brown energy, the living memory of the territory, recording and responding to everything that walked upon it. And threaded through that web, like a cancer in healthy tissue, dark filaments pulsed. They reached the campsite in under 3 minutes. Sam was already there, in human form, flanked by Jared and Embry in wolf shape. The camp was ordinary, a 3-person tent, a cooler, a portable stove, hiking boots lined up by the entrance. The kind of setup that said weekend adventure and back to work Monday and normal life, normal people, normal world. The 3 hikers stood in the center of the clearing, arranged in a perfect equilateral triangle. Hands linked. Eyes open, and black. The absolute, depthless black that Harry had seen in the corrupted deer, in the scouting vampires, in his nightmares. Their mouths moved in perfect synchronization, producing a low, continuous vocalization in a language that wasn't a language at all but something older, a resonance, a frequency, a communication medium that bypassed sound and operated directly on the nervous system. Harry felt it in his bones. A vibration that tried to hook into his consciousness and pull, like a current trying to drag a swimmer under. His occlumency shields flared automatically, blocking the intrusion, but the effort required was more than he'd expected. How long have they been like this? Harry asked. At least since Embry found them. Maybe hours before that. Sam's voice was controlled, but underneath the control, Harry heard the strain. These were civilians. Innocent people who'd come to the woods for fresh air and campfire stories and had instead become vessels for something monstrous. Sam's entire existence was built around protecting people like this, and right now he couldn't protect them because he didn't know what he was protecting them from. Harry extended his bond sight fully and looked at the hikers. What he saw made his stomach turn. Their natural bonds, to each other, to the world, to their own identities, hadn't been severed. They'd been inverted, the same way the deer's connections had been. Every thread that connected them to life had been turned inside out, redirected downward, feeding into the dark network that ran through the earth. But because these were humans, with complex emotional and psychological architectures, the inversion was more elaborate. More invasive. The dark threads had woven through their minds like roots through soil, anchoring the corruption in their deepest memories, their strongest emotions, their most fundamental sense of self. And at the center of each inverted web, feeding on it, a tiny node of malice. A fragment of the Hollow's awareness, transplanted into human minds. Can you help them? Sam asked. Harry circled the hikers slowly, studying the connections from multiple angles. The corruption is deeper than what I saw in the vampires. Those were puppets, strings attached to the outside, relatively simple to cut. This is, internal. It's rooted in their identities. Their memories. Pulling it out without damaging the host, can you or can't you? I can. Harry stopped circling. But it'll cost me. The corruption has to go somewhere when it's purged. With the vampires, I burned it with the Patronus, clean, contained, manageable. Human minds are more delicate. I can't use that much force without risking their sanity. I'll have to draw the corruption into myself, hold it, and destroy it internally. Sam's expression didn't change, but his scent shifted, a subtle chemical alteration that Harry's hybrid senses read as alarm. You'd absorb it. Temporarily. My hybrid physiology can metabolize it, I think. The magical component of my blood should neutralize the corruption before it can take root. He paused. Should. And if it doesn't? Then you'll need to put me down quickly. My father's ring, Harry held up his right hand, showing the silver band. Contains a failsafe. Break it and it'll send a signal. He'll come. You're asking me to trust that you can do this and simultaneously planning for you to fail. That's not pessimism. That's contingency planning. The two look similar but have different outcomes. Sam studied him. The Alpha's eyes were dark and deep and carried the weight of every decision he'd made since the first time he'd phased and his world had changed forever. He was 20 years old. He was ancient. Do it, Sam said. Harry nodded. He shrugged off his jacket, rolled up his sleeves, and walked toward the three linked hikers. The vocalization intensified as he approached, the knot language rising in pitch and urgency, the dark threads pulsing faster. They knew he was coming. Whatever controlled them was aware. Harry stopped 2 feet from the nearest hiker, a woman, mid-30s, brown hair, wearing a flannel shirt and hiking boots that had seen exactly 1 season of use. A weekend adventurer. Someone's daughter, someone's friend, someone who was supposed to be back at work on Monday. "I know you're in there," Harry said. Not to the woman, to the thing wearing her. The 3 mouths stopped moving. 3 heads turned to face him, and the woman in front smiled with an expression that didn't belong to her face. Harry Potter. The voice was the layered distortion he'd heard before, many voices in one, Tom Riddle's cadence wrapped in something ancient and vast. But coming from human vocal cords, it sounded worse. More violated. More wrong. Still playing hero. Still beating dead horses. "We've established that you know my name. Get to the point. The point is demonstration." The 3 figures squeezed each other's hands. "Your corrupted vampires were crude. Proof of concept. Humans are so much more interesting. Their minds have depth. Complexity. When I pour myself into a vampire, I get a weapon. When I pour myself into a human," the woman's smile widened, "I get a story. Sarah here was afraid of the dark as a child. Her mother used to leave the hall light on. She still sleeps with a nightlight, at 34. Isn't that beautiful? Isn't that the most beautifully fragile thing you've ever heard? Let them go. No. I want you to see what's coming. Every human in range, every mind without defenses, is a door I can walk through. Your vampire allies are marble and stone. Hard to corrupt, easy to fight. But they're precious humans. The town they hide in. The people the wolves protect." The 3 heads tilted in unison. Soft. Open. Mine. Harry's wand was in his hand. He hadn't consciously drawn it. Last chance. Ah, there's the Gryffindor. Charging in. But you can't blast me out without destroying their minds, and you know it. So what will you do, Harry? What will you sacrifice? Harry looked at the woman. At the 2 men behind her. 3 lives. 3 people who hadn't asked for any of this, who just wanted a weekend in the woods, who had families waiting and jobs to return to and nightlights by their beds. He knew what the Hollow wanted. It wanted him to reveal his full capabilities. To show the corruption, and whoever else might be watching, exactly what a hybrid wizard-vampire could do. It was baiting him. Using innocent people as the lure. And it would work, because Harry Potter had never, in either lifetime, been able to walk away from people in pain. He made his choice. "Sam," Harry said without turning. "Whatever happens next, keep the wolves back. Don't touch the hikers and don't touch me. Not until it's over. Harry, please." Sam's jaw tightened. He signaled the wolves with a gesture. They pulled back, forming a perimeter, amber eyes fixed on the clearing. Harry holstered his wand. This wouldn't work with a wand, the precision required was beyond what structured spellwork could achieve. This required something rawer. Something deeper. The magic that lived in his blood, not in his instrument. He placed his hands on the woman's temples. The corruption hit him like a freight train. It poured through the contact point in a torrent of dark energy, cold, slick, tasting of copper and grave dirt and the particular flavor of evil that Harry had hoped he'd never taste again. It carried memories that weren't his, Sarah's childhood bedroom, the nightlight shaped like a star, her mother's voice saying the dark can't hurt you, baby. It carried the violation of those memories being twisted, used, turned into handles that the corruption gripped to anchor itself deeper. Harry gritted his teeth and pulled. The sensation was indescribable. Every fiber of his magical being strained against the corruption, drawing it out of Sarah's mind the way you draw poison from a wound, slowly, carefully, maintaining constant pressure while the toxin fought to stay embedded. It was intelligent, this darkness. Not mindlessly malevolent but calculatingly cruel, releasing hooks and setting new ones, retreating from one neural pathway only to dig deeper into another. Harry followed it. Down through the layers of Sarah's consciousness, past surface thoughts and daily memories, into the deep architecture of identity where a person's fundamental sense of self resided. The corruption had threaded itself through everything, her first memory, her greatest joy, her worst fear, the sound of her mother's voice. It had colonized her. He burned it out. Not with fire, with light. The golden warmth of his Patronus energy, channeled not through his wand but through his hands, through his blood, through the hybrid magic that lived in the space between vampire and wizard. It moved through Sarah's mind like dawn through a dark room, touching each corrupted thread and transforming it, not destroying the connection but reversing the inversion, turning the bonds right side out again, restoring what had been perverted. Sarah gasped. Her black eyes flickered, black, gold, brown, and then cleared. She looked at Harry with the shocked, terrified, desperately confused expression of someone waking from a nightmare to find a stranger's hands on their face. "You're safe," Harry said. His voice sounded distant to his own ears. The corruption he'd drawn from her was writhing inside his chest, cold and vicious, trying to find purchase. "You're going to be okay." She opened her mouth. No sound came out. Her knees buckled, and Sam was there, crossing the distance in 2 strides, catching her, lowering her gently to the ground. Harry turned to the second hiker. The man's black eyes watched him with the hollow's amused malice. "1 down. 2 to go. How are you feeling, Harry?" "A little cold inside." Harry didn't answer. He placed his hands on the man's temples and pulled again. This one fought harder. The corruption had been in him longer, hours longer, based on the depth of integration, and it had learned from Harry's first extraction. It dug in, reinforced its anchor points, deployed the man's own memories as shields. Harry had to navigate through a childhood in Tacoma, a marriage proposal on a ferry, a miscarriage that the man and his wife had never told anyone about. The corruption had threaded itself through the grief, the one place where the man's defenses were weakest, and Harry had to be exquisitely gentle as he disentangled it, holding the grief intact while removing the darkness that had infected it. The man came back to himself with a sob. Sam caught him too. Harry turned to the third hiker. His vision was graying at the edges. The corruption inside him was building, layer on layer, 2 extractions worth of dark energy coiling in his chest like a living thing. His hybrid blood was fighting it, he could feel the magical component of his physiology activating, producing antibodies of golden light that attacked the darkness, but it was losing ground. The corruption was more than he'd expected. Stronger. Denser. Fed by the deep entity's power. The third hiker, a younger man, mid-20s, with a hiker's tan and a climber's hands, spoke with the hollow's voice one final time. "You're shaking," it observed. The great Harry Potter, trembling. "How nostalgic." "Shut up. Make me." Harry grabbed his temples. The third extraction was the worst. The corruption didn't just fight, it attacked. It used the connection to push back into Harry's mind, seeking his memories, his identity, his vulnerabilities. It found the Dursleys' cupboard and pried at it. Found Cedric's body in the graveyard and twisted it. Found Sirius falling through the veil and played it on repeat. Found Fred's face, laughing forever, and used it like a blade. Harry's shields held. Barely. He'd spent 7 years building them, reinforcing them, preparing for exactly this kind of assault, and they held because they were built on something stronger than technique, they were built on love. On Lily's sacrifice and Alaric's quiet devotion and Molly Weasley's fierce embrace and the golden thread that connected him to a woman who rebuilt broken things. He pulled the corruption free. The third hiker's eyes cleared. Harry released him and staggered back. The corruption inside him was a storm. Cold, dark, seething with malicious intelligence, it tore at his insides like a living thing trying to escape, or trying to conquer. His vision was completely gray now, his heartbeat erratic, his magical core struggling to process the sheer volume of darkness he'd absorbed. He could feel it trying to invert his own connections, to reach through his bonds and corrupt everything he'd built. Harry fell to his knees. His hands hit the earth, and the contact sent a jolt of sensation through him, the forest's living network, the ancient trees, the deep roots, the web of life that connected everything in these woods. He could feel the wolves' pack bond, fierce and bright. He could feel the Cullens to the north, their family threads glowing gold. He could feel Rosalie in her garage, hands on an engine, completely unaware of what was happening 20 miles south. Focus, he told himself. You've done harder things than this. You've died. This is just pain. He drove his wand into the earth and said one word, Ignis Sanctus. Sacred fire. Not fiend fire, he'd never use that cursed spell again after what it had done in the room of requirement. Something he'd developed himself, over 7 years of study and experimentation. A fusion of Patronus energy, vampire vitality, and raw elemental magic that produced a flame which burned only darkness. The fire erupted from his body in a corona of golden white light. It poured through his veins, his muscles, his bones, incinerating the corruption molecule by molecule. It was agonizing, not the corruption's pain but the purification's, the searing brightness of clean fire in places that had been fouled. He screamed. The sound carried through the forest and startled birds from trees half a mile away. The wolves pulled back, eyes wide, unable to approach the pillar of golden light that their ally had become. It lasted 30 seconds. It felt like 30 years. The fire went out. The corruption was gone, not driven away, not suppressed, but destroyed. Reduced to nothing. Less than ash. Harry knelt in a scorch mark on the forest floor, breathing in great ragged gasps, his heartbeat thundering. His vision cleared slowly, gray fading to color, shapes resolving. His hands shook against the earth. Harry. Sam's voice. Close but careful. Harry, can you hear me? Yeah. His voice was a ruin. How are they? The hikers are unconscious. All 3. Breathing, heartbeats normal. Eyes. Sam paused. Eyes are normal. Brown. No black. Harry let out a breath that carried the last of the tension from his body. He tried to stand and found that his legs had a different opinion about the matter. He tried again. Same result. A warm hand gripped his arm. Jacob, in human form, pulling him upright with the easy strength of a shapeshifter who could bench press a truck. The kid's face was pale under his brown skin, his eyes wide. That was the scariest thing I've ever seen, Jacob said. And I've seen some pretty scary things. Sorry. Don't apologize. Just, don't do it again without warning me. I think my heart stopped. Your heart is fine. My heart is traumatized. Harry laughed. It hurt. Everything hurt. But the hikers were breathing and their eyes were brown and the corruption was gone, and that was worth any amount of pain. Sam approached, his expression caught between relief and something harder. The hikers will need a cover story. Lost in the woods, hypothermia, disorientation. I can modify their memories, Harry said. Gently. They won't remember the corruption, just a confusing night in the forest. You can do that? I spent 7 years at a school where selective memory modification was part of the standard curriculum. Sam shook his head. Your school was terrifying. You have no idea. Harry modified the hiker's memories, carefully, precisely, with the lightest touch he could manage. Not erasing but reshaping, the way Rosalie's hands shaped metal. When it was done, they'd remember getting lost, remember being cold and confused, remember being found by a search party they'd attribute to park rangers. Clean. Kind. The least harmful version of a terrible truth. Sam carried Sarah. Paul and Jared took the two men. They moved them to a spot near a main trail where a real search party would find them by dawn. At the treaty line, Sam stopped. You crossed into our territory tonight. That violates the treaty. I know. The council will want to discuss it. I understand. I'm going to tell them that a man crossed the line to save 3 of our people. That he put himself in danger to do it. And that the treaty needs updating to account for threats that don't respect lines on a map. Harry nodded. Thank you, Sam. Don't thank me. You look like you're about to fall over. Go home. Sleep. You've earned it. Harry doubted he'd sleep. The echoes of the corruption still resonated in his bones, a phantom pain that would take hours to fade. But he appreciated the sentiment. He was halfway to the Cullen property when his legs finally gave out. The ground was cold and wet and smelled like pine needles and decomposing leaves. Harry lay face down in it, feeling his body try to reboot systems that had been pushed past their limits. His hybrid physiology was tough, tougher than any human, tougher than most vampires, but absorbing and destroying 3 extractions worth of corrupted dark magic had drained something fundamental. Not his power, exactly. His reserves. The deep well of vitality that a vampire drew on for strength, speed, healing. He needed blood. Not human blood, he'd never tasted it, and his father had raised him on animal blood supplemented with magical sustenance. But right now, even animal blood felt insufficient. What he needed was potent blood. Vampire blood. The concentrated vitality of an immortal system, undiluted by animal biology. He managed to roll onto his back. The sky above was dark, the clouds blocking even the suggestion of stars. His phone had fallen from his pocket during the collapse. He patted the ground around him, found it, and his fingers wouldn't cooperate enough to unlock it. Footsteps. Fast. Getting closer. Harry's wand was in his hand before conscious thought engaged, a reflex so ingrained it operated independently of physical condition. He pointed it at the approaching figure and managed a shield charm that flickered like a dying candle. If you hex me, Rosalie said, emerging from the trees like fury wrapped in moonlight, I will disassemble every enchanted object you own. Harry's wand arm dropped. Rosalie. How? Alice called. She got a fragment, on the ground, not moving. I ran. She was beside him in an instant, crouching, her golden eyes scanning his body with an intensity that bordered on clinical. Her hands were on his shoulders, his chest, checking for damage with the practiced efficiency of someone who'd spent decades around a doctor. What happened? You're cold. You're never cold. And your heart is, she pressed her ear to his chest. Your heart is at 40 beats per minute. That's half your normal. Corrupted humans. 3 of them. I extracted the corruption and destroyed it, but absorbing it first drained my reserves. He tried to sit up. Her hand pressed him back down. Stay. What do you need? He hesitated. The admission felt intimate in a way that combat never did. Blood. Not animal. Vampire blood. My hybrid system needs concentrated vitality to regenerate. It's, my father usually, your father is on another continent. Rosalie's expression was unreadable. Her golden eyes, luminous in the dark, searched his face with an intensity that had nothing to do with medical assessment. Vampire blood. I can wait. I'll heal on my own eventually. A few days, you look like you've been dead for a week and you want me to wait a few days. It's not, he stopped. Tried to find words that wouldn't make this more complicated than it already was. In vampire culture, sharing blood is significant. It's not a casual exchange. It creates a connection. A bond. I wouldn't ask that of you. You're not asking. I'm offering. Rosalie, shut up. Her voice was sharp but her hands were gentle, lifting his head, cradling it against her knee. She was cold, marble cool, diamond hard, but the contact felt like the first warm thing he'd experienced in hours. You just saved 3 human lives by absorbing dark magic into your own body. You're lying on the ground in the middle of a forest, too weak to walk. And you're worried about vampire etiquette? It's more than etiquette. The bond, I know what blood sharing means. Carlyle explained it to me 80 years ago. It's an intimacy. A trust exchange. The donor gives part of themselves and the recipient carries it. She looked down at him, and in the darkness, with the forest pressing close and no audience and no armor and no reason to pretend, she let him see what was underneath. Not vulnerability, Rosalie Hale didn't do vulnerability. Determination. The fierce, unflinching determination of someone who had decided that this mattered and was not going to be talked out of it. I'm choosing this, she said. Like you chose to walk into that forest. Like you chose to save those people. I'm choosing. She pushed back the sleeve of her jacket. Her forearm was pale, perfect, luminous in the dark. The skin was diamond hard. Vampire skin couldn't be pierced by normal means, not teeth, not blades, not anything in the conventional world. Harry's hybrid teeth were not conventional. Are you sure? He asked. One more time. Giving her one more chance to step back. Harry. Drink. He bit. His teeth, sharper than a human's, not quite as hard as a pure vampire's, but reinforced by the magic in his blood, pierced her skin with surprising ease. Rosalie hissed, not in pain, exactly, but in sensation. Vampire bites carried a chemical response, an exchange of venom and vitality that triggered something deep in the immortal nervous system. The first taste of her blood hit Harry's system like a lightning strike. Vampire blood was nothing like animal blood. Where animal blood was nourishment, sustenance, fuel, vampire blood was power, concentrated, undiluted, singing with decades of accumulated vitality. Rosalie's blood carried her strength. Her resilience. The fierce, unyielding core of a woman who had been destroyed and had rebuilt herself with nothing but willpower and rage. It tasted like cold fire and winter roses and the smell of engine oil at 3 in the morning. His heart rate climbed. 50 beats. 60. 70. His vision cleared, his strength returned, the gray exhaustion that had blanketed his system burned away like fog in sunlight. The corruption damage healed in real time, cells regenerating, energy pathways restoring, the deep well of vitality refilling with rushing, golden warmth. And the bond formed. Harry felt it snap into place between them, not gradually, not tentatively, but with the sudden, irrevocable certainty of a key turning in a lock. A golden thread, brighter and stronger than anything he'd ever seen in his bond sight, stretching between his heart and hers. Not a chain. Not a leash. A bridge. A permanent, luminous bridge between two people who had both been broken and rebuilt and who now, connected by blood and choice, were something neither had been alone. He released her arm. The bite marks healed instantly, vampire regeneration closing the punctures before a single drop was wasted. Harry lay with his head on her knee, his heart hammering, his body restored, his awareness flooded with the new connection that hummed between them like a live wire. Well, Rosalie said. Her voice was slightly unsteady. The only time he'd ever heard it waver. That was, yeah. I can feel, yeah. Is it always? I don't know. I've never done that before. They were quiet for a moment. The forest breathed around them. An owl called somewhere in the canopy. The world was exactly as it had been 5 minutes ago, and completely, fundamentally different. I can feel your heartbeat, Rosalie whispered. Not hearing it, I can always hear it. I can feel it. Inside my chest. Like an echo. I can feel your, Harry paused. Vampires didn't have heartbeats. But what he felt was analogous, a deep, slow pulse of vitality, the fundamental rhythm of Rosalie's immortal existence. I can feel you. All of you. The engine of you. She laughed. Small and surprised and so genuine that it transformed her face the way sunrise transformed a landscape. Did you just compare me to an engine? I was trying to be romantic. Never compare a woman to an engine, Harry. Noted. Her hand was in his hair. He didn't know when that had happened, maybe she didn't either. Her cool fingers moved through the dark strands, careful and slow, as if she were handling something fragile for the first time in her life. I'm going to ask you something, she said, and you're going to answer honestly. Okay. The thing you fought tonight. The corruption. Is it going to get worse? Harry could have softened it. Could have hedged, equivocated, given her a strategic half-truth designed to maintain morale. He didn't. She'd just given him her blood. She'd earned everything. Yes. It's going to get much worse before it gets better. Her fingers paused in his hair. Resumed. And the voice you heard, the one controlling the corrupted. You know who it is. Not a question. She'd been listening. Paying attention. Drawing conclusions with the same precise, analytical mind that rebuilt engines from scrap. It's a fragment of the darkest wizard from my old world, Harry said. A residue that followed me through death. It's been feeding on something ancient and powerful beneath the earth, growing, merging with it. Becoming something new. And it knows you. It knows me better than anyone except possibly you and my father. And it's coming here. To Forks. To us. Yes. Rosalie was quiet for a long time. When she spoke, her voice was flat and hard and certain in a way that reminded Harry of tempered steel. Then we kill it. It's more complicated than, we kill it. I don't care how complicated it is. I don't care what it takes. I've spent 90 years watching the world happen around me while I stood behind glass. I finally have. She stopped. Started again, more carefully. Something is threatening my family. Something is threatening you. I don't negotiate with things that threaten what I love. Harry reached up and covered her hand with his, warm fingers over cool ones, the temperature differential that defined them. Did you just say you love me? I said I love my family. You said what I love. I'm included in that category. Don't push your luck. Too late. Luck and I have a complicated relationship. She looked down at him. In the darkness, with her golden eyes luminous and her hair falling like a curtain around them, she was terrifyingly beautiful. But Harry wasn't looking at her beauty. He was looking at the bridge between them, the golden thread, bright and strong and new, vibrating with the shared resonance of two people who had found each other against impossible odds. We should go, she said. You need to tell the others about tonight. I know. And you need to eat. Real food. You're still pale. I'm half vampire. I'm always pale. Paler than usual. He stood. His body responded smoothly, Rosalie's blood had restored him completely, and then some. He felt stronger than he had before the extraction. Sharper. As if her vitality had integrated with his in ways that simple regeneration couldn't explain. The bond hummed between them. Warm. Permanent. Real. They walked through the forest together. Not holding hands, they weren't there yet, not publicly, not in the light, but close enough that their shoulders nearly touched, and the space between them was charged with the particular electricity of two people who had crossed a threshold and couldn't go back. The Cullen house was a hive of activity when they arrived. Alice had done what Alice did best, seen fragments of the future and turned them into action. The family was assembled in the main living room, which had been subtly rearranged to accommodate what was clearly intended to be a council of war. The furniture had been pushed to the edges. Jasper's maps were spread across the dining table. Carlyle stood at the head of the room with the composed authority of a leader who'd had centuries to practice being calm when everything was on fire. Edward saw Harry first. The mind reader's expression shifted as he read the surface-level thoughts, the extraction, the corruption, the hikers, the near collapse. Then his eyes moved to Rosalie, walking beside Harry, and his expression shifted again. He could see the bond. Not with eyes, with his gift. The emotional resonance between them was broadcasting loudly enough for his telepathy to pick up like radio static. He said nothing. Harry was grateful. "You look terrible," Emmett said from the love seat. "Like, worse than when you showed up." "What happened?" "Short version or long version?" Harry asked. "Short," Emmett said. "Long," Jasper said simultaneously. Harry stood in the center of the room and told them. All of it. Not the edited version he'd been parceling out in careful doses, the full, unvarnished truth. He told them about the Forbidden Forest. About Tom Riddle. About Horcruxes and soul fragments and the piece of darkness that had followed him through death. About the progenitor beneath the earth and the hollow that was merging with it. About the corrupted hikers and the extraction and the cost. About the hollow's message, that it could reach humans now, not just vampires. That the scope of the threat had expanded beyond anything he'd originally calculated. The room was very quiet when he finished. Alice broke the silence first. "The fragments I've been seeing, the fractured visions. They make sense now. The variable isn't just you, Harry. It's the hollow. It exists outside normal causality. It's from another reality. My gift can't predict something that doesn't follow the rules of this world." "Which means we're flying blind," Jasper said. "Not blind. I can see around the hollow, glimpses, edges, probable outcomes that don't directly involve it. But anything the hollow touches becomes a dark spot in my visions." Alice frowned. "There are a lot of dark spots. How many corrupted vampires are we looking at?" Jasper asked, military precision in every word. "Based on the spiral pattern and the rate of expansion, dozens. Maybe more. The 3 scouts I encountered last week were an advance force. The main body is still moving north, but it's growing. Every vampire they encounter is either converted or killed." "We need the wolves," Jasper said immediately. "We have the wolves. Sam and I have an understanding." "An understanding isn't an alliance. An understanding is 2 people who haven't tried to kill each other yet. Coming from a soldier, that counts for something." Harry moved to the table where the maps were spread. "What we need is a defensive perimeter. The corruption is converging on Forks, on me, specifically. We can use that. If they're coming to me, I know where they'll be. We choose the ground, prepare the battlefield, and meet them on our terms." "You're talking about a battle," Carlyle said. His voice carried the specific weight of someone who had spent 3 centuries trying to avoid exactly this. "An actual battle. I'm talking about a defense. They're coming whether we prepare or not. The only variable is whether we meet them ready or unready." "He's right," Jasper said. "Carlyle, I know this isn't what you want. But the hikers tonight, humans, corrupted and used as weapons. If the hollow can do that to 3 campers, it can do it to the whole town. Every person in Forks is a potential victim." Carlyle closed his eyes. For a moment, the centuries showed, not in lines or gray hair, because vampires didn't age, but in the depth of the weariness that crossed his face. The exhaustion of a good man confronting the limits of goodness. "What do you need?" he asked. Harry leaned over the map. "The corrupted army will approach from the south, that's where the spiral originates. There's a natural bottleneck here," he pointed, "where the river narrows between 2 ridge lines. If we position the wolves on the eastern ridge and our fighters on the western, we create a kill zone. The corrupted will be channeled through a narrow approach where we can engage them in controlled numbers." "And the purification?" Jasper asked. That's me. I'm the only one who can destroy the corruption without destroying the host. I'll need to be at the center of the engagement, which means I need protection, fighters around me keeping the corrupted from swarming while I purge them. I'll be your shield, Emmett said immediately. He'd been uncharacteristically quiet during the briefing, but now he stood, and his massive frame carried the particular energy of someone who'd been waiting for permission to do what he was built for. Nothing gets past me. And me. Rosalie's voice was steel. She hadn't moved from the doorway where she'd been standing throughout the briefing, arms crossed, golden eyes fixed on Harry. But her statement was absolute, and the way she said it, the finality, the total commitment, communicated everything the room needed to know about where she stood. Emmett looked at Rosalie. Something passed between them, not jealousy, not anger, but a silent communication between two people who'd been family for decades. He saw the bond. He recognized what it meant. And his expression softened into something that looked like relief. Guess I'm sharing protective detail, Emmett said, and grinned. Edward, Harry continued. Your mind reading is critical. The corrupted are controlled by a hive intelligence, they think in unison. If you can monitor their mental patterns, you can predict their movements before they make them. Edward nodded slowly. Their minds are, when Kezia was here, when the corruption spoke through her, I caught fragments. The thoughts aren't individual. They're more like a single thought reflected through multiple bodies. If I can find the frequency, then you're our early warning system. Alice, your visions may be fractured, but fragments are better than nothing. Even a second of warning gives us an edge. I'll be watching, Alice said. Constantly. Jasper, you're the strategist. The tactical command. I can plan, but you have a century of experience I don't. Jasper's eyes met his across the table. The respect between them had been building for days, two soldiers recognizing each other's competence, and now it solidified into something operational. Understood. Carlyle, Esme, there will be corrupted that can be saved. Freed from the Hollow's control. They'll be confused, afraid, potentially violent. They'll need someone who can be calm and compassionate and unshakable. Carlyle straightened. That, I can do. I know you can. Harry looked around the room. 7 vampires. 1 hybrid. A wolf pack across the boundary line. Against an army of corrupted vampires controlled by a fragment of the most dangerous dark wizard who'd ever lived, powered by an ancient entity that was the source of vampirism itself. The odds were terrible. But Harry had fought with worse odds before. We have time, he said. Not much, but enough. The spiral is still 3 weeks out. We train. We prepare. We coordinate with the wolves. And when they come, we're ready. What about the Volturi? Edward asked. Jane and Dimitri will have reported by now. Arrow will know about your abilities. Arrow is a complication, not the priority. If he's smart, and he is, he'll see that the Hollow threatens him as much as anyone. The progenitor doesn't care about political affiliations. If it wakes, every vampire bows. Including the Volturi. And if Arrow decides to be a problem before the Hollow arrives? Harry smiled. It wasn't a warm smile. Then I'll deal with Arrow. But I don't think he will. Arrow's a collector. He doesn't break his toys. He acquires them. You're not a toy, Rosalie said from the doorway. No. I'm not. But letting Arrow think I might be collectible keeps him predictable. And predictable is manageable. The meeting broke up. Assignments were given. Jasper began refining the defensive plan. Alice went to her room to focus on vision fragments. Emmett went to the garage to, in his words, start getting warmed up, which apparently meant bench pressing a truck. Harry found himself alone in the living room with Edward. The mind reader stood by the piano, his expression troubled. You gave her your blood, Edward said quietly. Rosalie. She gave me hers. That's not what Edward stopped. Recalibrated. In my experience, limited, admittedly, the bonds that form through blood sharing are permanent. They don't fade. They don't break. They change both parties in ways that can't be predicted. I know. Do you know what you're committing to? We're potentially days away from a battle that might kill you. If that bond exists when you die, I know, Edward. Harry's voice was gentle. I've died before, remember? I know what it costs the people left behind. I know what it does to them. He paused. But I also know that choosing not to love because you might lose it is the worst kind of cowardice. And whatever else I am, I'm not a coward. Edward was quiet for a long time. Then, softly, she deserves this. Rosalie. She deserves someone who sees her, really sees her. Not the face. I see her. I know you do. Edward sat at the piano. His fingers found the keys, and a soft, melancholy melody drifted through the room. I can't read your mind fully. But what I do read is, clear. Authentic. You feel things completely. Without reservation. It's unusual. In my experience, reservations are just fear wearing a suit. Edward almost smiled. Go rest. You look like you need it. Everyone keeps saying that. Because it keeps being true. Harry left the Cullen house and drove home through the pre-dawn dark. The house was quiet. The forest was quiet. The world was quiet in the way it always was before something terrible happened, holding its breath, waiting, the silence before the storm. He lay on his bed and stared at the ceiling and felt Rosalie's heartbeat that wasn't a heartbeat pulsing gently in his chest, and he thought about bridges and bonds and the terrible, wonderful weight of having something to lose. He slept. For the first time in a week, he slept without dreaming. A week passed. Then 10 days. The spiral tightened. Harry trained with the Cullens every evening. Jasper ran combat drills with military precision, formations, retreat protocols, engagement rules. The family adapted quickly. Emmett was a natural brawler who learned to fight defensively with surprising grace. Alice used her fractured visions to anticipate training attacks, building the mental muscle for battlefield prediction. Edward practiced monitoring multiple minds simultaneously, pushing his gift's range to its limits. Harry worked with each of them individually, teaching them what he could about the corruption's properties. Physical contact is the transmission vector, he told them during a session in the Cullens' backyard, which had been cleared and designated as a training ground. Prolonged contact with a corrupted vampire risks conversion. Quick strikes, disengagement, range whenever possible. He demonstrated. A training dummy enchanted to simulate corrupted movement, jerky, synchronized, unpredictable in its coordination. Emmett charged it. Harry stopped him. No grappling. I know it's your instinct, but the moment you lock up with a corrupted, you're giving the hollow direct access. Hit and move. Hit and move. That's not how I fight. Then learn how to fight differently, or you'll be fighting for the hollow by day 2. Emmett's jaw set. Then he nodded. Show me. Harry showed him. Strike patterns derived from Alaric's 10,000-year combat repertoire, explosive attacks that maximized force and minimized contact time. Emmett absorbed them with the eager focus of someone who loved fighting the way some people loved music, not for the violence but for the art. Rosalie trained harder than anyone. She was fast, faster than her build suggested, and ferociously precise. Where Emmett was overwhelming force, Rosalie was surgical efficiency. Every movement calculated, every strike targeted, nothing wasted. Harry watched her spar with Jasper and saw something that the others might have missed. She wasn't just training. She was preparing. Preparing to stand between the people she loved and the thing that wanted to destroy them. They trained together in the evenings. Harry taught her the engagement patterns. She taught him about engines, which was a different kind of education but no less valuable. He sat in her garage and listened to her explain combustion cycles while she lay under the Shelby, and the bond between them hummed quietly in the space between words. "You're not going to let me fight beside you," Rosalie said one night, sliding out from under the car with a socket wrench in her hand. "What makes you say that?" "The way you positioned the formations. Emmett is your close-range shield. Jasper is tactical command. Edward is early warning. I'm on the western ridge. With the snipers." She sat up. "You put me at maximum distance from you. I put you where your skills are most effective. You put me where I'm safest." Harry met her eyes. The bond between them made lying almost physically impossible, not a compulsion, not a magical enforcement, but a transparency that made deception feel like wearing shoes on the wrong feet. She could feel his emotional state. He could feel hers. Both, he admitted. Rosalie stood. She crossed the garage slowly, the wrench still in her hand, and stopped in front of him. Close. The way they kept ending up, close, gravitating toward each other like planets finding orbit. "I'm not breakable," she said. "I know. I'm not a thing to be protected. I know. Then stop treating me like one. I'm trying. He ran a hand through his hair. "In my first life, people I loved died because I couldn't protect them. Because I wasn't fast enough, strong enough, smart enough. I carry those names. Every one of them. And the thought of adding yours to that list, is exactly the kind of thinking that gets people killed." Rosalie's voice was sharp, but the bond carried her real emotion underneath, not anger but fierce, protective love that refused to be sidelined. "You want to protect me? Let me stand beside you. Give me the tools and the training and the trust to protect myself. That's how you keep me alive, not by putting me on a ridge where I can't reach you." Harry looked at her. The golden eyes. The strong hands. The wrench, held loosely, comfortably, a tool, not a weapon, in the hands of someone who knew the difference. "Okay," he said. "Okay. I'll reposition you. Close-range detail. With Emmett. Thank you. But if I tell you to run, I won't. Rosalie, I won't. Not from anything. Not from anyone. Not ever again." Her eyes held his, and in them he saw the 18-year-old girl who'd been destroyed on a dark street and the 90-year-old woman who'd rebuilt herself from the wreckage, and both of them were saying the same thing: "I choose to stand." He cupped her face in his hands. Warm fingers on cool skin. The temperature difference that was becoming familiar, becoming home. "When this is over," he said, "I'm taking you somewhere with no vampires, no dark lords, no corrupted armies, and no supernatural politics. Somewhere with a beach and a sunset and nothing that wants to kill us." "That sounds boring." "That sounds like exactly what we both need." She almost smiled. The almost smile that was becoming his favorite thing in the world. "Ask me again when the war's over." "I will. Don't die before then." "I'll try. Try harder." He kissed her forehead. She leaned into it, a small gesture, a fraction of an inch, but from Rosalie Hale it was an earthquake. The attack came 3 days early. Harry was on patrol, the pre-dawn run that had become as essential to his routine as breathing, when Alice's vision hit. She'd been monitoring constantly, sifting through the fractured glimpses for patterns, and at 4:47 a.m. on a Tuesday, the dark spots in her visions aligned for a single, crystal-clear moment. His phone rang. Alice's voice was stripped of its usual brightness. "They're here. Not 3 weeks, now. The whole group. Coming through the southern approach. And Harry, there are more than we calculated. A lot more." Harry changed direction. As he ran, he activated every communication channel simultaneously, phone to the Cullens, enchanted stone to Sam, a burst of magic to the warded perimeter he'd established around Forks that would alert every supernatural being in the area. The response was immediate. By the time he reached the bottleneck, the narrow valley between the two ridges that Jasper had designated as the optimal defensive position, the alliance was assembling. The wolves arrived first. 12 of them. In the weeks since Harry's initial contact, 3 more teenagers on the reservation had phased, triggered by the proximity of the gathering corrupted army. Sam led them in a wedge formation, black fur gleaming in the pre-dawn dark. Jacob flanked him, russet and enormous. The pack moved as one, their telepathic bond turning 12 individuals into a single, devastatingly coordinated weapon. The Cullens arrived in pairs. Jasper and Alice, already in combat formation. Edward, his expression tight with concentration as he extended his mind-reading range to maximum. Carlyle and Esme, prepared to treat casualties. Emmett, cracking his knuckles with the subdued anticipation of someone about to do the thing he was born for. Rosalie appeared at Harry's side. She wore combat practical clothing, dark, close-fitting, nothing to grab, and her golden hair was pulled back in a tight braid. She looked like a warrior. She looked like herself. "How many?" she asked. Harry extended his bond sight south and felt the approaching force. The dark threads in the earth blazed with activity, feeding energy upward into the corrupted bodies that moved along them. He counted the connections and felt his jaw tighten. 60. Maybe 70. Moving in coordinated units of 4 to 6. The silence that followed was the silence of people recalculating odds that had been bad and were now worse. "We anticipated 30, Jasper said. "The spiral must have caught more nomads on its way north than we estimated." Harry studied the terrain. The bottleneck was still viable, the ridges would force the corrupted into a narrow approach, preventing them from leveraging their numbers. But 70 was a lot. Even with the wolves. "There's something else," Edward said. His voice had the strained quality of someone listening to a frequency that was barely within range. "Their minds, they're not just coordinated. They're singing. All of them. The same thought, the same intention, broadcast simultaneously. He shook his head. It's a single consciousness distributed across 70 bodies. The hollow," Harry said. "It's controlling them directly. Not through puppet strings, through full integration. Every one of those bodies is an extension of its will. Then killing them won't stop the attack. As long as the hollow maintains the connection, I can sever the connections. But I need to be close. Close enough to reach the threads." Jasper's tactical mind shifted into overdrive. New formation. "We hold the bottleneck, wolves on the east, our fighters on the west, just as planned. But instead of a static defense, we create a corridor. Funnel the corrupted through, thin their numbers, and create a gap. Harry pushes through the gap to the center of the army and cuts the strings. That puts him in the middle of 70 corrupted vampires," Rosalie said flatly. "That puts me where I need to be," Harry said. He met her eyes. The bond hummed between them, fear and love and determination tangled together. "You'll be at the gap. Holding it open. With Emmett." "With Emmett." She nodded. No argument. They'd had this discussion already, and she'd won the right to stand at his side. She wasn't going to waste it on debate. "Sam," Harry said, raising the communication stone. "You hearing this?" "Every word." Sam's voice was steady. "We're in position. Eastern Ridge. When the corridor opens, I need your fastest wolves to run interference. Keep the flanks from collapsing while I move to center. Leah and Jacob. They're the fastest." "Good. And Sam, some of these vampires might be salvageable. If I can sever their connection to the hollow, they'll revert. Confused, afraid, potentially hostile from trauma. Don't kill them if you can avoid it." A pause. Sam's voice, when it came, carried the weight of a man making a moral decision in real time. We'll do our best. But if it comes down to a confused vampire and my pack, your pack comes first. Always. Understood. Harry pocketed the stone. He looked at the assembled force, vampires, wolves, hybrid, standing in the grey pre-dawn light at the mouth of the bottleneck, and felt a surge of something that was part love and part grief and part the particular, specific emotion of someone who'd stood in this exact position before, on the grounds of a burning castle, surrounded by people willing to die for a world worth saving. Nobody dies today, he said. That's not a hope. That's an order. Emmett grinned. You can't order me. You're not my boss. Consider it a strong suggestion. Strongly noted. The first corrupted vampire crested the southern ridge. It had been a woman once. Middle-aged. Dark hair. She'd probably had a life, a coven, a territory, a name. Now she was a puppet, her black eyes reflecting nothing, her body moving with the mechanical precision of something operated from a distance. She stopped at the ridge line and was joined by a second. A third. A fourth. They kept coming. Row after row, filling the southern approach with a wall of corrupted bodies. Black eyes, synchronized movements, the same uncanny, breathing in unison coordination that turned individual vampires into cells of a single organism. They didn't snarl. Didn't posture. Didn't do any of the things that normal vampires did when confronting enemies. They simply stood, watching, waiting, as their numbers swelled. 40. 50. 60. 73. Harry counted. And then, at the center of the formation, a figure stepped forward that was different from the rest. It was made of shadow. Not a corrupted vampire, not a physical body at all, but a concentration of dark energy so dense it had achieved a kind of form. Humanoid. Tall. With features that shifted and reformed constantly, like smoke trying to remember what solid felt like. But the face stabilized long enough for Harry to recognize it. Tom Riddle. Young, handsome, with the cold, aristocratic features that had fooled everyone who'd ever underestimated the orphan from wolves. The eyes were wrong, not red, not human, but the same absolute black as the corrupted army, but the face was his. The smile was his. "Hello, Harry," the hollow said, and 73 mouths said it with him, a chorus of stolen voices all speaking in unison. The sound rolled across the valley like a wave. Harry stepped to the front of the defensive line. His wand was in his right hand. His left hand glowed faintly with the golden warmth of his sacred fire. Behind him, 7 vampires and 12 wolves stood ready. "I was hoping we could do this the easy way," Harry said. "You surrender, dissipate back into whatever hole you've been hiding in, and nobody gets hurt." The hollow laughed. 73 mouths laughed. The sound was a violation of acoustics, overlapping and harmonizing in ways that human vocal cords shouldn't have been able to produce. Always the Gryffindor. Offering mercy you can't enforce. The shadow figure tilted its head. "I've been waiting 7 years for this, Harry. 7 years of growing, feeding, becoming. Do you know what the progenitor dreams of? It dreams of being whole. And when I wake it, when I merge with it completely, every vampire on this earth will be mine. Including your precious golden-eyed family. Including her." The last word was aimed like a knife, and the hollow's black eyes fixed on Rosalie. "Last chance," Harry said softly. "Oh, Harry." The hollow's smile widened. "I'm counting on you giving everything you have. Because when you do, and it's not enough, when you burn yourself out trying to save everyone, the way you always do, I'll be there to catch what falls." The corrupted army moved. Not a charge, a flow. 73 bodies surging forward in a coordinated wave, maintaining formation, moving with the fluid, terrifying unity of a single predator. They hit the bottleneck and funneled into the narrow valley, exactly as Jasper had planned, their numbers compressed by the terrain into a manageable front. "Now!" Jasper shouted. The wolves hit the eastern flank like a hurricane. 12 massive bodies, moving in telepathic synchronization, tearing into the corrupted formation with controlled, devastating force. Sam anchored the center. Jacob and Leah sprinted along the edges, impossibly fast, dragging corrupted vampires away from the main body and creating gaps in the formation. The Cullens engaged from the west. Jasper moved with the terrifying efficiency of a century-old combat veteran, precise, economical, every movement a killing stroke. Alice danced beside him, her fractured visions giving her just enough foresight to anticipate attacks a half-second before they came. Emmett hit the front line like a wrecking ball, his massive form creating space through sheer force, corrupted bodies flying backward from impacts that would have cratered concrete. And Rosalie. Rosalie fought like someone who had spent 90 years building a body of diamond and had finally found a reason to use it. She was faster than the corrupted expected, more precise, more brutal. Where Emmett created space through force, she created it through efficiency, targeted strikes to joints, to throats, to the specific nerve clusters that even vampire bodies relied on for coordination. Every hit counted. Nothing was wasted. Harry felt the bond pulse between them as he moved. Her rage. Her focus. Her absolute, burning refusal to let anything touch the people she loved. The corridor opened. A gap in the corrupted formation, created by the combined assault of wolves and vampires, narrow but passable. Harry moved. He apparat. The crack of displaced air was like a gunshot in the valley. One moment he was behind the defensive line, the next he was 20 yards into the corrupted army, wand blazing, golden fire erupting from his left hand. The effect was devastating. Harry's sacred fire swept through the corrupted vampires in a wave of purifying light. It burned through the dark threads connecting them to the hollow, severing puppet strings, freeing minds. The first corrupted vampire he reached, a young man, maybe a decade turned, screamed as the golden fire washed through him, and his eyes flickered from black to red to confused, terrified crimson. "Run," Harry told him. "Northwest. Follow the river. You're free." The vampire stared at him. Then he ran. Harry moved deeper. Operating in short bursts, appearing and disappearing through the corrupted formation, his wand and his fire clearing a path of liberation through the army's ranks. Every vampire he freed was one less body for the Hollow to control, one less weapon pointed at his allies. But the Hollow adapted. The remaining corrupted vampires shifted formation, closing around Harry like a fist. Their movements changed, faster, more aggressive, abandoning the synchronized elegance for raw, overwhelming numbers. They swarmed. 3 at once, then 5, then 8, coming from all directions simultaneously. Harry fought. Spells erupted from his wand in rapid succession, stunners, blasting hexes, shield charms, cutting curses. He apparat out of grapples, reappeared behind attackers, struck and moved with the fluid, continuous violence of someone who'd been trained by the oldest predator on Earth. But there were too many. The freed vampires left gaps in the formation that the Hollow filled by compressing the remaining forces, and the corruption's density increased as Harry pushed deeper. The dark threads grew thicker, stronger, more resistant to his fire. A corrupted vampire grabbed his arm. The contact sent a jolt of darkness through him, the familiar, sickening invasion of the corruption trying to take root. Harry burned it away, but the effort cost him a half-second of focus, and in that half-second, 3 more closed in. He apparat. Reappeared on the valley's eastern ridge, gasping, his arm throbbing where the corruption had touched him. Below, the battle raged, wolves and vampires and corrupted bodies locked in a chaotic melee that was slowly, through Jasper's tactical direction, tilting in the Alliance's favor. But the Hollow's shadow form stood untouched at the center, watching, waiting, its smoke and darkness face wearing Tom Riddle's patient smile. "Edward." Harry called through the communication channel. "What's the Hollow's connection to the army?" Can you trace the central thread? Edward's voice came back strained. There's a primary connection running from the shadow form into the ground. Deep. It's drawing power from below. From the progenitor. The army is powered through it. Can I sever it? The connection? Harry, it's enormous. The amount of energy flowing through it, can I sever it? A pause. If you can reach it. But the shadow form will defend it. And the corruption around the primary thread is orders of magnitude denser than anything in the army. Harry looked down at the battle. His allies were holding, barely. The wolves fought with incredible coordination, Sam's tactical mind directing the pack through their telepathic link. The Cullens held the western corridor, Jasper's formations keeping the corrupted at bay. Emmett and Rosalie guarded the gap, fighting back-to-back with a partnership that spoke of decades of shared family. But they were tiring. Not physically, vampires and wolves didn't tire the way humans did, but strategically. The corrupted were endless, replenishing from the deep earth's power, and for every one Harry freed, the Hollow seemed to pull another from the ranks. This would end one way, at the source. Harry apparat to the valley floor. The crack echoed off the ridge walls, and every corrupted head turned toward him, 70 black-eyed faces, moving in unison, tracking his position with the collective attention of a hive mind. The Hollow's shadow form turned too. Tom Riddle's stolen face smiled. Coming to me? Brave. Stupid, but brave. Story of my life. Harry walked forward. Not ran, walked. Through the corrupted army, which parted around him like water around a stone, opening a path to the shadow form at the center. The Hollow was playing with him. Letting him approach. Wanting this confrontation. Harry obliged. They faced each other across 10 feet of churned earth and trampled ferns. The shadow form flickered and solidified, Tom Riddle's features sharpening into high definition. Up close, the details were wrong, the skin too smooth, the proportions slightly off, as if the Hollow was working from memory rather than direct observation. A photocopy of a photocopy. A ghost of a ghost. You're smaller than I remember, Harry said. And you're taller. Death agreed with you. So I've been told. Harry raised his wand. This ends here. Yes. The Hollow's smile faded. For the first time, its expression held something genuine, not malice, not amusement, but hunger. Deep, consuming, existential hunger. It does. The Hollow attacked. Not physically. The shadow form exploded outward in a wave of corruption, pure, concentrated dark energy, the distilled essence of 7 years of feeding on the progenitor's power. It hit Harry like a tsunami. His shields flared, golden light meeting absolute darkness, and the contact point blazed with an intensity that turned the entire valley white for a fraction of a second. Harry held. His occlumency walls absorbed the mental component, the memories, the whispers, the insidious suggestions that this is futile, you always fail, everyone you love dies because of you. He'd heard it all before. From Voldemort, from the Horcrux locket, from the voice in his own head during the darkest nights of the war. It was old ammunition fired from a new weapon, and he was immune. But the physical component was new. The progenitor's power, raw, ancient, the fundamental force that had created vampirism itself, pressed against his shields with a weight that had nothing to do with magic and everything to do with the sheer, geological persistence of something that had existed for 10,000 years. Harry's feet slid backward. He dug in. His wand blazed. Protego Maxima. The shield held, barely, and the dark energy parted around it like a river around a boulder. The Hollow pressed harder. Harry felt his shields cracking, not breaking, not yet, but fracturing along stress lines that he couldn't reinforce fast enough. The corruption was too strong. Too deep. Fed by a source that dwarfed anything he'd encountered in either life. You are strong, the Hollow said, and it sounded genuinely impressed. Stronger than the boy I killed. But strength isn't enough, Harry. It never was. I have the patience of the earth and the cunning of the greatest wizard who ever lived. What do you have? Friends, Harry said through gritted teeth. I have friends. On the eastern ridge, Sam's howl split the air. The wolf pack surged forward, not attacking the corrupted army but running interference, drawing bodies away from Harry's position, creating breathing room. Jacob and Leah sprinted along the valley floor, their massive forms scattering corrupted vampires, disrupting the hollow's focus. On the western ridge, Jasper reorganized the Cullen formation. Alice's eyes went white, a full vision, clear and sharp, the first complete prediction she'd had in weeks. Now, she screamed. Harry, the thread. It's exposed. 3 seconds. Harry looked down. Alice was right, the hollow's primary connection, the massive dark thread running from the shadow form into the earth, was visible. It pulsed with every ounce of power the progenitor was feeding upward. It was the hollow's lifeline. Its root system. The thing that made it more than a fragment and turned it into a force. 3 seconds. Harry didn't think. Didn't calculate. Didn't plan. He did what he'd always done, in both lives, when the moment came and the cost was clear and the only alternative was watching the people he loved die. He gave everything. He dropped his shields. All of them. Every layer of occlumency, every magical defense, every barrier between his soul and the darkness. He opened himself completely, to the corruption, to the hollow, to the ancient hunger of the progenitor, and in the same breath, he poured every ounce of his power into the bond. Not the bond with the hollow. The bonds with everyone. His bond sight blazed to maximum intensity, and he reached through it, through the golden threads connecting him to Rosalie, to the Cullens, to the wolves, to Alaric half a world away, to the memory of Ron and Hermione and Dumbledore and Lily and every person who had ever loved him and everyone he had ever loved. He gathered those connections like ropes and braided them into a single, incandescent lance of golden fire and drove it down through the hollow's primary thread. The sound it made was not a sound. It was a vibration that lived in the bones, in the teeth, in the deep architecture of the earth itself. The dark thread blazed golden, corruption burning away from the inside, the hollow's connection to the progenitor searing and cracking and coming apart. The hollow screamed. Not from 73 mouths, from one. Its own. A sound of pure, primal rage that carried across the valley and echoed off the mountains and would haunt the dreams of everyone who heard it for years. The shadow form destabilized. Tom Riddle's face distorted, stretched, became something formless and thrashing. The dark energy collapsed inward, the corrupted army staggering and falling as their puppet strings were cut. Black eyes flickered and cleared across the valley, dozens of vampires waking from the hollow's control, confused and terrified and free. Harry held the lance. The golden fire poured through the severed thread, following it down into the earth, seeking the progenitor. He couldn't reach it, it was too deep, too vast, but he could cauterize the wound. Seal the connection. Stop the bleeding. The effort was enormous. His body shook. Blood, real blood, red and human, ran from his nose, his ears, the corners of his eyes. His hybrid system was burning through its reserves at a rate that wasn't sustainable, pouring vitality into the spell at a cost that his body couldn't calculate and his mind refused to acknowledge. Harry. Rosalie's voice. Cutting through the noise and the light and the pain like a blade through silk. He felt her through the bond, her fear, her love, her absolute, unshakable refusal to let him go. Finish it, she screamed. And come back to me. He finished it. The golden lance drove to the bottom of the severed thread and bloomed outward, creating a seal, a barrier of purified energy that closed the wound between the hollow and the progenitor. Not permanent. Not total. A tourniquet, not a cure. But enough to cut the power supply. Enough to reduce the hollow from a force to a fragment again. The shadow form collapsed. The darkness that had been Tom Riddle's face swirled and compressed and fled, not destroyed, not dead, but diminished. Driven back. Reduced to whatever dark corner of the earth it had been born in, licking its wounds, already planning its return. But not today. Harry fell. The world went sideways, then dark, then nothing. He heard Rosalie's voice, felt hands on his shoulders, smelled engine oil and winter roses, and then the nothing took him and he was gone. He woke in the Cullen house. The ceiling was white. The light was soft. Something cool pressed against his forehead, and something warm was wrapped around his hand. Don't try to move. Carlyle's voice, calm and professional, with an undercurrent of relief that his bedside manner couldn't quite conceal. You've been unconscious for 14 hours. Your hybrid physiology took significant damage, cellular depletion, neurological strain, magical exhaustion. If you were fully human, you'd be dead. If you were fully vampire, you'd be comatose. Lucky me, Harry croaked. His voice sounded like it had been dragged through gravel and set on fire. The others? Everyone survived. No casualties. 12 corrupted vampires were freed and have dispersed. Carlyle gave them the option to stay, but most chose to leave. This was Jasper's voice, from somewhere to Harry's left. 27 corrupted bodies were too far gone. They collapsed when the Hollow's connection was severed. The corruption consumed them from the inside. 27. Harry closed his eyes. 27 vampires who'd been people, who'd had names and histories and preferences and opinions about music and weather. Gone. Consumed by a darkness that he'd brought into this world. The remaining 30 or so were freed in the battle, Jasper continued. Sam's pack is helping with the territorial cleanup. No wolf casualties. Some injuries. Paul took a hit that would have killed a human, but shapeshifter healing handled it. The seal. Holding. According to Alice's visions, the progenitor's energy output has dropped by roughly 80%. Whatever you did to that connection, it worked. And the Hollow? Silence. The kind that carried bad news. It retreated, Jasper said carefully. Edward tracked its mental signature as far south as he could. It's diminished, significantly, but not destroyed. It's still out there. Still connected to the progenitor, though barely. And it will recover. Harry opened his eyes. The ceiling was still white. The cool thing on his forehead was a damp cloth. The warm thing around his hand was Rosalie. She sat beside the bed, a medical bed that Carlyle kept in his study for exactly no prior reason but was now proving useful. Her golden hair was down, falling around her face, and her expression was a complicated geography of relief and residual fear and something else, something fierce and tender that the bond between them amplified until it filled the room. "Hi," Harry said. "Hi." Her voice was rough. "You've been unconscious for 14 hours. Carlyle mentioned. You bled from your eyes. That's less ideal. You bled from your eyes, Harry. Your brain was hemorrhaging from magical strain. If your hybrid healing hadn't kicked in, but it did. But it almost didn't." He squeezed her hand. Warm fingers around cool ones. The bond between them pulsed steadily, alive, intact, as strong as ever. Stronger, maybe. The battle had tested it, and it had held. "I told you I'd come back," he said. "You told me you'd try. That's not the same thing. In my experience, trying is all anyone can promise." She leaned forward. Her lips brushed his forehead, not the scar, but the skin beside it. Cool and soft and present. "Try harder next time. I keep getting that note." The door opened. Alice's head appeared, followed by Alice's body, followed by Alice's irrepressible energy, which preceded and followed her in roughly equal measure. "He's awake. He's awake and Rosalie hasn't killed him. Everyone owes me $10. "Alice," Carlyle began. Emmett bet 20. Emmett's voice from the hallway, I bet he'd wake up fighting. He didn't wake up fighting. I lost. You bet on my recovery? Harry asked. We bet on everything, Alice said brightly. It passes the time. How are you feeling? Like someone used my soul as a battering ram. That's medically accurate, actually. Carlyle moved into view, a stethoscope around his neck and concern in his golden eyes. He listened to Harry's chest. Checked his pupils. Ran a series of tests that Harry didn't have the energy to follow. Your heart rate is stabilizing. Magical reserves are detectable, which is an improvement over 12 hours ago when they were functionally zero. You'll need rest. Significant rest. How long? Days. At minimum. Harry started to protest. Carlyle held up a hand. I have treated humans for 3 centuries and I have never had a patient as stubborn as you. Rest, or I'll have Emmett sit on you. I volunteer, Emmett called from the hallway. Harry subsided. Rest. Days of it. While the hollow recovered in the dark and the progenitor stirred beneath its sealed wound and the Volturi watched and waited and planned. But for now, right now, the ceiling was white and the light was soft and Rosalie's hand was in his and everyone was alive. Everyone. Nobody had died today. He'd given that order and the universe had listened, just this once. He closed his eyes. The bond hummed. Somewhere across the house, Emmett was arm-wrestling Jacob, who'd apparently come to check on Harry and stayed for the competition. Alice was reading alouds from the fragments of her visions. Jasper was updating the maps. Carlyle and Esme were in the kitchen, preparing food that only Harry could eat. A family. Not the one he'd lost. Not a replacement. Something new. Something that had formed in fire and blood and the desperate, defiant act of choosing to stand together against the dark. Harry slept. And in his dreams, for the first time in either life, there was no forest. No green light. No choice between living and dying. Just warmth, and gold, and the sound of an engine running smooth and steady in a garage where broken things were made whole. In Volterra, Arrow watched the battle's aftermath through the eyes of a spy gifted with perfect recall. He saw the golden fire. The severed thread. The hollow's retreat. The hybrid standing at the center of it all, bleeding from his eyes, burning with a power that made every vampire gift Arrow had ever collected look like a candle beside the sun. He saw the bond between the hybrid and the golden-haired Cullen woman. Saw the wolves fighting alongside vampires. Saw an alliance that shouldn't exist, built by a boy who shouldn't exist, in defense of a world that didn't know it needed defending. Arrow set down the spy's hand and leaned back on his throne. His papery skin stretched over a smile that was equal parts delight and calculation. Fascinating, he murmured. Beside him, Caius seethed. He's more dangerous than we thought. That power, if he turns it against us, he won't. Arrow's smile widened. Not yet. He's a protector, brother. A guardian. He doesn't attack, he defends. And right now, he's defending against something that threatens us as well. Then let him exhaust himself. Let him fight the hollow. And when both are weakened, so crude. Arrow's voice carried the gentle reproach of a teacher correcting a bright but limited student. No, Caius. We don't wait for him to weaken. We go to him. We offer our hand. We become his ally. His ally. His ally. Because the boy who just severed a primordial entity's power supply with nothing but love and stubbornness is not someone you fight, brother. Arrow stood, and his ancient eyes gleamed with the particular light of someone who had just seen the most interesting thing in 3,000 years and intended to own it. He is someone you befriend. Prepare my guard, Arrow said pleasantly. We're going to Forks. In the deep earth, beneath the golden seal, the progenitor stirred. Diminished. Wounded. Patient. Time, it thought in a language older than thought. Time is what I have. The seal held. The battle was won. The war was not over. But for tonight, the good guys were ahead. And sometimes, in either life, that had to be enough. Chapter 4, The King's Shadow. Harry healed slowly. That was the wrong word, by any human standard. His recovery was miraculous. 3 days after the battle, he could walk without his vision graying at the edges. For days, he could run at half speed. 5 days, his magical reserves had refilled to roughly 60%, and Carlyle stopped looking at him with the particular expression of a doctor who was mentally composing a paper on a medical phenomenon he could never publish. But slowly, for him. He was accustomed to hybrid healing that knitted bone in hours and restored vitality overnight. The battle's cost had been deeper than tissue damage. It had drained something fundamental, a well of magical energy that recharged from sources he didn't fully understand. His father's blood. His mother's legacy. The intersection of worlds that lived in his cells. He spent the recovery days at the Cullen house, because Carlyle insisted on monitoring him and because leaving meant leaving Rosalie, and the bond between them had become a physical ache when they were separated by more than a few hundred yards. Not painful, more like the discomfort of wearing shoes on the wrong feet. Everything slightly off, slightly wrong, until she walked into the room and the world clicked back into alignment. She handled it with characteristic Rosalie bluntness. "This is inconvenient," she said on the third morning, appearing in the doorway of Carlyle's study where Harry had been attempting to read a book on quantum mechanics that Carlyle had recommended. She was wearing oil-stained jeans and a tank top, her hair in the practical braid she'd adopted since the battle, and she looked annoyed in the specific way that meant she was feeling something she hadn't authorized herself to feel. "Good morning to you too. I was in the garage. Working on the Shelby's interior panels. I've been doing this for months without issue. Today I couldn't concentrate because some part of my brain was tracking your heartbeat through 3 walls and 100 yards of forest. That's the bond. I know what it is. I want to know when it stops being distracting. It doesn't, according to my father. It stabilizes, becomes background noise instead of foreground noise. But it doesn't go away." Rosalie leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed. The annoyance faded into something more complex. "I chose this." "You did. I don't regret it. I'm glad. I'm informing you of facts, not asking for reassurance." But the corner of her mouth twitched, and through the bond he felt the warm current of something she would never, under threat of dismemberment, call tenderness. "How are you feeling?" 60%. Maybe 65. That's not good enough. I'm aware. You need to be at full strength before whatever comes next. Also aware. She pushed off the doorframe and crossed the room, sitting on the arm of his chair with the decisive grace of someone who'd made a choice about proximity and wasn't interested in being coy about it. Her weight was minimal, vampire density in a compact frame, but her presence was enormous. She smelled like leather and motor oil and the cold, clean scent that was uniquely hers. "The seal is weakening," she said. Harry's hand stilled on his book. "How do you know?" "Alice. She's been monitoring the vision fragments. The dark spots are growing again. Slowly, but consistently. Whatever you did to that connection bought us time, not a solution." "I know. How much time?" Harry had been calculating. Running the numbers against his bond site readings, against the pulse of the progenitor that he could still feel through the earth if he pressed his awareness deep enough. The seal was a tourniquet, not a cure. He'd known that when he cast it. The question was how long it would hold. "Weeks," he said. "Maybe a month. The progenitor is patient, it's been sleeping for 10,000 years. But the Hollow's merger accelerated its wakening cycle. Even diminished, even wounded, it's stirring. The seal slows it down. It doesn't stop it. Then we need a permanent solution." "Yes. Do you have one?" Harry was quiet for a moment. He did not, in fact, have one. He had theories. He had fragments of ideas. He had the nagging, insistent feeling that the answer was somewhere in the intersection of his two natures, wizard and vampire, mortal and immortal, the bridge between life and death that he'd always been. But the specific shape of that answer eluded him, flickering at the edges of his consciousness like a word on the tip of his tongue. "I'm working on it," he said. Rosalie studied him. The bond meant she could feel the texture of his uncertainty, not fear, not despair, but the honest, grinding frustration of someone facing a problem that mattered more than anything and not yet seeing the solution. "Work faster," she said. But her hand found the back of his neck, cool fingers resting against warm skin, and the touch said something different than the words. On the 6th day, Harry's phone rang at dawn. Not the phone. The ring. The silver band on his right hand, containing a fragment of Alaric's blood, vibrated against his finger with a frequency that bypassed sound and went straight to the bone. His father's signal. Not the standard check-in pulse they'd established, but the emergency frequency, the one that meant I'm coming or run or the world has shifted in a way that requires my presence. Harry was on his feet before the vibration stopped. He dressed, armed himself, wand in the forearm holster, a secondary wand he'd crafted from local yew in an ankle sheath, 3 enchanted stones in his jacket pocket, and walked out onto his porch. The forest was still. Not naturally still, the birds were silent, the insects quiet, even the wind had paused. The kind of stillness that preceded earthquakes and eclipses and the arrival of things that were too large for the world's normal systems to process. Harry felt him coming from the south. Not a signature, a presence. An alteration in the fundamental electromagnetic fabric of the region so profound that every supernatural being within 50 miles would feel it. The Cullens would feel it. The wolves would feel it. If there were any ordinary vampires passing through, they would feel it and run, because what was approaching was to normal vampires what a hurricane was to a candle flame. Alaric emerged from the tree line without a sound. He didn't walk so much as manifest. One moment the forest was empty, the next he stood at its edge, tall and still and absolutely, terrifyingly present. He wore a dark coat over darker clothing, his black hair loose around a face that had been ancient when Rome was a village. His eyes, the deep, old blood red of a vampire who had never tasted animal blood, who had been drinking from willing human donors for 10 millennia, found Harry immediately. "Father. My son." They met on the porch. Alaric's hand found Harry's shoulder, the greeting they'd developed over 7 years, physical contact that acknowledged the bond without the performative intimacy that made both of them uncomfortable. His father's grip was cool and unyielding and carried the specific pressure of someone who could crush mountains but chose, in this moment, to be gentle. "You're diminished," Alaric said. "I'm recovering. You burned through 70% of your magical reserves and channeled purifying fire through a primordial connection. Recovering is an optimistic description." Alaric's eyes narrowed. "And you've blood bonded?" Harry didn't flinch. "Yes." "With the Hale woman?" "With Rosalie?" "Yes." Alaric was quiet for a moment. His expression was unreadable. 10,000 years had given him absolute control over his facial muscles, and when he chose to be opaque, even Bond's sight found only still water. "Your mother blood bonded with me," he said finally. "It was her choice. I tried to dissuade her, the risks, the permanence, the depth of vulnerability it creates. She told me," something flickered behind the ancient eyes. "She told me that love without vulnerability was just admiration from a safe distance." "Sounds like her. You wouldn't know. You were 3 days old." "I know because that's how I feel. The things worth having are the things that can hurt you." Alaric's hand tightened on his shoulder. Not with displeasure, with the fierce, complicated emotion of a father watching his son become someone he recognized. "You are more like her than you will ever know. You could tell me about her. More than you have." "I will. When this is over." Alaric released his shoulder and turned to face the forest. But first, there are things I must show you. And things I must tell you. And the telling will change everything. That's dramatic, even for you. Some truths are dramatic, Hadrian. It is their nature. They went to the Cullen house. Harry had called ahead. The family was assembled in the living room, and the atmosphere was the specific brand of tension that came from being told something important is coming without being told what. Edward stood by the piano, his mind-reading gift already straining toward the approaching presence. Jasper was by the window, combat-ready by reflex. Alice sat on the couch, her eyes flickering between present and future with the rapid-fire intensity of someone trying to watch two television channels simultaneously. Rosalie was in the kitchen doorway. Her eyes found Harry the moment he entered, the bond checking in, "Are you okay, are you safe, what's coming?" in a pulse of wordless communication that they were still learning to navigate. And then Alaric walked through the door, and every vampire in the room stopped moving. It wasn't a dramatic entrance. Alaric didn't pose, didn't announce himself, didn't project power in any deliberate way. He simply entered, and the room changed. The air pressure shifted. The ambient temperature dropped. Something deep and instinctive in every vampire present, the predator's awareness of hierarchy, the hardwired recognition of something older, stronger, more fundamentally dangerous than anything they'd encountered, screamed a single, overwhelming message. Bow. Nobody bowed. But nobody moved, either. For 3 full seconds, 7 vampires stood frozen in the presence of something their bodies recognized even if their minds couldn't categorize it. Carlyle broke the stillness. He stepped forward with the measured courage of a man who had walked with the Volturi, who had crossed oceans alone, who had built a family on the principle that fear was not a reason to abandon civility. "Welcome to our home," Carlyle said. His voice was steady. His hands were not. "You must be Harry's father." Alaric inclined his head. "Carlyle Cullen. Your reputation precedes you. 3 centuries of compassion in a world that rewards cruelty. That is not a small achievement. You honor me. I observe. As I said to my son, admiration is a luxury I rarely indulge." Alaric's gaze moved across the room, cataloging each Cullen with the unhurried precision of someone who had spent millennia reading people and situations. He paused on Jasper, a soldier recognizing a soldier, and on Alice, his brow creasing slightly at her gift's fractured interaction with his presence, and on Rosalie. He looked at Rosalie for a long time. Harry felt the bond spike with Rosalie's reaction, not fear, exactly, but the ancient, bone-deep awareness that she was being evaluated by something that could unmake her with a thought. She met Alaric's gaze without flinching. Her chin lifted. Her jaw set. She held her ground the way she held everything, with absolute, unyielding determination. Alaric's mouth moved. Not quite a smile. Something adjacent. "Yes," he said softly. "I see why." He turned to the room at large. "You have questions. I will answer them. But first, you must understand what I am, because what I am is the context for everything that follows." "Harry told us you're old," Emmett said from the love seat. "How old are we talking?" "I was born, if born is the right word, approximately 10,000 years ago. Before the Volturi, before the Romanians, before any vampire civilization you have record of. I am the first of our kind. Not the first to call himself vampire, but the first to be one." The room processed this. Carlyle's eyes widened fractionally. Edward's brow furrowed as he tried to read Alaric's mind and found, Harry could tell from his expression, something vast and impenetrable. Not shielded like Harry's thoughts. Simply too large. Too deep. Like trying to read a library by looking through a keyhole. "The progenitor," Carlyle said. "The legends I've encountered, the references to a first, a source. They're about you. They're about what created me. I am a consequence. The progenitor is the cause. Alaric moved to the center of the room, and the Cullens instinctively adjusted their positions, not retreating, but making space, the way objects rearrange themselves around a gravitational body. 10,000 years ago, a group of humans attempted a ritual. They sought to transcend mortality, to bind a fragment of eternal power into human flesh and create something immortal. They succeeded, Edward said. They did not. Alaric's voice carried the weight of ancient correction. What they summoned was not power. It was an entity, a conscious, sentient force that had existed in the space between life and death since before humanity evolved. The ritual pulled it partially into the physical world and bound it to a human host. Me. He paused. The room was absolutely silent. The entity, what I call the progenitor, intended to use me as a vessel. A body through which to experience and, eventually, control the physical world. I was meant to be its puppet. Something cold and very old moved behind Alaric's eyes. I broke free. The binding was imperfect. The human will, my will, proved stronger than the entity anticipated. I retained my consciousness, my identity, my autonomy. But the progenitor's power was already inside me. I could not remove it without destroying myself. So you carry it, Jasper said. I am it. In part. Every vampire alive carries a fragment of the progenitor's essence. Venom is its medium. When a vampire turns a human, they transmit a diluted portion of the original entity's power. Your strength, your speed, your immortality, these are echoes of the progenitor's nature, filtered through 10,000 years of dilution. Carlyle sat down slowly. The implications were rewriting his understanding of his own existence in real time. Then every vampire is a distant descendant. Not of me, of the force that created me. The progenitor has slept for millennia, dormant beneath the earth, but its influence persists in every vampire on the planet. A background signal. A hum too low to hear. Until now, Harry said. Alaric nodded. Until now. The fragment of dark magic that followed my son through death found the sleeping progenitor and began merging with it. The hollow, this residue of your old world's darkest wizard, has been feeding on the progenitor's dormant power for 7 years, accelerating its awakening cycle. The seal Hadrian created has slowed the process, but it cannot stop it permanently. How long? Jasper asked. The strategist's question. How much time do we have? The seal is degrading at an increasing rate. At current progression, weeks. Perhaps less. And when it fails? Alaric's silence was the answer. It stretched for several seconds, filling the room with the particular kind of dread that comes from understanding a threat too large for individual courage to address. When it fails, Alaric said, the progenitor will wake. Fully. For the first time in 10 millennia. And when it wakes, the background signal that every vampire carries will become a command signal. The hum will become a voice. And that voice will say, obey. Every vampire on Earth, Edward whispered. Every vampire on Earth. The Volturi, the nomads, every coven on every continent. The progenitor's original purpose was dominion, control of the physical world through the bodies it created. If it wakes with the Hollow's intelligence guiding it, it gets Voldemort's mind in a god's body, Harry said. Commanding an army of every vampire that's ever been turned. Including us, Rosalie said from the doorway. Her voice was flat. Her eyes were burning. Including you. Alaric met her gaze with something that, from a being 10,000 years old, might have been respect. The background signal is in your venom. In your cells. It cannot be removed without destroying what makes you vampire. When the progenitor's voice activates, you will hear it. And if the voice is strong enough, we become puppets. You become extensions. As I was meant to be. The room was quiet for a long time. Harry watched the Cullens process the information, each in their own way, through the lens of their individual natures. Carlyle's quiet horror at the negation of free will. Jasper's rapid tactical recalculation. Alice's frantic search through her visions for a future that didn't end in slavery. Emmett's jaw setting with the simple, powerful refusal of someone who would fight anything, anywhere, under any circumstances. Esme's hand finding Carlyle's, an anchor in the storm. And Edward, staring at nothing, his mind reading Gift brushing against the vast, impenetrable wall of Alaric's consciousness and finding only the faintest echoes of something so ancient it made his 3,000-year-old Volturi acquaintances feel like children. There is a solution, Alaric said. There is always a solution. But it carries a cost. Harry looked at his father. Something in Alaric's tone, a resignation so deep it had become structural, sent a spike of alarm through his chest. What cost? Alaric didn't answer immediately. He walked to the window, and for a moment, looking out at the green, rain-soaked forest of the Pacific Northwest, the oldest vampire on Earth looked tired. The progenitor cannot be destroyed, he said. It exists between states, neither fully alive nor fully dead, neither fully physical nor fully spiritual. It predates biology. Destroying it would require unmaking the boundary between life and death itself. Then what? Harry pressed. It can be contained. Imprisoned. As it has been for 10 millennia, sleeping, dormant, its influence reduced to a background signal. But the seal Hadrian created is external. A bandage on a wound. What is needed is an internal seal. A consciousness strong enough to enter the progenitor and suppress it from within. Harry's blood went cold. Genuinely cold, his hybrid body dropping temperature so fast that frost crystallized on his fingertips. No. It is the only permanent solution, no. I was the original vessel. I know the entity's architecture. I can remerge with it, enter the progenitor, bind it to my will as I did 10,000 years ago, and hold it dormant. Permanently. And you'd be trapped. Inside it. Forever. Alaric turned from the window. His ancient face held the expression of someone who had been carrying a terrible weight for a very long time and was, at last, setting it down. Some doors must be closed from the inside, Hadrian. I already lost one father. Harry's voice cracked. The control he maintained so carefully, the steady, confident, measured composure that he'd built over 2 lifetimes, fractured along a fault line he'd never been able to reinforce. I lost one father before I ever knew him. I will not lose another. The room was very still. The Cullens, witnesses to a conversation that was simultaneously deeply private and cosmically significant, held their collective silence. Alaric crossed the room. He stood in front of his son, and for a moment, the ancient mask fell away completely. What was underneath was not a 10,000-year-old apex predator. It was a father looking at his son and seeing everything he loved about the world condensed into a single, stubborn, heartbreakingly brave young man. I have lived 10,000 years, Alaric said quietly. I have watched civilizations rise and fall. I have seen humanity at its worst and its best. I have been alone for most of it, a monster pretending to be a myth, hiding in the spaces between human awareness. And then your mother walked into my existence, and for a brief, extraordinary moment, I understood what all of it was for. His hand found Harry's shoulder. The grip was gentle. The emotion behind it was not. You are what it was for, Hadrian. You are the only thing I have created that matters. And if my existence must end so that yours can continue, so that this world can continue, then that is not a sacrifice. That is a purpose fulfilled. Harry stared at his father through eyes that burned with moisture his hybrid biology shouldn't have been able to produce. There has to be another way. I have spent 7 years looking for one. Then look harder. Something that was almost a smile crossed Alaric's face. You sound like your mother. Good. She was right. The moment hung in the air between them, grief and love and the terrible mathematics of sacrifice. Harry felt Rosalie's presence at his back, the bond pulsing with her shared pain, her fury at a universe that kept demanding this of the people she cared about. Alaric released his shoulder. I did not come here to die today. I came to prepare. To share what I know. To meet your allies and assess the situation. There may yet be alternatives, your hybrid nature exists outside the progenitor's framework. You are something neither I nor the entity anticipated. That unpredictability may open doors I cannot see. So we keep looking. We keep looking. Together. Alaric straightened, and the ancient composure settled back into place like armor being donned. But we also prepare for the eventuality that no alternative exists. To do otherwise would be negligent. Harry wanted to argue. Wanted to rail against the logic, the resignation, the gentle, terrible acceptance in his father's voice. But he'd learned, in 2 lifetimes, that sometimes the bravest thing you could do was face a truth you hated and say I hear you, and I'm going to fight it anyway. We prepare, Harry said. For every eventuality. Including the ones we refuse to accept. Alaric nodded. And if his ancient eyes were brighter than usual, neither of them mentioned it. The Volturi arrived 2 days later. Alice saw them coming 12 hours ahead, her visions of the Volturi were clear, unaffected by the Hollow's dimensional interference. She burst into the living room during one of Jasper's strategy sessions with a wild expression. Full guard. All 3 leaders. 30 members of the guard, including the twins and Renata. ETA, dawn tomorrow. The room erupted. This is an invasion, Jasper said immediately, his combat instincts overriding everything else. This is Arrow, Harry corrected. He doesn't invade. He arrives. There's a difference. The difference being, an invader comes to take. Arrow comes to acquire. Invaders use force. Arrow uses charm. And if charm doesn't work, Harry conceded the point. Then yes, he uses force. But he always tries charm first. You've never met him, Edward said. I don't need to. I've met people like him. Charismatic, brilliant, utterly convinced that they're the hero of their own story. Dumbledore was one. Voldemort was another, in a twisted way. They believe absolutely in the righteousness of their vision, and they will bend or break anything that doesn't fit it. And how do you deal with people like that? Harry thought about it. You give them something more interesting than whatever they came for. You change the conversation. You make them realize that the thing they want is less valuable than the thing you're offering. What are we offering? Survival. He called Sam. The Alpha's voice was taut. We felt them coming. The elders are concerned. The Volturi won't breach the treaty line. This is a political visit, not a military operation. With 30 armed guards. Arrow doesn't go to the bathroom without armed guards. It's not a threat, it's a habit. My people are on alert. If they cross the boundary, they won't. But I need you at the meeting, Sam. You and your pack. Not as combatants. As equals. A long pause. You want wolves at a vampire summit. I want every power in this region represented. The Volturi need to see what they're dealing with, not just me, not just the Cullens, but the full scope of the alliance. Numbers matter to people like Arrow. So does diversity of capability. The Council won't like it. The Council will like being enslaved by a primordial entity even less. Another pause. We'll be there. Treaty line. Dawn. Harry hung up and turned to find Alaric standing behind him with an expression that could generously be described as darkly amused. You're assembling a coalition, Alaric said. I'm assembling a survival pact. You're playing kingmaker. A boy of 7 years, orchestrating the largest gathering of supernatural powers in modern history. Alaric's eyes glinted. Your mother would have done the same thing. You keep saying that. Because it keeps being true. Dawn came wrapped in fog. The meeting ground was the wide meadow that bordered the treaty line, neutral territory by common agreement, open enough for visibility, surrounded by forest that provided cover for those who needed it. Harry had spent the previous evening warding the perimeter with every detection and protection spell he could manage at 65% reserves. If anything hostile approached, he'd know. The Cullens arrived first. Full family, dressed in what Harry had come to think of as their formal combat attire, clean, practical, expensive enough to communicate status, functional enough to fight in. Carlyle at the head, Esme at his side. Jasper and Alice flanking. Edward and Emmett behind. Rosalie beside Harry, close enough that their shoulders almost touched, the bond between them a steady golden hum. The wolves came next. Sam led 12 shapeshifters to the treaty line's edge, phasing into human form with the fluid ease of long practice. They arranged themselves in a formation that mirrored the Cullens, pack hierarchy expressed in spatial geometry. Jacob stood at Sam's right, Leah at his left. The younger wolves filled in behind, nervous energy barely contained. Alaric stood behind Harry. He had not asked for a position. He had not been assigned one. He simply stood where a father would stand, behind his son, close enough to act if needed, far enough to let the boy lead. And then the Volturi. They came from the south, emerging from the fog in a formation that was equal parts military procession and theatrical production. The guard walked in perfect formation, 3 columns of 10, grey cloaks rippling in the morning mist, crimson eyes fixed forward with the disciplined blankness of soldiers who had spent centuries perfecting obedience. Jane and Alec led the front column. Dimitri and Felix flanked the center. Renata, Arrow's personal shield, walked half a step behind the 3 thrones position. And the thrones themselves. Arrow walked at the center, as he always did. His bearing was everything Harry had expected, graceful, magnetic, radiating a warmth and openness that was entirely genuine and entirely calculated in equal measure. He was smaller than Harry had imagined, slight, dark-haired, with papery white skin that seemed to glow in the fog. His crimson eyes swept the meadow with the avid, delighted interest of a collector walking into an auction house. Caius flanked his right. White-blonde, sharp-featured, radiating hostility the way a furnace radiates heat. His crimson eyes found Harry immediately and stayed there, burning with the specific intensity of someone who had already decided what he wanted to do and was waiting for permission. Marcus flanked Arrow's left. And Marcus was the surprise. Harry had been briefed on Marcus's gift, the ability to perceive bonds between individuals, a cruder version of Harry's own bond sight. He'd expected a bored, disengaged ancient, going through the motions of governance out of inertia. What he found was something different. Marcus looked at Harry. And stopped. The ancient vampire's burgundy eyes, darker than the others, tinged with something that might have been resignation or might have been something far older, went wide. His step faltered. For the first time in what was clearly centuries, Marcus showed genuine, unguarded surprise. He was seeing Harry's bonds. All of them. Not just the local connections, the golden thread to Rosalie, the family bonds to the Cullens, the alliance threads to the wolves, the deep crimson chain to Alaric. He was seeing the bonds that reached beyond this world. The connections to Ron and Hermione, attenuated by dimensional distance but still present, still alive, stretching across the void between realities like threads of gossamer gold. The bond to Lily, to James, to Sirius, faded but unbroken, because love didn't end at death. It just changed frequency. Marcus leaned toward Arrow. Harry heard the whisper, every supernatural being present heard it, and it carried the specific weight of something ancient and shocked, recognizing something unprecedented. He is bound to people who do not exist in this world. His connections reach beyond reality itself. And the bond to the first. Marcus's breath caught. Master. Arrow's eyes sharpened. The collector's delight intensified by an order of magnitude. But to his credit, and Harry did give him credit for this, he kept his composure. The smile remained warm, open, diplomatic. Only someone watching as carefully as Harry would have seen the hunger underneath. "Carlyle, my old friend," Arrow called, his voice carrying across the meadow with practiced warmth. "How wonderful to see you again. And what a gathering you've assembled. Vegetarian vampires, shapeshifters, a hybrid, and," his gaze found Alaric. He stopped. Harry watched Arrow carefully. He'd been studying the Volturi leader through intelligence and second-hand accounts, building a psychological profile the way Jasper built tactical maps. Arrow was a genius. A 3,000-year-old genius with a gift that gave him access to every thought and memory a person had ever had, refined through millennia of political manipulation into an instrument of absolute information control. And Harry watched that genius encounter something it couldn't categorize. Arrow looked at Alaric the way a child looks at the ocean for the first time. Not with understanding. With awe. "The legends," Arrow breathed. "The first." Alaric inclined his head. "A millimeter. The minimum gesture of acknowledgement possible between two beings of vastly unequal age and power." "Arrow of the Volturi," Alaric said. His voice carried without effort, not loud, but present, filling the meadow with the weight of 10 millennia. "I have watched your governance from afar for 3,000 years. You have done adequate work." Adequate. From a being who predated civilization, it was practically a compliment. From anyone else, it would have been an insult. Arrow processed this with the rapid, calculating intelligence that had kept him in power for 3 millennia and chose to take it as the former. "We are honored by your presence," Arrow said, recovering his poise with impressive speed. "And deeply curious about the circumstances that have brought you here." "The circumstances," Harry said, stepping forward and drawing every eye in the meadow, "are that something is about to happen that makes your governance, your guard, and your 3,000 years of accumulated power completely irrelevant unless we work together." Caius's jaw tightened. "You dare, Caius." Arrow's hand rose. A gentle, almost paternal gesture that silenced his brother with the efficiency of a guillotine. "Let the young man speak." Harry spoke. He laid it out. All of it. The progenitor, the hollow, the seal, the timeline. He didn't soften it, didn't hedge, didn't play political games. He showed them the corrupted deer, the battle, the hikers, the golden fire, through memory fragments that Edward confirmed and Alice's visions corroborated. He told them about the background signal in every vampire's venom. He told them what would happen when the progenitor woke. The meadow was very, very quiet when he finished. "You're saying," Arrow said slowly, and the delight was gone now, replaced by something colder and more focused, "that every vampire on Earth, including my guard, my brothers, myself, carries a dormant control signal. And that this signal will activate when the entity beneath the Earth awakens." "Yes. And that the entity is being accelerated by a fragment of dark magic from another reality." "Yes. And that you, a 7-year-old hybrid who attends an American high school, are currently the only being alive who can permanently seal it. The seal I created is temporary. A permanent solution requires more. Which is why we're having this conversation." Arrow's crimson eyes bored into him. 3,000 years of reading people, manipulating situations, and maintaining control through information superiority, all of it focused on the young man standing in the middle of a foggy meadow, telling the most powerful vampire on Earth that his power was irrelevant. "And you believe a permanent solution exists?" "I believe one must exist, because the alternative is the end of free will for every vampire alive. And I've fought one war to protect free will. I'll fight another." Arrow turned to Marcus. "Brother?" Marcus hadn't taken his eyes off Harry since the meeting began. His expression had undergone a transformation, the ancient ennui dissolving into something awake, alert, and deeply unsettled. "His bonds are genuine. The connections he describes, to another world, to a previous life, I can see the evidence. Threads reaching beyond our reality. Nothing I have encountered in 2,000 years compares. And the threat? The threat is real. I can feel the background signal he describes. I have always felt it, a low hum beneath the bond web. I never identified its source. Marcus paused. If what he says is true, and the signal becomes a command, we become slaves, Caius snarled. Is that what you're saying? I am saying that the fundamental nature of our existence may contain a vulnerability we never knew existed. And the boy who identified it is also the only one offering a solution. Caius turned on Harry. The white-blonde vampire's fury was a physical force, 3,000 years of preserved hatred and fear compressed into a frame that vibrated with the desire to destroy the threat through the simplest means available. You are the threat, Caius said. You brought this darkness into our world. You admitted it yourself, the fragment followed you. Without you, the progenitor remains dormant. Without you, the hollow never forms. Every problem you've described is a consequence of your existence. The meadow went tense. Behind Harry, Rosalie's posture shifted, a millimeter, a fraction of a degree, but Harry felt it through the bond. She was preparing to fight. You're right, Harry said. Caius blinked. Whatever he'd expected, it wasn't agreement. The fragment followed me. My existence created the conditions for this threat. I own that. The question is, do you want to punish the cause, or solve the problem? Because destroying me doesn't seal the progenitor. It doesn't eliminate the hollow. It just removes the only person who has the tools to fix it. He's right, Arrow murmured. The collector's mind was calculating, not emotionally, not morally, but with the cold, beautiful precision of someone who'd been optimizing outcomes for 3 millennia. Destroying him is satisfying but counterproductive. We need him. We need no one, Caius spat. Then stop the progenitor yourself, brother. Walk into the earth and suppress a primordial entity with your gift of, Arrow paused. Ah. You don't have a gift, do you? Just conviction. Admirable, but insufficient. Caius's face went white with rage. But he held his tongue. Because Arrow was right, and Caius knew it, and knowing it made him more dangerous, not less. An alliance, Arrow said, turning back to Harry. A temporary coalition against a mutual threat. Once the progenitor is sealed and the hollow destroyed, we return to our respective positions. With one condition, Harry said. Name it. When this is over, the Cullen Coven and the Quileute Pack are under my protection. Any Volturi action against either of them goes through me. The meadow held its breath. Harry felt Carlyle's surprise, Edward's alarm, Sam's guarded assessment. He felt Rosalie's fierce, blazing pride. And he felt Arrow's delight, the genuine, irrepressible delight of someone who had found the most interesting negotiating partner he'd encountered in centuries. You're negotiating protection for allies you've known for weeks, Arrow said. I'm negotiating protection for family. Arrow looked at him. Through him. Into him. For a moment, the masks dropped, the charm, the diplomacy, the benevolent leader persona, and what remained was the thing Arrow truly was, a brilliant, ancient, fundamentally lonely being who collected extraordinary people because he had never learned how to love ordinary ones. Agreed, Arrow said softly. Caius's protest died on his lips when Arrow raised his hand again. The white-blonde ancient's fury was incandescent, but even Caius knew when a battle was lost. Then we prepare, Arrow said. Together. Against whatever emerges when that seal breaks. He smiled, the full, warm, magnetic smile that had convinced 1,000 vampires to join his cause over 3 millennia. How exciting. Harry didn't trust him. Trust was a word too large and too precious for a being like Arrow. But he believed in Arrow's survival instinct, and that was enough. The alliance was formed. 3 covens, a wolf pack, and the oldest vampire on Earth, standing in a foggy meadow in Washington state, united by the only force stronger than politics. Fear of extinction. The next 3 days were the strangest of Harry's life, and Harry's life included a previous existence as a wizard, his own death and rebirth, and a girlfriend who could bench press a school bus. The Volturi Guard established a perimeter around Forks. Professional, efficient, and deeply unsettling to the townspeople who noticed an unusual number of beautiful, pale strangers appearing in their community. Arrow assured Carlyle that the guard would maintain discretion. Harry wasn't entirely convinced, but the alternative was leaving the perimeter unguarded, and that was worse. Jasper and the Volturi's military commander, a quiet, competent vampire named Santiago, spent hours coordinating defensive strategies. The two soldiers recognized each other immediately, the shared language of tactical analysis creating a bridge across ideological divides. They argued, agreed, argued again, and produced a defensive plan that was considerably better than either could have achieved alone. The wolves patrolled the eastern boundary. Sam and Arrow conducted exactly one conversation, which went approximately as well as a conversation between a 20-year-old werewolf alpha and a 3,000-year-old vampire king could be expected to go, which was to say, poorly, but with enough mutual pragmatism to avoid violence. Harry mediated. He was getting good at mediation. It was, he reflected, excellent preparation for fatherhood, should he survive long enough to consider it. And at night, when the politics and strategies and tensions quieted, Harry sat with people. He sat with Jacob at the treaty line on the second night. The kid, and he was a kid, regardless of his size and his power, a 16-year-old carrying the weight of his people's survival, needed someone to talk to who wasn't Pack, wasn't counsel, wasn't an elder telling him about duty and destiny. Was your other life better? Jacob asked, tossing pebbles into the darkness. Harry thought about it honestly. It was simpler, in some ways. Good and evil were clearer. There was a Dark Lord who wanted to conquer the world, and we fought him. The lines were obvious. And this life? The lines are messier. The Dark Lord is a fragment, not a person. The evil is systemic, not individual. And the allies, he gestured vaguely at the perimeter, where Volturi guards patrolled alongside Cullen family members in a partnership that made his teeth hurt. The allies are complicated. That's a diplomatic way of saying Arrow is creepy. Arrow is creepy. And Caius wants to kill everything that moves. Caius wants to kill everything that frightens him. There's a difference. Is there? If you're what frightens him, absolutely. Jacob threw another pebble. After this is over. If we win. What happens? We rebuild. We set boundaries. We establish something permanent, not just treaties and territory lines, but actual relationships. The kind that survive disagreements. Between vampires and wolves. Between people who happen to be vampires and wolves. That's the distinction everyone keeps missing. Harry looked at the forest, at the dark trees and the silver sky. In my old world, there were wizards and non-wizards, and the wizards spent centuries building walls between them. It didn't protect anyone. It just made the walls higher and the ignorance deeper. I'd rather tear down walls than build them. Jacob was quiet for a moment. Then, you'd have made a good wolf. I'll take that as a compliment. It is one. Jacob stood, stretched. Leah says you're interesting. Tell her the feeling's mutual. She'd kill me if I said that. She has a reputation for being unapproachable. Jacob grinned. But yeah. I'll tell her. He phased and vanished into the trees, and Harry sat alone at the boundary between two worlds and thought about walls and the people brave enough to tear them down. The third night, the hollow struck. Not with corrupted vampires. Not with a direct assault. With dreams. Harry felt it at 2 a.m., a ripple through the deep earth, a pulse from beneath the weakening seal that spread outward through the soil and rock and groundwater like a stone dropped in a pond. Not a physical event. A psychic one. A broadcast. Every human in Forks started dreaming the same dream. Harry knew because his bond sight showed him. From the window of the Cullen house, he watched the threads, the connections between humans, between families, between sleeping minds, flicker and darken simultaneously. 1,000 people, sleeping in their beds, invaded by a whisper from the deep earth. Edward confirmed it. They're dreaming about underground places. Tunnels, darkness. And something calling them. Something that sounds like music, if music could make you forget who you are. His golden eyes were wide with the strain of monitoring 1,000 minds at once. They're moving. Moving. Sleepwalking. All of them. Toward the southern forest. Toward the progenitor. Forks, Washington, population approximately 3,500, began to walk south. Not quickly. Not urgently. With the slow, dreamlike pace of people who were still asleep, still wrapped in the manufactured dream, their bare feet on cold pavement and their eyes open but seeing nothing. They emerged from houses, from apartments, from the reservation and the town and the scattered homesteads along the highway. Men, women, children. Walking in the same direction, drawn by the same signal, moving toward the sealed wound in the earth where the progenitor stirred. It's testing the seal, Alaric said. He stood beside Harry at the window, his ancient face carved with concern. Using the humans as probes. If they reach the seal's boundary, their collective biological presence will interact with the barrier, organic life against magical containment. The seal isn't designed to differentiate between threats and innocence. If they touch the seal, it will rupture. The seal will interpret their biological mass as a physical breach and collapse trying to contain it. Harry's mind raced. That's brilliant. It's using the town's population as a battering ram. Not to fight the seal, to trick it into destroying itself. The Hollow has Tom Riddle's intelligence. This is precisely the kind of strategy he would devise. Harry turned to the room. The Cullens were assembled, the Volturi guard on high alert, Sam's voice crackling through the communication stone. Everyone was looking at him. Waiting. The way people always waited, when the crisis arrived and the room needed someone to say the thing that nobody wanted to hear. We need to wake them, Harry said. All of them. 3,500 people, before they reach the seal. Without revealing the supernatural world to a town of humans who will be very confused about why they woke up walking through the woods in their pajamas. We have, Jasper checked his calculations. Based on walking speed and distance, approximately 90 minutes before the leading edge reaches the seal boundary. Then we have 90 minutes to wake up a town. The next hour and a half was, by any measure, the most logistically insane operation Harry had ever participated in, and he'd participated in a break-in at Gringotts Bank involving a dragon. The Alliance split into teams. Vampires, both Cullen and Volturi, dispersed through the town at speed, each assigned a sector. The wolves took the reservation and the outlying areas. The strategy was simple in concept and nightmarish in execution: reach each sleepwalker, break the dream's hold without causing panic, and redirect them home. Harry went with Rosalie and Emmett into the town center. The streets were a surreal nightmare, hundreds of people in nightclothes, walking south in perfect synchronization, their faces blank and peaceful and terribly empty. Children held their parents' hands. An elderly man shuffled along in slippers and a bathrobe. A teenage girl walked barefoot through broken glass without flinching. How do we wake them? Emmett asked. Harry had been working on the answer during the sprint into town. The dream was a psychic construct, the hollows will broadcast through the progenitor's deep earth connection. Breaking it required disrupting the signal at the individual level. A finite incantatum would work on one person at a time, but there were thousands. He needed something bigger. Something that could reach everyone simultaneously. The Patronus, he said. Amplified. If I can push it through the town's entire population simultaneously, the positive energy should break the dream's hold. Can you do that? Rosalie asked. At full power? Easily. At 65%. Harry looked at the walking town. At the child holding her mother's hand, both of them moving south with the peaceful compliance of the damned. I don't have a choice. He climbed to the roof of the town's tallest building, the 3-story town hall, which gave him a vantage point over the main streets. Below, the sleepwalkers flowed past like a river, thousands of individual streams converging into a single current. Harry raised his wand. He thought about happiness. Not a generic concept, a specific memory, bright and warm and real. He thought about the garage. About Rosalie's hands, covered in grease, moving across engine parts with precision and love. About the way she'd said maybe when he'd asked her to teach him. About the way she'd said I choose when she'd given him her blood. About the golden thread between them, bright and permanent and his. Expecto Patronum. The phoenix erupted from his wand in a blaze of golden fire and climbed into the sky above Forks. Not a bird-sized Patronus, a titan. 50 feet of blazing gold, wings spread wide enough to cast light across the entire town center, radiance pouring downward like liquid sunlight. The dream shattered. 3,500 people gasped simultaneously. The collective sound was like a wave breaking, a massive, shared inhalation as 3,500 minds were wrenched from the hollow's manufactured dream and thrust back into confused, frightened consciousness. People staggered, stumbled, looked around at the dark streets and their bare feet and each other with the disoriented terror of waking in a place you don't remember going. Children cried. Adults shouted. The town erupted into chaos, the confused, harmless, deeply human chaos of thousands of people who had no idea what had just happened and wanted, more than anything, to go home. The Patronus faded. Harry lowered his wand and felt his reserves drop to 40%. The cost was acceptable. The alternative was unthinkable. Below, the Alliance went to work. The cover story had been prepared in advance, a gas leak, a low-frequency sound disturbance, something technical and boring that would satisfy the incurious and give the curious enough false leads to chase. The vampires and wolves, moving at human speed, helped redirect the dazed townspeople toward their homes with gentle words and steady hands. Arrow's guard, to Harry's grudging surprise, performed admirably. The Volturi soldiers guided humans with the same efficiency they applied to everything else, professional, controlled, and utterly devoid of the murderous impulses that one might have expected from a guard of human blood-drinking vampires surrounded by 3,000 confused, barefoot mortals. Harry watched from the rooftop. Beside him, Rosalie appeared in silence, her expression tight with the aftershock of what they'd just witnessed. He used the whole town, she said. Like a weapon. Like a tool. The Hollow doesn't see humans as people. It sees them as resources. Raw material for strategy. Harry's jaw tightened. Voldemort was the same. People were chess pieces to him. Their lives, their pain, their value, it was all measured in utility. And you? I see every one of them as someone who matters. That's why I'll win and he won't. Confidence or conviction? Is there a difference? Rosalie moved closer. The rooftop was cold, the night air heavy with residual fear and the lingering chemical scent of the Hollow's psychic broadcast. Below, the town was slowly returning to normal, lights coming on in houses, confused murmurs fading into exhausted silence, the crisis dissolving into the kind of shared communal weirdness that small towns process through gossip and denial. You're at 40%, Rosalie said. You can feel that? I can feel everything through this bond. Your reserves, your heart rate, your emotional state. Right now you're determined, angry, scared, and pretending not to be any of those things. I'm not pretending. I'm prioritizing. Same thing. She took his hand. Cool fingers lacing through warm ones. The seal won't hold much longer after tonight. The Hollow just demonstrated that it can use indirect methods to break it. Next time it won't use sleepwalkers. It'll use something worse. I know. Your father's plan is a last resort. But it's a plan. Do you have a better one? Harry stared out at the town. At the lights coming on, the lives resuming, the fragile, precious normalcy of people who didn't know how close they'd come to something terrible. He thought about bridges and bonds and the space between life and death where his power lived. He thought about what Alaric had said, your hybrid nature exists outside the progenitor's framework. You are something neither I nor the entity anticipated. Something neither anticipated. An idea formed. Not complete, a fragment, a seed, the barest outline of a possibility so audacious that even thinking about it felt like standing on the edge of a cliff. But it was there. A shape in the fog. A door he hadn't seen before. Maybe, he said. Maybe I do. He found Alaric at dawn, sitting alone in the forest behind the Cullen house. The ancient vampire sat on a fallen log with the casual ease of someone who'd been sitting on fallen logs since before logs were fallen, since before the trees that produced them had evolved, probably. The town is safe, Harry said, sitting beside him. For now. For now. Harry was quiet for a moment. The forest sounds were returning, birds, insects, the small rustlings of animals that had been spooked by the night's events and were cautiously resuming their routines. Father, I need to ask you something about the progenitor. About the original ritual. Alaric's expression sharpened. What about it? The ritual pulled the progenitor into the physical world and bound it to a human host. You. The binding was imperfect, you broke free. But the binding existed. The mechanism was real. Yes. Could it be reversed? Not the binding, the pull. Could the progenitor be pushed back? Returned to the space between life and death where it originated? Alaric was very still. The ritual was one-directional. It was designed to pull, not push. The humans who created it had no interest in returning their prize. But the mechanism, is the question that has occupied my thoughts for 10,000 years, Hadrian. Yes. In theory, the process could be reversed. The progenitor could be returned to its origin point, the space between states, neither alive nor dead, where it existed before the ritual. But the energy required to reverse a 10,000-year-old binding would be enormous. Beyond enormous. Beyond anything a single being could generate. The original ritual used 60 humans and killed every one of them. Reversing it would require a proportional expenditure. Unless the being generating the energy existed in both states simultaneously. Alaric went absolutely still. I'm both, Harry said. Alive and dead. Mortal and immortal. Wizard and vampire. I've crossed the boundary between life and death, literally, physically, spiritually. I exist in the intersection. The space between. He leaned forward. What if I am the mechanism? What if the reason the dark magic followed me, the reason I was reborn here, the reason all of this is happening, what if it's because I'm the key? Not to contain the progenitor, but to return it? Alaric's ancient face held the expression of someone who had spent 10 millennia considering every possibility and had just been presented with one he'd never imagined. The bridge between states, Alaric whispered. Me. I'm the bridge. I've always been the bridge. The master of death, reborn in the blood of the first vampire. I exist in the space where the progenitor originated. I can open the door and push it through. The cost, would be my power. Not my life, I don't think. But the hybrid energy, the intersection magic, the thing that makes me what I am. Pushing the progenitor back would drain it. I'd survive, but I'd be diminished. Maybe permanently. Maybe. Maybe. But everyone lives. You. The Cullens. Rosalie. The wolves. Every vampire on Earth. Everyone lives, and the progenitor goes back where it belongs, and the hollow loses its power source and dies. Alaric looked at his son for a very long time. In his ancient eyes, Harry saw the reflection of every century, every millennium, every impossible night that the first vampire had endured alone, waiting for something that made the solitude worthwhile. Your mother, Alaric said softly. Her last words. I never told you. Tell me now. She said, let him be free. Alaric's voice broke on the last word. A hairline fracture in 10,000 years of composure, barely visible, infinitely deep. She wanted you to be free, Hadrian. Not bound to prophecy, not chained to destiny, not consumed by sacrifice. Free. Then I will be. Harry put his hand on his father's arm. Warm on cold. Son on father. The newest life touching the oldest. I'll be free because I choose this. Not because a prophecy tells me to, not because I'm the chosen one. Because it's the right thing to do, and because the people I love are worth it. Alaric closed his eyes. When he opened them, they were brighter than Harry had ever seen them. Not with tears, vampires didn't cry. With something deeper. Something that 10,000 years of existence had refined into its purest form. Pride. Then we prepare, Alaric said. And when the seal breaks, we do not contain the progenitor. We banish it. Together. Harry nodded. Together. They sat in the forest as the sun rose, father and son, ancient and new, and for a few minutes the world was quiet and the birds sang and nothing was trying to destroy everything they loved. It wouldn't last. It never did. But the moment was real, and real moments were the only things worth fighting for. Harry found Rosalie in the garage that evening. She was under the Shelby again. The restoration had progressed since he'd last seen it, the interior panels were in, the dashboard reassembled, the seats reupholstered in black leather that she'd hand-stitched herself. The car was beautiful. Coming back to life under her hands, the way everything did. He sat on the workbench and waited for her to emerge. She took her time. He felt her through the bond, aware of his presence, choosing her moment, processing whatever she was processing with the internal precision that characterized everything she did. When she finally slid out from under the car, wrench in hand, oil on her cheek, her expression was the particular blend of softness and defiance that he'd come to recognize as Rosalie being honest. You have a plan, she said. I have a plan. Alice told me. Fragments. She saw you and your father in the forest. She saw light. Rosalie set down the wrench. She couldn't see the outcome. That's because the outcome depends on variables Alice can't predict. My hybrid nature. The intersection magic. Things that exist outside her vision's framework. Things that are uncertain. Things that are unknown. There's a difference. Not to me. Not right now. She stood, wiping her hands on a rag that was already more oil than cloth. Tell me everything. He told her. The reversal. The bridge between states. The cost, his power, possibly permanent, possibly not. The alternative, Alaric's sacrifice, permanent, irreversible. He told her honestly, completely, without softening or strategizing, because the bond between them made deception not just difficult but obscene. She listened. Her expression didn't change. Her eyes didn't waver. When he finished, she was quiet for a long time. You're telling me, she said, that you might lose the thing that makes you extraordinary. I'm telling you that I might lose the intersection energy. The hybrid magic. The bond sight, the apparition, the spell casting, some of it might survive. Some might not. You'd be, what? Human. I don't know. Vampire with wizard memories, maybe. Wizard with vampire strength, maybe. Something diminished. Something less. Something alive. Yes. Rosalie crossed the garage. She stopped in front of him, close, the way they kept ending up, gravitational, inevitable, as natural as water finding its level. Her golden eyes searched his with an intensity that would have been frightening from anyone who wasn't her, and from her it was simply the truth. I don't love you because you're extraordinary, she said. Harry's breath caught. I love you because you sat in an art class and drew my hands instead of my face. Because you asked about engines and actually listened. Because you walked into a forest to die for people you loved and, when the universe gave you a second chance, you spent it trying to save people you just met. She put her hands on his chest. Cool palms against his warm skin, over his heart, feeling it beat, 62 times a minute, steady and strong and alive. If you lose everything else, she said, you'll still be the person who sees me. Not the face. Not the diamond skin. Me. And that's the only extraordinary thing that matters. Harry looked at her. At the woman who'd been murdered and reborn and who had spent 90 years building walls that he'd somehow, impossibly, been invited behind. At the strong hands and the fierce eyes and the soul that burned so bright it lit up every room she entered, whether she wanted it to or not. He kissed her. Not gently. Not carefully. With the full, uncalculated honesty of someone who'd been dying to do this for weeks and had run out of reasons not to. His hands found her waist, her jawline, the place where her neck met her shoulder. Her hands fisted in his shirt, pulling him closer with strength that could have crushed stone but was, in this moment, exquisitely controlled. She tasted like winter and roses and the particular sweetness of vampire venom, and underneath, something warm, something that shouldn't have been there, because vampires were cold, but was there anyway, because Rosalie Hale had always been warmer than anyone gave her credit for. They broke apart. Not far. Inches. The bond between them blazed so bright that Harry could see it with his physical eyes, a golden thread connecting their chests, luminous and permanent in theirs. Don't die, she whispered against his mouth. That's my line. I'm taking it. Don't die, Harry. I've been waiting 90 years for someone to choose me. Not my face. Me. You don't get to leave now. I'm choosing this life, Harry said, and his voice was steady and certain and held the weight of a man who had already given everything once and would do it again without hesitation, not because he was brave but because the person in front of him was worth it. I'm choosing you. Whatever happens. Whatever it costs. I choose you. Rosalie kissed him again. Fierce and honest and earned, the way everything between them was earned, through arguments and art and engine grease and the gradual, painstaking process of two broken people learning to trust each other with the sharp edges. In the garage, the Shelby GT 500 gleamed under the work lights. Rebuilt from scrap. Restored from ruin. Beautiful because it was functional. Strong because it had been broken and made whole. Like them. The ground shuddered at midnight. Harry felt it first, a tremor that ran through the deep earth like a pulse, strong enough to rattle windows in the Cullen house and send ripples across the surface of the river. Not an earthquake. Something more deliberate. More intentional. The seal was cracking. He was on the porch in seconds, bond sight blazing, reading the deep connections. The golden barrier he'd created, the cauterized wound where the hollow's primary thread had connected to the progenitor, was fracturing. Slowly. Steadily. Like ice breaking up in spring. His phone rang. Sam's voice, tight, we felt it. The whole reservation shook. The seal is failing. Faster than I projected. How long? Harry closed his eyes. Extended his awareness downward, through soil and rock and the ancient geological layers that separated the surface from the deep places where the progenitor slept. He could feel it, vast, patient, stirring. The hollow's influence still clung to it, diminished but persistent, whispering encouragement to the waking giant. Hours, Harry said. Maybe less. It's accelerating. Then we're out of time. We're out of preparation time. We're not out of fight. He hung up and turned to find the entire alliance converging on the Cullen property. The house had become the de facto command center, the only location where all parties could gather without crossing territorial boundaries, and within 15 minutes, it held more supernatural beings per square foot than any structure in recorded history. Alaric stood by the window, his ancient presence dampening the room's panic through sheer gravitational force. The Cullens occupied their usual positions, Carlyle at the head, Jasper at the maps, Alice in the corner with her eyes flickering between present and future. The Volturi guard lined the walls, grey cloaks and crimson eyes, disciplined and ready. Arrow sat in Carlyle's study chair with the casual authority of someone who treated every chair as a throne. Sam stood at the boundary of the room, 12 wolves at his back in human form, occupying space with the territorial confidence of predators who knew exactly how much damage they could do if provoked. "The seal is failing," Harry announced to the room. "The progenitor will wake within hours. When it does, the background signal in every vampire's venom will activate. Every vampire in this room, Cullen, Volturi, all of you, will hear its voice." The silence was absolute. "My father proposed a containment strategy, remerging with the progenitor to suppress it internally. It's a permanent solution, but it requires his sacrifice." Harry looked at Alaric, who met his gaze with steady ancient eyes. "I have an alternative." He explained the reversal. "The bridge between states. The cost. The mechanism." He explained it clearly, simply, without dramatic language or strategic hedging, because the people in this room were about to risk their lives on this plan and they deserved to understand it fully. When he finished, Arrow spoke first. "You're proposing to use your unique nature, your existence at the intersection of life and death, to reverse the original ritual and banish the progenitor from the physical world entirely." "Yes. And the cost is your hybrid power. Your magical abilities. The very qualities that make you capable of doing this. Some of them. Maybe all of them. I won't know until I try. Then this is a one-way door. You will use the very power required to solve the problem to solve it, leaving yourself without the power to do it again if it fails." "Yes." Arrow's crimson eyes held the particular brightness of someone who was simultaneously impressed and horrified. "That's either the most brilliant or the most reckless strategy I've ever encountered. Can't it be both?" Arrow's lips twitched. "In my experience, it usually is." Caius surged forward. "This is madness. We're staking the survival of our entire species on a 7-year-old hybrid's untested theory. The alternative is slavery," Harry said. "For every vampire on Earth. Including you. Including your brothers. Including your guard. The progenitor doesn't discriminate, Caius. It doesn't care about your laws or your authority or your 3,000 years of accumulated power. It cares about obedience. And when it wakes, you will obey." Caius's face went white. Truly white, whiter than his already marble skin, a pallor of pure, undiluted fear that stripped away the anger and the contempt and left only the terrified core of a being confronting its own obsolescence. "How long will the ritual take?" Jasper asked, cutting through the political tension with military precision. "Minutes. But I need to reach the progenitor's physical location, directly above the seal, at the convergence point. And the Hollow will try to stop me. Then we buy you time." Jasper turned to the maps. "The Hollow will deploy whatever forces it has left, corrupted vampires, possibly corrupted humans, possibly direct manifestation. We hold a perimeter. We keep everything away from Harry while he works. Everyone." Harry looked around the room. Cullen and Volturi and Wolf and Ancient, gathered in a living room in Forks, Washington, preparing for a battle that would determine the fate of every vampire on Earth. "I need everyone." "You have us," Carlyle said quietly. "And us," Sam said from the doorway. Arrow smiled. The collector's smile, but underneath it, something genuine, something that might, in a different life, have been courage. "And us." Harry looked at his father. Alaric's expression held a single, quiet question, "Are you sure?" Harry nodded. Alaric closed his eyes. When he opened them, they held something that 10,000 years of solitude had almost, but not quite, erased. Hope. "Then we move," Alaric said. "Now." Before the seal fails completely. Harry turned to the door. Rosalie was there, waiting. The bond between them blazed gold in the dim room, and every supernatural being present could see it, or feel it, or sense it through whatever gift or instinct or ancient awareness they possessed. A bridge. A connection. A thread of gold between two people who had chosen each other against impossible odds. She didn't ask if he was ready. She didn't ask if he was afraid. She took his hand, warm fingers lacing through cool ones, the temperature differential that had become their signature, and walked beside him into the dark. Outside, the earth trembled. The deep places stirred. The hollow gathered its remaining strength and prepared for the confrontation it had been building toward for 7 years. And Harry Potter, Hadrian Sanguis, walked toward it. Not alone. Not the boy under the stairs, not the orphan carrying the world's weight on shoulders too young for the burden. A man. A hybrid. A bridge between worlds, between lives, between everything that was and everything that could be. The final battle was coming. He was ready. Behind him, an army followed. Vampires and wolves and the oldest living thing on earth, united by the simple, powerful, fundamentally human refusal to let the dark win. Not today, Harry thought. Not ever. Not while I'm still standing. The earth shook. The seal cracked. And in the deep places, the progenitor opened its eyes. Chapter 5, What We Become. The forest died first. Not metaphorically. Not symbolically. The trees closest to the convergence point, ancient Douglas firs that had been growing since before Europeans set foot on the continent, blackened from the roots up. The corruption climbed through their vascular systems like ink through paper, turning green needles to ash and living wood to charcoal in the space of minutes. The effect spread outward in a circle, a ring of death expanding from the epicenter at walking pace, killing everything it touched. Harry watched it from the ridge above the convergence point and felt the seal shatter. Not crack. Not fracture. Shatter, the way glass shatters, all at once, the structural integrity failing simultaneously along every stress line. The golden barrier he'd created dissolved into motes of light that flickered and died like fireflies in winter, and the darkness beneath surged upward with the eager, violent hunger of something that had been caged and was now free. The earth split. A fissure opened in the forest floor, not wide, not dramatic, but deep. Impossibly deep. A crack in the world's surface that descended through soil and rock and geological layers that hadn't seen light in millions of years, down and down and down to a place where something vast and ancient and terrible was finally, irrevocably awake. Dark energy poured from the fissure like smoke from a chimney. It rose in a column of black-violet light that was visible for miles, a beacon, a signal, an announcement. The progenitor was awake. After 10,000 years of dormancy, the entity that had created vampirism, that had birthed every immortal on the planet, that carried within it the merged intelligence of the darkest wizard who had ever lived, was announcing its presence to the world. Every vampire felt it. Harry saw it happen, through bond sight, through physical observation, through the bond with Rosalie that transmitted her experience directly into his awareness. Every vampire in the Alliance staggered. The Cullens, the Volturi Guard, even Arrow and his brothers, all of them flinched as the background signal in their venom flared from a whisper to a shout. Obey. The word wasn't spoken. It wasn't heard. It was felt, a command that bypassed language and operated directly on the fundamental architecture of what made a vampire a vampire. It pressed against the inside of every immortal skull with the weight of something primal and absolute, demanding compliance with the wordless authority of gravity. Rosalie's hand tightened on his. Through the bond, he felt her fighting it, felt the iron core of her will brace against the command like a cliff face against a wave. She was strong. Stronger than she knew. 90 years of refusing to let anyone control her, refusing to be defined by what had been done to her, had forged a will that the progenitor's command could press against but could not break. I feel it, she said through gritted teeth. Like a hook behind my sternum. Pulling. Fight it. I am fighting it. Her golden eyes met his, and through the pain and the strain, there was something incandescent. Defiance. The particular, furious defiance of Rosalie Hale being told what to do by something she hadn't given permission to exist. Nobody pulls me. Nobody. Across the ridge, the alliance was struggling. The Cullen family held, their bonds to each other, the golden chains of love and family and chosen connection, provided anchor points that the progenitor's command couldn't dislodge. Carlyle's compassion, Esme's devotion, Edward's fierce protectiveness, Alice's irrepressible will, Jasper's century-hardened discipline, Emmett's immovable stubbornness, each of them found their center and held. The Volturi were harder hit. The Guard, trained for obedience, wired for compliance, found the progenitor's command dangerously compatible with their existing psychological architecture. Several lower-ranking members dropped to their knees, eyes going vacant, bodies swaying toward the fissure. Jane fought it, her angelic face twisted with effort, her hands clenched at her sides, her gift flaring instinctively as she tried to weaponize pain against the invasion of her own mind. Arrow stood perfectly still. His papery face held an expression Harry hadn't seen before, concentration so total it bordered on transcendence. 3,000 years of political survival had given him a mind like a fortress, and he brought every stone of that fortress to bear against the progenitor's command. He held. Barely. Caius fell. The white-blonde ancient dropped to one knee, his eyes flickering between crimson and black, his mouth opening and closing as if he were trying to speak but couldn't find the words. The command had found the weak point in his psychological armor, fear. Caius's 3,000-year reign had been built on fear, and fear was the progenitor's native language. Marcus. Arrow snapped. Hold him. Marcus moved with an urgency that belied 2 millennia of calculated apathy. He gripped Caius's shoulder, and Harry saw, through bond sight, the bond seer channeling something through the contact. Not power. Connection. He was showing Caius his bonds, his ties to Arrow, to the Guard, to the identity he'd built over 3,000 years, using the visible architecture of relationship as an anchor against the command. Caius's eyes flickered. Black. Crimson. Black. Crimson. He stayed down, but he stopped sinking. Harry. Jasper's voice cut through the chaos. The strategist stood on the ridge's edge, his arm pointing south. Look. From the dark forest, they came. Not the corrupted army, that force had been broken in the first battle, its members freed or destroyed. This was something else. Something new. The progenitor's own creations, formed directly from the dark energy pouring from the fissure. They rose from the earth like plants growing in time-lapse, humanoid shapes made of compacted shadow and violet light, eyeless, mouthless, moving with the fluid, purposeless menace of antibodies attacking an infection. The progenitor was defending itself. Its first conscious act in 10,000 years was to create soldiers. They were fast. They were numerous. And they poured from the fissure in a continuous stream, dozens becoming hundreds, filling the dead forest with shadow forms that converged on the Alliance's position with mechanical, relentless purpose. Formation. Jasper roared. The Alliance snapped into the defensive configuration they drilled. Wolves on the eastern approach, Sam's pack surging forward in a line of fur and fury, their shapeshifter nature outside the progenitor's vampiric command structure, immune to its control. They hit the shadow forms with devastating force, massive jaws closing on dark constructs and tearing them apart. The shadow forms dissolved when destroyed. But they reformed. Seconds later, the scattered darkness coalesced, reassembled, stood up, and attacked again. Unkillable. Renewable. An infinite army drawn from an infinite source. They regenerate. Paul howled, literally howled, half-phased, his human voice carrying Lupin harmonics. How do we fight something that regenerates? You don't fight them, Harry shouted back, pulling his wand, moving toward the ridge's edge. You slow them. Buy me time. I need to reach the fissure. The distance was 300 yards. 300 yards of dead forest, shadow forms, and the concentrated malice of an awakened primordial entity that knew he was coming and had 10,000 years of patience to draw on. "I'll clear the path," Alaric said. His father moved. And the world learned, in that moment, why the legends called him the first. Alaric descended the ridge in a single motion, not running, not jumping, but flowing, as if gravity were a suggestion he'd stopped listening to millennia ago. He hit the first wave of shadow forms and they simply ceased to exist. Not torn apart, not scattered, annihilated. His hands moved too fast for even vampire eyes to track, and where they touched, the darkness died. The shadow forms couldn't regenerate from his destruction because his power wasn't physical, it was ontological. The first vampire carried the progenitor's original power, the source code of vampirism itself, and when he turned that power against the entity's creations, they couldn't reconstitute because the thing that had made them was being used to unmake them. A corridor opened. Alaric cut through the shadow army like a blade through smoke, carving a path of absolute destruction from the ridge to the fissure's edge. Shadow forms collapsed around him, their constituent darkness flowing back into the earth rather than reforming. "Go!" Alaric shouted. Harry ran. Behind him, the battle erupted in earnest. The shadow forms that Alaric hadn't destroyed swarmed the Alliance's position, and the defense he'd seen drilled a dozen times activated with the desperate, imperfect, magnificent coordination of people who had learned to trust each other under impossible circumstances. Jasper commanded. His voice carried across the battlefield with the absolute authority of someone who'd been doing this for a century and a half, and the fighters responded. "Emmett, close the western gap. Alice, I need a vision, 30 seconds, anything you can give me. Edward, monitor the shadow form's reformation patterns, find the cycle." Emmett hit the western flank like a locomotive. His massive frame was a weapon in itself, shadow forms shattered against him, and though they reformed, the seconds they spent reassembling were seconds they weren't attacking. He fought with controlled fury, the training Harry had given him visible in every economical strike. Alice danced. There was no other word for it. Her fractured visions gave her just enough foresight, a half second, a quarter second, to slip between attacks like water through fingers. Shadow forms grabbed at her and caught nothing. She wasn't strong enough to destroy them, but she didn't need to be. She was the intelligence network, calling out threats before they materialized, keeping the formation informed and alive. Edward stood at the formation center, his mind stretched to its absolute limit, monitoring 100 shadow forms simultaneously and feeding their patterns to the fighters. They reform from the ground up, legs first, then torso. If you shatter the legs, you get 4 seconds instead of 2. The wolves fought with primal, devastating effectiveness. Sam's pack had no vulnerability to the progenitor's command, whatever shapeshifters were, they weren't vampires, and the entity's control signal found no purchase in their biology. They tore through shadow forms with the reckless courage of beings who couldn't be turned and knew it, buying time with their teeth and their fury. Jacob and Leah ran the flanks, the two fastest wolves, executing the interference pattern they'd drilled, keeping the shadow army's edges from collapsing inward. Jacob was a force of nature, his massive russet form bowling through shadow forms 3 at a time. Leah was faster than any wolf Harry had ever seen, her smaller frame cutting through gaps with surgical precision. And Rosalie. Rosalie fought at the corridor's edge, the path Alaric had cut, keeping it open. Not alone, Felix stood beside her, the Volturi enforcer's massive frame complementing her precision the way Emmett's once had. But it was Rosalie who held the line. Every shadow form that tried to close the corridor met her, and the ferocity she brought to the engagement was something beyond combat. It was personal. Every strike was a statement, you will not touch the people I love. You will not close this path. You will not stop him. Harry felt it all through the bond as he ran. Her fury. Her love. Her absolute, unyielding refusal to let the darkness win. He reached the fissure. Up close, the crack in the earth was worse than it had looked from the ridge. It was narrow, barely wide enough for a person to fall into, but the depth was impossible. Looking down was like looking into the throat of the world, a vertical tunnel that descended past rock and magma and geological time into a darkness that had existed before the earth itself. The dark energy pouring from the fissure was a physical force. It pushed against Harry like a gale, thick with corruption and malice and the vast, impersonal hunger of something that had been sleeping for 10 millennia and was now ravenously, terrifyingly awake. And at the edge of the fissure, standing between Harry and the abyss, the hollow waited. It had changed. The shadow form from the battle weeks ago had been a rough approximation, smoke trying to be solid. This was something else. The hollow had drawn power from the progenitor's awakening, and that power had given it substance. It stood 7 feet tall, humanoid but wrong, its body a lattice of dark energy and ancient power that shifted and reformed like oil on water. Tom Riddle's face was carved into its head with crystal clarity, every detail perfect, every line sharp, the handsome, terrible face of the young man who'd become a monster. Harry. The voice was Tom Riddle's. Not the distorted, layered chorus it had used through its puppets. His actual voice, clear and cultured and carrying the specific cadence of a brilliant mind that had long ago decided that brilliance entitled it to everything. You came. Where else would I be? Safe. Hidden. Running. Isn't that what you're best at? Running from destiny until it catches you? I've never run from anything that mattered. No. The hollow smile was Tom Riddle's smile, the charming, dangerous, utterly sincere smile of someone who believed that power was the only truth. You've always walked toward it. Even when walking meant dying. That's what I loved about you, Harry. That absolute, infuriating commitment to self-destruction in the name of others. You don't know what love is. That was always your problem. And your solution was to die. How elegant. How utterly, predictably Gryffindor. The hollow spread its arms. Behind it, the fissure pulsed with dark energy, feeding its form, sustaining its existence. But you're not here to die this time, are you? You found your clever little loophole. Your bridge between states. You think you can reverse the ritual. Push the progenitor back into the void. I don't think. I know. Then you also know that to reach the progenitor, you have to go through me. The hollow smile faded. What replaced it was something worse, honesty. The raw, naked, unvarnished truth of an entity that had spent 7 years becoming something unprecedented and knew exactly what it was. I am the intelligence in the machine, Harry. The mind behind the muscle. Without me, the progenitor is a sleeping animal, powerful but directionless. With me, it's a god. You can't banish what you can't reach, and you can't reach the progenitor while I stand between you. Then I go through you. You tried that before. In another life. With a wand and a prayer and the luck of the damned. And you died. I came back. Yes. You did. The hollow's black eyes held something that might have been respect. That's the thing about you, Harry. You always come back. Voldemort could never understand it. How does a 17-year-old boy, mediocre in magic, average in intellect, unremarkable in every measurable quality, consistently defeat the most powerful dark wizard in history? Love, Harry said simply. Love. The hollow laughed. That's Dumbledore's answer. The old man's fairy tale. Love isn't a weapon. Love is a vulnerability. A handle for anyone who wants to grab it and twist. Then grab it. Harry raised his wand. Twist. The hollow attacked. It was nothing like fighting Voldemort. Voldemort had been a wizard, bound by the rules of magic, constrained by the physics of wand and spell. The hollow was something else. It moved like liquid, its body reshaping mid-strike, flowing around Harry's shield charms and reforming behind them. Its attacks weren't spells, they were raw expressions of the progenitor's power, waves of dark energy that carried the weight of 10 millennia and the crushing, geological patience of something that had never needed to hurry. Harry fought. His wand blazed, shield charms, counter curses, the entire repertoire of combat magic he'd developed over 2 lifetimes. He apparat, short bursts, appearing and disappearing around the hollow's strikes. He deployed the sacred fire, golden flames erupting from his left hand and scorching the hollow's surface. The hollow healed. Every wound, every scorch mark, every piece that Harry burned away reformed from the fissure's dark energy in seconds. It was fighting with an infinite power supply, and Harry was fighting with 65% reserves that were dropping fast. You see. The hollow struck, a lance of dark energy that punched through Harry's shield and grazed his shoulder, leaving a trail of freezing numbness. You can't kill me. You can't burn me. I am sustained by the progenitor itself. As long as it lives, I live. And it has lived for 10,000 years. Harry rolled, apparat, reappeared on the hollow's flank. Sectum Sempra. The dark cutting curse, Snape's curse, borrowed and repurposed, slashed across the hollow's torso. The hollow split in half, dark energy spraying outward. Both halves reformed, became 2 smaller figures, then merged back into one. Cute, the hollow said. Snape's spell. Does it help to use a dead man's magic? Snape's magic was his greatest contribution to the world, and he'd want me to use it. Harry was breathing hard. His reserves were dropping, 55%, 50, 45. Every spell drained him, and the drain wasn't being replaced. The hybrid energy that usually recharged his reserves was being suppressed by the progenitor's proximity, its massive dark field interfering with the delicate intersection magic that made Harry what he was. He needed to change tactics. Brute force wasn't working. The hollow was right, as long as the progenitor sustained it, the hollow was effectively immortal. And Harry couldn't reach the progenitor to begin the reversal while the hollow blocked his path. Think. Not like a soldier. Like a seeker. The insight came with the clarity of a snitch sighting, sudden, absolute, illuminating everything. He'd been trying to destroy the hollow. To burn it, to cut it, to overpower it. But the hollow wasn't a creature. It was a parasite, Tom Riddle's fragment, merged with the progenitor's power. The dark magic from his old world, feeding on an ancient entity from this one. 2 things. Fused, but not one. 2 distinct signatures wrapped around each other so tightly they seemed inseparable. But Harry could see the bonds between things. He could see the connections, the threads, the invisible architecture that held reality together. And if he could see how 2 things were connected, he could see how to pull them apart. He activated Bond sight at maximum intensity and looked at the hollow, really looked, with everything he had. And he saw it. The merger wasn't complete. The hollow, Tom Riddle's fragment, and the progenitor's power were intertwined, yes. Deeply, intricately, the product of 7 years of slow fusion. But at the core, at the deepest level, they were still 2 separate things. The fragment was dark magic from another reality, operating on principles that this world's physics didn't fully support. The progenitor was a native entity, bound to this world's rules. The fusion was symbiotic, not organic. A parasite and a host, not a single being. There was a seam. A fault line where the 2 signatures met but didn't perfectly integrate. Invisible to any sense except Bond sight. A hairline crack in the hollow's foundation. Harry knew what to do. "Hey, Tom," he said. The hollow paused. The use of the name, the mortal name, the human name, the name of the orphan boy who'd been afraid and lonely and had chosen power over love, hit a nerve. Harry saw it. A flicker in the black eyes. A momentary instability in the seamless surface. "Don't call me that." "Why not?" "It's your name. Tom Marvolo Riddle. That's who you are. Not a god. Not a progenitor. A scared kid from a London orphanage who couldn't stand being ordinary. I am beyond that. I am beyond names. You are a fragment. A leftover. The magical equivalent of a fingernail clipping, Tom. You're not even a Horcrux, you're the residue of a Horcrux. The stain left behind after the real thing was destroyed. Harry stepped closer. His wand was at his side, not raised. Voldemort was defeated by a 17-year-old boy with a disarming charm. What does that make you? The echo of the man who lost to a child. The Hollow's form shuddered. The dark energy rippled, and for a fraction of a second, the seam widened. The riddle fragment, prodded by emotion, by the old human weakness that no amount of dark magic could entirely erase, destabilized its connection to the progenitor's power. You think words can hurt me? The Hollow's voice was changing. Less controlled. More raw. I have spent 7 years becoming this. 7 years of patience and planning and slow, perfect evolution. I am the culmination of everything Tom Riddle was and everything the progenitor is. I am, alone. Harry said it quietly. With something that, from anyone else, might have been pity. You're alone, Tom. That's what you've always been. In the orphanage. In Hogwarts. In the grave. And now here, fused with a sleeping god, controlling an army of puppets, and there isn't a single being in this universe or any other that gives a damn whether you exist or not. The seam cracked. Harry drove his awareness into it like a wedge. Bond sight, amplified by everything he had, wizard magic, vampire power, the intersection energy that existed in the space between states. He didn't attack the Hollow. He reached into it and grabbed the seam between its two components and pulled. The Hollow screamed. Not from 70 mouths. Not from its shadow form. From somewhere deeper, from the place where Tom Riddle's fragment existed as a distinct entity, suddenly feeling the connection to the progenitor's power being peeled away like a bandage from a wound. The dark energy that sustained its form flickered, destabilized, and for a brilliant, terrible moment, the Hollow's true self was visible. It was small. Underneath the progenitor's power, underneath the shadow and the malice and the stolen godhood, the fragment of Tom Riddle was tiny. A spark of dark magic, barely substantial, held together by hate and willpower and the pathological refusal to stop existing. It was pitiful. It was dangerous. It was, in the end, everything Voldemort had always been, a brilliant, broken child who had chosen power over connection and was now paying the price in a currency he'd never understood. Harry pulled harder. The progenitor's power came away from the fragment in sheets, dark energy peeling off and flowing back toward the fissure, returning to its source. The Hollow shrieked, contracted, its 7-foot form collapsing as the stolen power drained away. Tom Riddle's face distorted, aging, decaying, the handsome features dissolving into something gaunt and desperate. Stop. The Hollow's voice was raw. You can't, I'll die. Without the progenitor's power, I'll cease to exist, Harry said. Yes. You'd kill me. You, Harry Potter. The boy who offered mercy to everyone. The boy who died rather than fight. I offered mercy to people who could be saved. Voldemort was given every chance to feel remorse. He refused. Harry's grip on the seam tightened. You're not even him, Tom. You're the afterimage. And afterimages fade. The last of the progenitor's power pulled away. Tom Riddle's fragment hung in the air for a single, suspended moment, small, dark, flickering like a candle in a hurricane. It looked at Harry with eyes that were, for the first and last time, entirely its own. Not black. Not red. The dark brown eyes of a boy from a London orphanage who had been 11 years old and afraid and had never, in any life, learned how to be anything else. I didn't want to be alone, it whispered. I know, Harry said. I'm sorry. The fragment dissolved. Not dramatically, not in fire or explosion or cosmic spectacle. It simply faded. The way echoes fade. The way memories fade. The way all things fade when the force sustaining them is removed and the universe, gently and inevitably, reclaims its energy. Tom Marvolo Riddle's last fragment was gone. Not destroyed. Faded. Returned to the void between worlds, where even the darkest magic eventually found peace. Harry stood at the edge of the fissure, alone with the progenitor. The entity was awake. He could feel it in every cell of his body, a presence so vast and so ancient that his mind struggled to process it. Not evil, he realized. Not malicious. The progenitor wasn't Tom Riddle. It wasn't driven by cruelty or ambition or the pathological need to dominate. It was something older than morality. A force of nature. A hunger that existed because existence was hungry, because the boundary between life and death leaked and the things that lived in the leak were driven by the only imperative they knew. Become. Expand. Persist. The command signal pulsed from the fissure with renewed strength, the progenitor now unmediated by the hollow's intelligence. Raw and directionless and overwhelming. Across the battlefield, vampires staggered. Even with the hollow gone, the progenitor's awakened power was immense, a tidal wave of compulsion that battered against every immortal mind in range. Harry heard Rosalie through the bond, a spike of strain, the command digging at her like claws. He heard Edward's telepathic range falter as the progenitor's signal interfered with his gift. He heard Jane scream, her pain projection activating involuntarily, directing itself at nothing and everything. He had minutes. Maybe less. The longer the progenitor stayed awake, the stronger the command signal would grow, and eventually, inevitably, even the strongest wills would break. Carlyle's compassion, Rosalie's defiance, Arrow's fortress of political intelligence, none of it would matter when the signal reached critical intensity. Every vampire on Earth would fall. All of them. Every single one. Unless Harry closed the door. He knelt at the fissure's edge. Below, the darkness pulsed with the progenitor's heartbeat, slow, ancient, the rhythm of something that had never known time and therefore had all of it. The dark energy brushed against his skin, and his hybrid nature responded, not with fear, not with revulsion, but with recognition. The vampire in him knew this power. It was the source. The origin. The thing that had made his father, and his father had made him. Harry reached inside himself and found the intersection. It lived in the space between his natures. The place where wizard met vampire, where mortal met immortal, where the boy who died met the boy who was born. It was a hinge point, a door between states, and it had existed since the moment he'd been pulled through the void and into a new existence. The master of death, reborn in the blood of the first vampire. The bridge. He opened the door. The sensation was unlike anything he'd ever experienced. Not pain, not physical, not magical. Something ontological. The feeling of his fundamental nature unfolding, revealing the hidden dimension that had existed inside him since birth. The intersection opened like a flower, and through it, Harry could see the space between, the void that separated realities, the gap between life and death, the formless, timeless, directionless nowhere that existed underneath existence. The progenitor's origin point. The place it had been pulled from 10,000 years ago. The place it needed to return to. Harry reached into the fissure. Not with his hands, with the intersection. With the bridge. He extended himself downward, through rock and darkness and geological time, reaching toward the vast, sleeping-waking presence of the progenitor with the part of him that existed in both states simultaneously. He touched it. The universe rang like a bell. The contact was overwhelming, a flood of sensation and information and ancient, wordless communication that nearly shattered his consciousness. The progenitor wasn't speaking to him. It was being, existing, in his presence, and the sheer scale of its existence was almost too much for a human-derived mind to process. But Harry held. He'd held against Voldemort's legitimacy. He'd held against the Hollow's psychic assault. He'd held against death itself, walking into the forbidden forest with nothing but love and stubbornness and the refusal to let the people he cared about die. He held. And he pushed. The reversal began. Energy poured through him, not into him, not from him, but through him, using the intersection as a conduit. The progenitor's physical presence, its anchor in the material world, began to dissolve. Not violently, smoothly, naturally, the way a river follows the course of least resistance. Harry wasn't forcing the entity out. He was opening the door and letting gravity do the work. The progenitor had been pulled into the physical world by a violent, artificial ritual. Returning it to its origin point was like releasing a held breath. The universe wanted it to go back. It had wanted it for 10,000 years. The progenitor resisted. Not intelligently, not with strategy or cunning. With the brute, instinctive resistance of any living thing being removed from the environment it had adapted to. It pushed back against the reversal, and the pressure on Harry's intersection increased exponentially. The cost hit him. His magical reserves plummeted. 60%. 50. 40. 30. The intersection energy, the unique power born from his hybrid nature, burned as it channeled the reversal, consumed by the process it enabled. His bond sight flickered. His apparition anchor points dissolved. The spells encoded in his muscle memory, 7 years of fusion magic, of blended wizard-vampire combat casting, frayed and unraveled as the power sustaining them was redirected. 20%. 15. 10. The world was going gray. Not his vision, his magic. The vibrant, living energy that had defined his existence in this world was draining away, poured into the bridge between states, spent on the act of returning the progenitor to where it belonged. He could feel Rosalie through the bond, distant now, the golden thread thinning as his power faded. Her fear. Her love. Her voice, screaming something he couldn't hear through the roar of energy coursing through his body. Come back to me. He held. He pushed. He gave. The progenitor's resistance cracked. It happened all at once, the entity's hold on the physical world breaking like a dam, its vast presence cascading through the intersection and into the void between states. The fissure blazed with light, not dark, not golden, but white. Pure, dimensionless white, the color of the boundary between all things. The light erupted upward in a column that split the clouds and illuminated the entire region with the cold, beautiful clarity of something fundamental being returned to its proper place. Across the battlefield, vampires collapsed as the command signal cut off. Not gradually, instantly. One moment, the progenitor's compulsion was pressing against every immortal mind on earth. The next, it was gone. The background signal that had hummed in their venom since the moment of their turning went silent for the first time in their existence. The shadow forms dissolved. Without the progenitor to sustain them, they came apart like smoke in wind, their dark energy following their creator through the intersection and into the void. The fissure closed. The earth shuddered once, a deep, final tremor that ran through the bedrock like a sigh, and was still. Harry knelt at the place where the crack had been. The ground was smooth. Unmarked. As if nothing had ever disturbed it. His reserves read 0. He tried to stand. His legs wouldn't respond. He tried to extend his bond sight and found nothing, not blackness, not obstruction, but absence. The sense was gone. Like trying to flex a muscle that had been removed. The space where it had been existed, but the thing itself was gone. He tried to cast a spell. His wand was in his hand, holly and phoenix feather, his oldest companion, the first magical object he'd ever held. He said the word. Lumos. Nothing happened. Harry stared at the wand. His hand was shaking. Not from exhaustion, from the sudden, vertiginous emptiness of losing something that had been part of him since he was 11 years old. His magic. His power. The thing that had defined him, saved him, made him extraordinary. Gone. Not gone, he realized. Spent. Used up. Poured through the bridge and into the void along with the progenitor, the price of reversing a 10,000-year-old ritual paid in the currency of his own nature. He was alive. His heart beat. His body functioned, the vampire component remained, the strength and speed and healing that came from his father's blood. He could feel those things, still operational, still present. But the intersection, the magic, the bridge, the unique hybrid power that had made him something new, was gone. The tank was empty, and he didn't know if it would ever refill. But everyone's alive, he thought. Everyone. The ground was solid beneath his knees. The forest was silent. The sky was clearing, actually clearing, the clouds parting for the first time in his memory, revealing a sky full of stars that Forks almost never saw. He tipped his face up toward the stars and let the emptiness sit where the power had been. It hurt. Like losing a limb. Like losing a language. But underneath the hurt, underneath the grief for the thing he'd given away, something else remained. The bond. Golden. Warm. Undiminished. The connection to Rosalie, the thread between their hearts, burned as bright as ever. Brighter, maybe. As if, with everything else stripped away, the essential things, the connections, the love, the bonds that mattered, stood out in sharp relief. He heard her running. Heard the footsteps, heard the heartbeat that wasn't a heartbeat, heard the sound of someone who loved him crossing 300 yards of dead forest at full vampire speed. She appeared at the edge of the devastation circle. Her golden hair was wild. Her clothes were torn from combat. There was a scratch across her diamond skin that was already healing, a shadow form had gotten close enough to mark her, which meant it had been very, very close. She saw him kneeling. Saw the empty wand. Saw the look on his face, the specific, unmistakable expression of someone who had given everything and was only now realizing how much everything was. She crossed the distance between them in 3 strides and dropped to her knees in front of him and took his face in her hands. "You're alive," she said. "I'm alive." The bond, I felt it thin. For a second I thought, I'm here. He covered her hands with his. Warm on cool. The constant. The anchor. "I'm here, Rosalie. Your magic, gone. Maybe permanently." She processed this with the same fierce, analytical clarity she brought to everything. No tears, vampires didn't cry. No dramatic grief. Just a steady, clear-eyed assessment of the situation, and then a decision. Made in an instant. Absolute. "Then we'll be extraordinary without it," she said. Harry laughed. The sound surprised him, a real laugh, full and warm, born from the specific relief of discovering that the person you loved didn't love you for what you could do, but for who you were. "I can't fly anymore," he said. "I have a car. I can't cast spells. You never could draw, either. You survived. I'm serious, Rosalie. I might be ordinary. Whatever that means for a vampire hybrid without magic." She kissed him. Hard. With the full, uncompromising intensity of Rosalie Hale deciding that a thing was hers and claiming it. When she pulled back, her golden eyes held the particular ferocity that he'd fallen in love with, the refusal to be diminished, to be defined, to be anything less than exactly what she chose to be. "You saved the world," she said. "Both worlds. Every vampire on Earth is free because of what you just did. You destroyed the last fragment of the darkest wizard who ever lived. You banished a primordial entity that had been terrorizing existence for 10,000 years. And you did it by being exactly who you are, stubborn, reckless, infuriatingly brave, and incapable of letting anyone fight alone." She pressed her forehead to his. "Nothing about you," she whispered, "has ever been ordinary. The aftermath was chaos. Beautiful, messy, complicated, deeply satisfying chaos. The shadow forms were gone. Every one of them, dissolved when the progenitor departed, their constituent energy following the entity through the void. The battlefield was littered with confused vampires, exhausted wolves, and the detritus of a fight that had rewritten the rules of the supernatural world. The alliance converged on the cleared ground where the fissure had been. Harry, supported by Rosalie, his vampire strength remained, but the magical exhaustion had sapped his coordination, stood at the center and watched the factions assemble. The wolves arrived first. Sam, phased back to human, with dried blood on his shoulder and a limp that his healing was already correcting. The pack flanked him, some in wolf form, some human, all wearing the dazed, exhilarated expression of soldiers who'd survived something they hadn't been sure they'd survive. Jacob broke from the formation and crossed the clearing at a jog. He stopped in front of Harry, his young face caught between relief and something deeper. "You did it," Jacob said. "We did it. All of us. You literally pushed a god out of the planet. I think you get most of the credit. Credit is for people who care about credit. I care about whether everyone's alive." Jacob grinned. "Everyone's alive. Paul's pissed because he got thrown into a tree by a shadow thing and Leah won't let him forget it. Embry's got a cracked rib that's already healing. Nobody's dead. Nobody's dead. Nobody's dead." Jacob's grin widened, and then he did something that surprised both of them. He hugged Harry. A full, unabashed, 16-year-old bear hug from a kid who'd just survived his first supernatural war. "Don't tell anyone I did that. Your secret's safe." Leah saw. "Then your secret's not safe at all." The Cullens came next. Carlyle approached with the measured pace of a man processing several centuries' worth of theological revision. He looked at the smooth ground where the fissure had been, at the clearing sky, at the stars that Forks rarely saw, and his expression held the quiet, profound wonder of someone whose faith had just been simultaneously destroyed and rebuilt. "The background signal," Carlyle said. "It's gone. For the first time since I was turned, I don't feel it. You won't feel it again. The progenitor is gone, returned to the void between states. The signal was its passive influence. Without it, your venom is just venom. Your nature is just your nature. No puppet strings. We're free. You were always free. Now you know it." Carlyle's golden eyes shone. He extended his hand, and Harry shook it, and the handshake was firm and warm and held 300 years of gratitude. Esme appeared behind Carlyle and, without ceremony or preamble, hugged Harry with the irresistible maternal force of someone who had decided he was family and wasn't interested in discussing it. Harry's throat constricted. "Thank you," Esme whispered. He couldn't speak. She felt too much like Molly Weasley. The same warmth, the same instinctive nurturing, the same absolute commitment to the people she'd claimed. He nodded against her shoulder and let the moment be what it was. Jasper appeared at the clearing's edge and gave Harry a single, precise nod, the kind of acknowledgement that one soldier gave another after a successful operation. No words needed. The respect was embedded in the gesture. Alice bounced over, literally bounced, because Alice's irrepressibility was a force of nature that not even a primordial battle could suppress. "I can see your future again. It's clear. No dark spots." "What do you see?" "That would be spoiling." She grinned. "But it's good. Really, really good." Emmett appeared last, carrying a piece of shadowform chitin that he'd apparently kept as a souvenir. "That was the best fight I've ever been in. And I fought a bear once. Like, a really big bear. Higher praise than I deserve." "Nah." Emmett clapped him on the shoulder with enough force to stagger a normal human. Harry barely shifted, the vampire strength held. "You earned it. Every bit." Then the Volturi. Arrow approached the clearing with his guard in formation behind him, grey cloaks rippling in the night wind. His expression was the most complex thing Harry had ever seen on a human-adjacent face: delight, calculation, respect, disappointment, and genuine awe woven together in a tapestry of 3,000-year-old emotional sophistication. "Remarkable," Arrow said softly. "Absolutely remarkable." He looked at the smooth ground. At the clearing sky. At Harry, standing with Rosalie's support, diminished in power but undiminished in presence. You've done what no being in recorded history has accomplished, Arrow continued. You've reversed a primordial binding. Banished an entity that predated civilization. Freed every vampire on Earth from a control mechanism we didn't even know existed. He paused. And in doing so, you've spent the very power that made you extraordinary. Some things are worth the price. Are they? Arrow's crimson eyes were searching. Not hostile, genuinely curious. The question of a being who had spent 3 millennia accumulating power and had never, not once, voluntarily given any of it away. You could have ruled the world, Harry. With your abilities, the hybrid power, the magic, the bond sight, you could have done what no one else could. Including me. I've seen what happens when people take everything. They end up with nothing. Arrow considered this. The collector in him, the deep, abiding drive to possess the extraordinary, warred visibly with the pragmatist who recognized that the extraordinary in front of him had just saved his existence. For a moment, the outcome was uncertain. Then Marcus stepped forward. The ancient bond seer, the quietest, most resigned, most seemingly disengaged of the 3 Volturi leaders, moved to Arrow's side and placed a hand on his brother's arm. The touch was deliberate. Through it, Marcus showed Arrow what he saw, Harry's bonds. The connections that reached across realities, that linked him to people who didn't exist in this world, that tied him to a family of vegetarian vampires and a pack of shapeshifters and a woman who rebuilt broken things. Let it go, brother, Marcus whispered. Some bonds cannot be collected. Arrow looked at Marcus. For a fraction of a second, something raw passed between them, the remnant of a friendship that had once been genuine, before centuries of politics and tragedy had buried it under layers of formality and calculated distance. A truce, Arrow said, turning back to Harry. As agreed. The Cullen Coven and the Quileute Pack are under your protection. The Volturi will honor this. And the wider world? The wider world will continue as it has. We maintain the laws. We protect the secret. We govern. A pause. But perhaps, with slightly more awareness that the world is larger than we assumed. And that there are forces we do not control. That's remarkably humble for you. Don't get used to it. Arrow's smile returned, the warm, charming, magnetic smile that had built an empire. But underneath it, Harry caught something new. Something that hadn't been there before. Doubt. Not crippling doubt. Not the kind that toppled kings. The quiet, productive kind, the kind that made powerful people reconsider their assumptions and, occasionally, make better decisions. It was a start. Caius stood behind his brothers, his white blonde hair framing a face that was working through several competing emotions with visible difficulty. He looked at Harry with the particular expression of someone who had been prepared to hate and had been denied the justification. You saved us, Caius said. The word seemed to cost him physically. I did. I would not have done the same for you. I know. Does that bother you? Harry looked at Caius, at the fear and the pride and the rigid, brittle architecture of a man who had spent 3,000 years building walls against the very vulnerability that Harry had just demonstrated. No. It tells me something about you. And it tells me something about who I want to be. Caius stared at him for a long moment. Then he turned and walked away, and the Volturi Guard fell into formation behind their leaders, and the most powerful vampire organization on Earth retreated into the forest, heading south toward Italy and a reckoning with a world that had just proven to be far stranger and more dangerous than they'd ever imagined. Harry watched them go. That's going to be a problem someday. Probably, Rosalie agreed. Caius is going to spend the next century trying to find a way to make himself feel less afraid. Definitely. And Arrow is going to spend the next century trying to find a way to acquire whatever I have left. Without question. Rosalie's hand found his. But that's a problem for another day. Yeah. Harry watched the last grey cloak disappear into the trees. Another day. Alaric found his son at dawn. Harry sat on a rock at the edge of the dead zone, the ring of blackened trees that marked the progenitor's last footprint on the physical world. He was testing his abilities, systematically, the way a mechanic would test a rebuilt engine. Running diagnostics on what remained. The results were mixed. Vampire abilities, intact. His father's blood had given him strength, speed, enhanced senses, and accelerated healing. These were biological, encoded in his cells, independent of the intersection magic. They remained. He was still faster than a human, still stronger, still able to see in the dark and hear a whisper from a mile away. Still immortal, or near enough. Magical abilities, mostly gone. The intersection energy that had powered his spellcasting had been spent in the reversal. His wand responded to his touch with a faint warmth. The Phoenix Feather Core recognized him, remembered him, but the power to channel magic through it was a whisper where it had been a shout. He could still do small things. A lumos that produced a flicker rather than a blaze. A summoning charm that worked on objects within arm's reach. The ghost of magic, the echo of power, like the afterimage of a bright light that persisted when you closed your eyes. Bond sight, diminished but present. He could still see connections, but not with the crystalline clarity he'd had before. The threads between people were visible, but blurred, impressions rather than precise readings. Enough to sense the emotional landscape of a room. Not enough to map the invisible architecture of a person's soul. Harry sat with the inventory and tried to decide how he felt about it. The answer was complicated. Grief, yes, for the fullness of what he'd been, for the soaring, limitless potential of a hybrid who could rewrite the rules of magic. Relief, also, because the fullness had been a burden as much as a gift, a weight that bent every conversation toward what can you do for us and away from who are you. And underneath both, a quiet, tentative peace. The peace of someone who had given everything and found that what remained was enough. Alaric sat beside him on the rock. The oldest vampire on Earth and his hybrid son, side by side, watching the dawn paint the sky in colors that forks almost never showed. The progenitor is gone, Alaric said. Gone. I felt it depart. The background signal, the hum that has been my constant companion for 10,000 years. It stopped. For the first time since my creation, I am. He paused, searching for a word that his vocabulary of 100 languages might not contain. Quiet. Is that good? I don't know yet. It is new. After 10 millennia, new is disorienting. They sat in silence for a moment. The sky brightened. Birds, the first birds Harry had heard since the battle, began to sing in the surviving trees beyond the dead zone. Your power, Alaric said. Mostly gone. The intersection energy. Spent. Maybe permanently. The hybrid magic, the spellcasting, the full bond sight, all diminished to almost nothing. Harry turned his wand in his hands. I can still feel it. Like a muscle that's been strained past its limit. It's there, but it's not working. Alaric was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice carried something Harry had never heard in it before, a lightness. As if the removal of the progenitor's background signal had lifted a weight so old and so familiar that Alaric hadn't even known he was carrying it. Muscles heal, Alaric said. Harry looked at him. You are young, Hadrian. 7 years old, by the calendar of this life. Your hybrid nature is unprecedented, there is no manual, no precedent, no framework for predicting how your abilities will develop. The intersection energy was spent, yes. But the intersection itself, the fundamental nature of your existence, the bridge between states, is not gone. It is you. It is as much a part of your being as your heartbeat or your eye color. You think it'll come back. I think that a being who has crossed the boundary between life and death, who has been born twice, who carries the blood of the first vampire and the soul of a master of death, is not permanently diminished by a single act of sacrifice. Alaric's mouth twitched, the near smile that Harry treasured. I think that your mother would tell you to stop worrying and let yourself heal. Which mother? Both. And then, after a pause that lasted exactly long enough for Harry to understand its significance, all three. Harry frowned. 3. Alaric's expression shifted. The lightness remained, but it deepened into something more complex, a tenderness so carefully guarded that exposing it to open air felt like watching a vault door open. There is something I have not told you about Valeria, Alaric said. About your birth mother. I have been waiting for the right moment. The right moment, it seems, is now. Harry waited. Valeria was not simply a Romanian witch. She was the last descendant of a bloodline that traced its origins to the original ritual, the one that created me. The 60 humans who performed the ceremony 10,000 years ago. Their descendants carried a trace of the ritual's energy, a connection to the boundary between states that was too faint to be useful, but that persisted through the generations. You're saying my mother was connected to the progenitor. I'm saying your mother was connected to the ritual. To the mechanism. And when you were conceived, the combination of her bloodline and my nature created something the universe had never seen. A child who existed at the intersection by birthright, not by accident. The bridge between states isn't something that happened to you, Hadrian. It's something you were born to be. Harry stared at his father. The implications cascaded through his mind, not new information, exactly, but a reframing. A context that changed everything. She knew, Harry said. She knew. Not everything. The ritual's history was fragmented, passed down through generations as myth rather than memory. But she knew enough. Enough to understand that your birth would be extraordinary. Enough to know that it might kill her. And she chose it anyway. Her last words, "Let him be free," Harry whispered. Alaric nodded. She wanted you to be free. Free from the progenitor's shadow. Free from the burden of being a weapon or a tool. Free to choose your own path. Harry looked at the dawn. At the clearing sky, the singing birds, the dead trees that would, in time, be replaced by new growth. At the world that was bruised and battered and scared and alive. I am free, he said. Yes. You are. And so are you. Harry looked at his father. The progenitor is gone. You're not its vessel anymore. You're not its jailer. 10,000 years, and you're finally free. Alaric's composure held for 3 more seconds. Then it broke. Not dramatically. Not with tears or sobs or the performative grief of someone unused to emotion. It broke quietly, the way ancient things break, along fault lines so old and so deep that the fracture had been inevitable for millennia. Alaric's face shifted, and what showed through the cracks was not the first vampire, not the oldest predator on Earth, not the myth that lesser vampires whispered about in the dark. It was a man. An impossibly old, impossibly lonely man who had spent 10,000 years carrying the weight of his own creation and had finally, at last, been allowed to set it down. Harry put his arm around his father's shoulders. Warm around cold. Son around father. The newest thing in the world holding the oldest. They sat like that as the sun rose. Neither spoke. The silence between them was not empty, it was full. Full of everything they'd survived, everything they'd lost, everything they'd chosen to be. Full of 2 lifetimes of war and wonder and the particular, specific love that exists between a parent and a child who have saved each other in ways that neither can fully articulate. When Alaric finally straightened, his composure restored, his ancient eyes dry and clear, he looked at his son with an expression that Harry would carry in his memory for the rest of his very long life. You asked me to tell you about your mother, Alaric said. I will. Everything. Every story, every memory, every detail I have hoarded for 7 years because sharing them meant acknowledging that she was gone. I'd like that. But not today. Today, You have a family to tend to. Alliances to solidify. A woman who is currently pretending she's not watching us from the tree line because she's too proud to interrupt a private moment. Harry turned. Rosalie stood at the edge of the dead zone, 300 yards away, leaning against a surviving tree with her arms crossed and an expression that said, "I'm not hovering, I'm strategically positioned." He grinned. "She's remarkable," Alaric observed. "She rebuilt a 1967 Shelby GT 500 from scrap." "That is not what I meant." "I know. But it's part of it." Harry stood. His body responded smoothly, the vampire strength was solid, reliable, present. The ghost of magic hummed faintly in his veins, too weak to be useful, too persistent to be gone. "What will you do?" Alaric stood. He looked south, toward the wider world. "The progenitor's departure will leave scars in the earth. Disruptions. Places where its 10,000-year presence left marks that need tending. I will travel. Heal what I can." He paused. "And for the first time in my existence, I will do so not as a fugitive or a myth or a burden carrier. But as a man. Simply a man. Come back. I will. Often. As often as a 10,000-year-old vampire can manage without becoming a nuisance." Harry embraced his father. It was the first time they'd hugged, properly, fully, without the measured distance that Alaric maintained out of ancient habit. Cold arms closed around warm shoulders, and for a moment, the temperature difference didn't matter. Nothing mattered except the contact and the love and the simple, profound fact that they were both still here. Alaric stepped back. "Be extraordinary, Hadrian. I'm your son. I don't know how to be anything else." Alaric smiled. A real smile. The fifth one Harry had seen in 7 years, and by far the brightest. Then he turned and walked into the forest, and the trees swallowed him, and the oldest vampire on earth disappeared into the world with a lightness in his step that hadn't been there for 10,000 years. Life returned to Forks with the stubborn, cheerful resilience of a small town that had collectively decided that whatever had happened last night was probably a gas leak and wasn't worth worrying about. The cover story held. Alice and Edward, working with the less enthusiastic assistance of Dmitri before the Volturi's departure, had seeded the town's collective memory with a plausible explanation, an unusual seismic event, minor atmospheric disturbance, nothing to worry about. The sleepwalking incident was attributed to a combination of low-frequency vibrations and mass suggestibility, which was close enough to the truth to satisfy the curious and boring enough to dissuade the persistent. The dead trees in the forest were explained as a fungal blight. The Forest Service would investigate and file a report that nobody would read. Harry enrolled in school again. Not because he needed to, he'd saved the world, which seemed like a reasonable substitute for a high school diploma, but because Rosalie was there, and normalcy, after weeks of escalating supernatural crisis, felt like a luxury worth pursuing. He walked through the doors of Forks High School on a Monday morning, 3 days after the battle, and the normalcy of it hit him like a wave. Lockers slamming. Students talking. The smell of burned coffee from the faculty lounge. A world completely oblivious to its near destruction, going about the business of adolescence with the magnificent, infuriating, deeply comforting self-absorption of humanity at its most mundane. Bella caught him in the hallway between first and second period. She looked at him with the careful, assessing gaze of someone who knew more than most people thought she did. "You look different," she said. "Different how?" "Lighter. Like you've been carrying something heavy and you finally put it down." Harry smiled. "Something like that. Edward's been different too. Since last week. He's less tense. More present." She bit her lip. "Something happened, didn't it? Something big. Something big happened. And it's over now." Over. Or comic book over, where it comes back in the sequel." Harry laughed. "Mostly over. Maybe a little comic book over. That's honest." It's what I've got. She studied him for another moment, then nodded, apparently satisfied. I'm glad you're okay, Harry. Whatever happened, I'm glad. Me too, Bella. She headed toward her class, and Harry watched her go, and the faint shimmer of her latent mental shield, visible even to his diminished bond sight, caught the fluorescent light and glowed like a promise. She'd come into her own eventually. When the time was right. When she was ready. Art class was third period. Harry walked in and found Rosalie at her easel, sketching something that he couldn't see from the door. She looked up when he entered, and the look she gave him, the particular blend of warmth and challenge and fierce, possessive affection that had become their signature, made everything else in the world irrelevant. He sat beside her. Picked up his charcoal. Looked at the blank paper. I still can't draw, he said. I know. My hands are the same. My eyes are the same. The lack of artistic ability is entirely non-magical. I know. She was sketching him again, or still. The portrait from their first assignment, refined and developed over weeks, was becoming something extraordinary. Not a photograph. A study. A record of the man she saw when she looked at him, drawn with the precision and passion of someone who understood the beauty of functional things. Can you still do the small stuff? She asked without looking up. The little spells. Harry held up his hand. Concentrated. A tiny flicker of light appeared above his palm, not the blazing lumos of his prime, but a spark. A candle flame. Warm and golden and stubbornly present. That, Rosalie said, and something in her voice was satisfied in a way that went beyond words. That's enough. It's barely anything. It's yours. It's proof. And it means the rest might come back. Might. Will. She said it with absolute certainty, the certainty of someone who had rebuilt a 1967 Shelby GT500 from scrap because she saw what it could be, not what it was. It will come back. Maybe not all of it. Maybe not the same. But it will come back, because you are the most stubborn person I have ever met, and stubbornness is its own kind of magic. Harry looked at her. At the golden hair and the strong hands and the fierce eyes and the soul that burned so bright it lit up every room she entered. At the woman who'd been broken and rebuilt and who had chosen him, not his power, not his extraordinary nature, but him. I love you, he said. The word settled into the space between them like a stone dropped into still water. Quiet. Final. Inevitable. Rosalie's charcoal stopped moving. She didn't look up. For a long moment, she was completely still, and then her hand resumed its work, and when she spoke, her voice was rough with something she would never admit to feeling. I know, she said. I love you too. Now hold still. Your jawline is giving me trouble. Harry held still. The charcoal whispered against paper. The classroom buzzed with ordinary conversation. Outside, the rain started again, Fork's perpetual companion, the gray curtain that made every moment of sunlight feel precious. He sat in the rain-filtered light and let the woman he loved draw his face, and the small flame in his palm burned steadily, and the ghost of his magic hummed in his veins like a song too quiet to hear but too persistent to forget. The weeks that followed were the most peaceful of Harry's life. Both lives. He and Rosalie settled into a rhythm that felt less like the beginning of a relationship and more like the continuation of something that had always existed and had just been waiting for them to notice. They spent evenings in her garage, her working on the Shelby, him learning, their conversations ranging across everything from combustion dynamics to childhood memories to the philosophical implications of being a reborn wizard dating a 90-year-old vampire in a logging town. The Shelby was almost finished. Rosalie had rebuilt the interior, restored the electrical system, repainted the body in the original GT500 blue. The engine purred when she turned it over, a deep, satisfied rumble that vibrated through the garage floor like a heartbeat. It's ready, she said one evening, standing back, wiping her hands on a rag, looking at the finished car with the specific expression of someone seeing a vision fully realized. It's beautiful. It's functional. Both. Harry walked around the car, running his hands along the restored body. The metal was smooth and cool under his fingers, and he thought about broken things made whole and the patience it took in the hands that did the work. "Drive it with me," Rosalie said. They drove. Out of the garage, through the rain, along the highway that hugged the coast. Rosalie drove. It was her car, her creation, and the way she handled it was the way she handled everything, with precision and passion and absolute confidence. The engine sang beneath them. The wipers beat time against the rain. The Pacific stretched to the horizon, grey and vast and ancient, and the world was large and beautiful and unconcerned with their problems. Harry reached over and took her hand on the gear shift. She laced her fingers through his without taking her eyes off the road. "The beach," she said. "You mentioned a beach. When this was over." "I did. No vampires. No dark lords. No corrupted armies. Just us. And a sunset. If we can find one. This is Forks." She laughed. It was the most beautiful sound he'd ever heard, full and free and uncomplicated by armor or anger or the 90 years of accumulated grief that usually muted her joy. A laugh that belonged to the woman behind the wall, released at last into the open air. "I'll settle for the rain," she said. "Me too." They drove until the highway ran out. They parked at the cliff overlooking the ocean, and they sat on the hood of a car that had been rebuilt from scrap by a woman who saw potential in broken things, and they watched the gray sky and the gray sea and the gray rain, and none of it was a sunset but all of it was beautiful. "Thank you," Harry said. "For what?" "For seeing me. Both times. In both lives. For looking past the power and the scars and the ridiculousness and seeing the person underneath. The person underneath is also ridiculous. But in a good way. In the best way." She leaned against him. Cool against warm. "They're constant." "Harry." "Yeah. When the magic comes back, and it will, because I refuse to accept that the universe would give me someone this annoying and then take the interesting parts away, when it comes back, what will you do with it?" Harry thought about it. About the power he'd had and the power he'd lost and the power that remained, the ghost of magic, the vampire strength, the bond sight that showed him connections even in its diminished state. About the bonds he'd built, the alliances he'd forged, the family he'd found. "I'll use it to protect the people I love," he said. "Same as always." That's a boring answer. It's a true answer. Also boring. But she smiled. A real smile, full and warm, the kind she'd been saving for the right person and the right moment. The smile that Rosalie Hale gave when she chose to let someone see the woman behind the wall, the woman who loved fiercely and hoped desperately and refused to be anything less than exactly who she was. Harry saw it. He would always see it. With or without bond sight, with or without magic, with or without the extraordinary power that had defined his existence in two worlds. He would always see her, because seeing people, really seeing them, past the surface, past the armor, past the walls they built to keep the world out, was the one gift that had never been magic at all. It was just love. And love, as it turned out, was enough. On a Tuesday evening, 6 weeks after the battle, Harry sat on the porch of his house in Forks and watched the sunset. It was the first sunset Forks had shown in months, a break in the eternal overcast, a slash of gold and crimson across the western sky that painted the forest in colors so vivid they seemed borrowed from a different world. The trees glowed. The river caught fire. Even the rain paused, as if the weather itself wanted to see what the sky looked like when it tried. Inside the house, Rosalie was arguing with Emmett about engine specifications. The sound of their voices, her sharp precision, his cheerful obstinacy, drifted through the open windows like music. In the kitchen, Esme was cooking something for Harry, because Esme had decided that his hybrid dietary needs were her personal responsibility and had approached the challenge with the same warm intensity she brought to everything. Edward sat at the piano in the living room, playing the melody he'd composed after the battle, something beautiful and strange, carrying the emotional signature of everything they'd survived. Alice sat beside him, her eyes flickering between present and future, seeing possibilities instead of dark spots. Carlyle was in his study, writing, a private journal, documenting the events of the past weeks for a record that would never be published but that mattered nonetheless. Jasper stood on the porch railing, watching the sunset with the quiet appreciation of a man who'd spent 150 years learning that beautiful things were worth noticing. The communication stone in Harry's pocket was warm. Sam's voice, earlier that day, the elders want to formalize the alliance. A ceremony. Old traditions. You're invited. Jacob says you'd better come or he'll drag you. Harry had said yes. His phone buzzed. A text from a number he didn't recognize, routed through a series of international relays that made its origin untraceable. The forests of Romania are healing. The scars are closing. I will tell you about your mother when the cherry trees bloom. Harry smiled. He put the phone away and looked at the sunset and thought about cherry trees and mothers and the stories that fathers tell their sons when the world is quiet enough to hear them. He extended his hand. Concentrated. The small flame appeared above his palm, stronger today than yesterday, brighter, more stable. Not the blazing power of his prime. But present. Growing. Coming back. The way broken things came back, when someone loved them enough to be patient. Rosalie appeared in the doorway behind him. He felt her through the bond before he heard her, the golden thread between them humming with warmth and amusement and the fierce, uncomplicated love that she'd finally stopped pretending she didn't feel. Alice saw your future again, Rosalie said. And? She says you're going to be happy. Harry looked at the sunset. At the golden sky and the burning trees and the world that was bruised and healing and stubbornly, defiantly alive. He thought about the boy under the stairs. The boy who walked into a forest to die. The boy reborn in blood. And he thought about the man sitting on this porch, with this family, in this life that he'd chosen, not because destiny demanded it, not because a prophecy required it, but because it was his. Because he'd earned it. Because the people he loved were worth every sacrifice and every scar and every ounce of power he'd given away. Yeah, Harry said. I think I am. Rosalie sat beside him. She took his hand, cool fingers lacing through warm ones, the temperature difference that had become their language, their signature, their home. The flame above his palm flickered in the evening breeze, small and golden and alive. Behind them, the house glowed with warmth and light and the sound of people who loved each other being loud and imperfect and real. Below them, deep in the earth, the place where the fissure had been was smooth and quiet. The progenitor was gone. The hollow was gone. The seal, not Harry's temporary barrier, but the natural seal that the universe had placed over the wound when the entity departed, held firm. Complete. Final. Almost. In the deepest place, below rock and magma and the memory of 10,000 years, something stirred. Not the progenitor, that was gone, truly and completely, returned to the void between states. But the void itself had been disturbed. The door that Harry had opened to push the entity through had closed, but doors, once opened, were never quite the same. The hinges remembered. The frame retained the shape. And in the void between worlds, in the formless space where life and death met and parted and met again, something noticed the shape of a door that had been opened by a bridge that shouldn't exist. Something curious. Something patient. Something new. But that, Harry thought as the sunset faded and the first stars appeared and Rosalie's hand tightened around his and the future stretched out before him like a road through a forest he'd never explored, that was a story for another day. Today, the good guys had won. The world was safe. The people he loved were alive. And Harry Potter, Hadrian Sanguis, son of the first, bridge between worlds, the boy who lived and died and lived again, was home. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.